circuit in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. It's the third and final day of pre-season testing at this circuit. We welcome you to the Testing Watch Along coverage. Hello everybody, good morning, well done for getting up, staying up, or if it's during your daytime for joining us here for the final day of pre-season testing from I nearly said Valencia, from Sepang. The little delay to the start of today, we do apologise, but MotoGP forgot to launch the timing. Literally, I was checking the app and it said it was down to 0. I was checking the website, would not refresh, but now it's coming through. Many people saying, what's the weather like? Well, I think it's only fair if we go to the battle camera right now and show you what the current weather situation is out here in Malaysia. If it's going to launch. No, it doesn't. That's just to embarrass me, isn't it? Oh, and now the timings have gone off. Do you see what I mean about having how everything just sort of goes wrong at the worst possible time? The timings have gone off again. I'll just relaunch the page. Honestly, MotoGP and Dorna, there we go. So I'm not going to touch it. Sorry, everyone. I was, but I'm not going to do that again because we're going to risk losing the timing. So let me just try and get it up on my phone. From what we understand, it's dry at the moment, but we are expecting a lot of rain coming in this afternoon. That's why we have got so many people out on the track straight away. And Bashini in the yesterday's session, of course, was a 157.134. We are going to switch to the current session, though, because it's testing. It's different. So it's a 158.783 already from Maverick Vinales. He's set the fastest time. Currently in Malaysia, it is 29 degrees as well, overcast, but there is a 55% chance of rain, and that is also coming in at 4 o'clock this afternoon. So in 4 hours' time, there's a 30% chance of rain. That's at the halfway stage of this session. So there is still a lot of rain coming in that we could have to play up for. So we will keep our eyes out and keep our eyes peeled. Maverick Vinales has a 158.435, but yeah, that's why everybody right now is out on the circuit doing faster lap times. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, GP. Thanks for the live. Pleasure. Oh, nice to have you all here. Thank you also, everyone, for being so understanding. Good morning to Upstarts. Good morning to Gala. Good morning, everybody coming in. We also do the Qatar test. Yep, we're doing all the pre-season tests. In fact, this has worked so well, we're going to do all the in-season tests as well, hopefully with the live timing screen. So whenever MotoGP's on track, we'll be on as well here for coverage. Let's just check if anybody's on Twitch. Good morning, yes, to Johnny. Good morning, everybody. Evening, good evening. What's the weather doing? I've just explained it. It's currently okay, but rain predicted in 4 hours. That's why they're all out there. Okay, well, we're going to quickly pop back up to the commentary because we're going to start off today with a special treat. MotoGP uploaded all of After the Flag from day 2. So we're going to pop back. What do you think about Marquez? I think Marquez is doing brilliantly at the moment, but there's some red sector time, so I'm going to shut up. And we're going to throw over, thanks to the live timing, no problem. Here's what happened then on day 2 as Quartararo goes second. Here's After the Flag from day 2 of MotoGP.
The opening TISO Sprint of 2024 is 31 days away, but testing time is at a premium as the season opener draws nearer. Coming up, 11 riders in the 157s and 4 under the all-time lap record. MotoGP continues to get faster and faster, especially Jorge Martin. All the noises from the KTM camp, though, are encouraging, with Brad Binder hot on the heels of the Martinator. Could this be the year they take the final step? And Aprilia, they're also looking to make the jump from occasional winners to credible title challengers, and the Noali factory have caught the eye in their pursuit of performance. This is After the Flag. And this is day 2 of the Sepang test, which has around about half an hour to run. Welcome along for the next 90 minutes as we bring you analysis and reaction from the Sepang International Circuit out in Malaysia. My name is Lewis Sutterby. Alongside me, as always, throughout this pre-season testing programme is Elliot York. We'll be heading across to Malaysia shortly to link up with Simon Crafar. Jack Gores will be out there as well, bringing us analysis and reaction. You will not miss a thing over the course of the next 90 minutes as we try to cover every angle from the Sepang test. And What immediately jumps off the page so far today, Elliot, is just how quick everybody has been going. The pace has been hotting up. MotoGP just gets faster and faster.
Certainly does. Yeah, hello to everyone watching along from home. Exciting day already, and as we've been speaking now, Lewis, and Bastianini's just gone top with a 157.134. So the top now, what is it, 12 riders, 11 riders still into the 157s, all quicker than Jorge Martin's lap yesterday. Jorge Martin yesterday was the only rider into the 157. So yeah, as we expected, the pace hotting up. So an exciting day already unfolding.
Yeah, you can't beat live TV, can you? As Enea Bastianini renders my intro completely redundant within 90 seconds of us going on the air. Jorge Martin, who had been quickest for pretty much a day and a half, is no longer the fastest rider around the Sepang International Circuit. Enea Bastianini is currently quickest and is on course at the moment to go even faster. The standings are on the left-hand side of your screen, and we will continue to keep an eye on them, and if anything dramatic does change, we will update you on that. Are we about to see our first ever 156 lap of the Petronas Sepang International Circuit? You feel it's only a matter of time before we do. We're going to head across then to the Petronas Sepang International Circuit any moment now to link up with Simon Crafar, who is out there waiting for us. There he is, who is just overlooking the start-finish straight, so you might be about to see Enea Bastianini shortly come across the line. Fabio Quartararo, incidentally, is also up at the first sector at the moment, so we could have some late action. But we want to start, Simon, by asking you about Marc Marquez. We ended last night's show discussing Marc. He was unusually quiet down the order compared to what many were expecting, a disrupted day. What's he been up to today?
Because I want to know what they are doing, you know. He's obviously not got parts to test, you know, because he's in a satellite team, so no factory parts, but he's getting to know the 23, the GP23 Ducati, and he's changing the bike a lot. It's going up and down, and he's exploring, which is what testing's for, you know, to find out what works, what he likes. Something I've noticed is the riders that are up the top, they'll head out on a soft rear and go bang and do this time. The next run they do on that tyre, because they've taken so much life out of it, it's no longer in the 57s, it's in the 58s. And the next time out on that tyre, it's in the 59s, where Marc hasn't been doing the time attack. He's been trying to keep it in the 58s for as long as possible. He'll do 3 runs out there, and they're very consistent while changing the bike. So my impression, he's testing, which is what this is. You know, he's not trying to time attack. When I go out on track, he is the only place he's aggressive, you know, the Marc that we know is in the braking area. He looks impressive. I predict he's going to be the hardest Ducati rider in the braking zone this year. You know, Pecco has been, and then he's been threatened by Martin and Enea. But I think they're going to, Ducati is going to have a new braking area champion. But the rest, he's been doing very smooth and just consistent. One more thing, the last turn, he's been doing it consistently wide. I'm not sure if you could hear me there, but consistently wide. And it's not sort of thing an 8 times world champion does, is always do the last corner wide. So, mate, I mean, that to me points to sandbagging a little, you know, losing time consistently on one corner that he knows he can just go bang and the time will go when he wants it, when he can put all the rest together and make everybody go like that. So, it's only my gut feeling watching. It doesn't mean I think he'll win the first race yet, but I think we haven't seen what he can really do, and he's genuinely working hard to make friends with his bike. He's trying everything with Frankie Carchidi, everything from positions on the bike to all the normal geometry settings.
Good stuff, Si. We knew parts would be rolled out today, new parts. What teams and manufacturers have you seen that have been doing that the most on day 2 of the Sepang test?
All of them, you're right. The day 2, we're seeing a lot of parts. It looks like Ducati have confirmed the engine pretty much straight away this morning. Everyone's happy. They were happy last night, but they retested all the riders with the 24 bikes. So it's Pramac and the Lenovo Ducati team. So they've confirmed the engine, which is really good news for them, that they've confirmed it so quickly, because they need to order up the parts. But that also means the riders are really happy with it, you know, the 24 engine. They said they've got some tuning electronic-wise to be fully happy, you know, throttle connection, but they know it's better straight away. So Ducati have, while I'm on Ducati, I would like to tell you, I noticed the Stegosaurus, the wings on the back of the seat, they have grown a little. I just spotted it this afternoon. Instead of 4 fingers high, it's more like 5 now, and they're on a slightly different angle. And that is being used in combination. They're testing thoroughly, Pecco and Nea, with the combination belly pan that looks like a combination between the 2 fairings they had last year. And I've also spotted an exhaust, lower exhaust different, the muffler side on the Ducati, and that's all on Pecco's bike, painted up in Lenovo colours. So then the other big movers, I think, hardware-wise, today has been KTM. A lot of aero. They've also confirmed the new engine, another spec. It sounds like they've got 2, and they're trying them. Sounds like it's better, sounds faster. And yeah, like I said, a lot of aero, and we already know, we can't see this, but we already know that they have made massive changes, KTM, with the electronic side, meaning sounds like a all-new electronic program, and they're getting used to it, and they believe that this new electronics is not going to make a difference here lap time-wise, but going to be easier, sounds like more responsive, shorter response time in the garage when they're having problems at races, which does come down to time and position. So, yeah, really interesting. Wandering down the pit lane today, a lot of technology.
Thanks very much for the moment, Simon. Fascinating insight, as always, and a great vantage point there overlooking the start-finish line. So thanks for the moment, and we'll catch up with you a little bit later on in the show. So myself and Elliot will chat away in the sanctuary of the studio here in Barcelona at MotoGP HQ, and we're going to start with Aprilia, who we didn't really get a chance to come on to yesterday. Aprilia, of course, who we saw taste victory on a couple of occasions last season, courtesy of Aleix Espargaro, but that was not enough ultimately to put them in the championship picture, as was an all Ducati battle between Bagnaia, Martin and Bezzecchi. So what are the chances of that being any different this time around? It has to be said, Elliot, just looking from here, just looking at photos, looking at footage from Sepang, it certainly looks like Aprilia have brought visibly the most, and certainly are throwing a lot at the wall and hoping that it sticks. They certainly look to be leaving no stone unturned here to try and rein Ducati in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've just seen from the pictures there we saw yesterday, some people calling it like a tennis racket on the back of the bike, very F1 style sort of aero rake that Aprilia are using. They're sort of pioneering the aero game now, Aprilia. Obviously, Ducati sort of started it, but Aprilia more and more built into this idea of the aero, and you can see from the pictures that their bike is, from our perspective anyway, looks a lot different. It's interesting because we listened to Maverick and Aleix yesterday, Maverick saying it's a revolution, Aleix saying it's not a revolution, it's just a bit different, but the main difference with Aprilia this year has certainly been the aero. And if you didn't tune into the social media live midday with Simon and Jack Gorse, then do go back and watch that, because it's interesting. He spoke to Romano Alberciano, he explained the aero rake, so do go and watch that on YouTube and across social media. But yeah, Lewis, it's a big year for Aprilia, isn't it? They're obviously trying a lot of different things, especially with the aero, as we can see. But like you say, last year they only won a couple of races, and they were aiming to take a bigger step forward because of how good they were in 2023, especially Aleix. And I think for Maverick as well this year is a big one. He needs to win some races. Yeah,
there's a lot of chat about that instrument or implement, whatever you want to describe it as, on the back of the Aprilia that we saw yesterday. It's not a part of the bike that they will actually race with, just to clarify that, as I'm sure many of you who are well versed on that kind of thing are well aware of. It's to measure the airflow. It's an air rake. It's a bunch of sensors essentially to measure the airflow and work out if the aerodynamics on the back of the bike in particular are achieving what they're setting it out to achieve. And of course, they'll have the data to back up what the riders are telling them when they come in at the end of each run. So for those who may not necessarily be the biggest fans of the aero era of MotoGP, don't worry, what you saw on the back of that Aprilia yesterday will not be raced at any stage this season. Aprilia did have some flaws with what was undoubtedly a fast motorcycle last season, and one of those flaws that we saw as we went through last season, particularly at circuits such as this one and the flyways at the back end of the season, not to put too fine a point on it, the bike was cooking the riders, wasn't it? They were having real problems managing the heat on that Aprilia, and the heat just being transmitted into the rider's face. We saw Maverick Vinales pull in from a Grand Prix, didn't we, in the back end of last season because it was so unbearable. The initial sounds we were hearing from Maverick Vinales yesterday is that it sounds, mercifully for them, that they've got on top of that problem.
Yeah, and Raul Fernandez, I think it was Thailand that they had to pull in with that sort of heat exhaustion. Aleix also complained that he couldn't breathe back in Thailand. So a major issue. That's not what you want at all in the hot conditions. And we go to sort of 6-7 rounds over in Asia where the temperatures are soaring, and it's really, really tricky conditions without those problems for the riders. So to have them was a real setback for Aprilia in the latter stages of last year. We saw them, well, the three riders who are here, Miguel Oliveira, Maverick Vinales and Aleix Espargaro, go out together this afternoon, sort of at the hottest part of the day, just to what looks like try and sort of get used to the heat and see if they've made any improvements in that area, slipstream with the aero as well. So that was interesting to see all three of them go out together, but that's an area where they do need to sort things out because they can't be having those sort of issues, especially towards the end of the year, and maybe in places like Jerez and Portimao where it gets hot as well. So yeah, an issue that needs to be resolved.
Yeah, it's a summer sport, essentially, MotoGP, isn't it? We race into the summer, and then when we get into the autumn months, we're going to very hot countries. So you'll do well to find a Grand Prix that takes place in cold conditions, so you need a motorcycle that doesn't overheat when it gets particularly hot. We've spoken a lot about Aprilia from a mechanical point of view, an aerodynamic point of view. Let's chat about their riders a little bit. Maverick Vinales and Aleix Espargaro kind of feels like it's an important year for both. Maverick Vinales wants to start doing some winning again, and Aleix Espargaro questions as to whether he's going to stay in MotoGP beyond this year. He did tell us when he signed this initial contract extension that he thought this might be his final contract. I guess the early races of this season will give us a bit of a steer as to whether he's going to be right or not.
Exactly that. I think it all depends on how the first few races go. If they go really well, if he's on the podium and maybe winning races, he's obviously going to think, okay, I can maybe stick this out for another year or two. Obviously, contracts are up for grabs. Same with Maverick Vinales. He needs to get winning. 3 second places on a Sunday last year, came close a couple of times in those races. Obviously lost out to Aleix as well in Barcelona, led for so long. So Maverick's hungrier than ever to win. Aleix, we know what Aleix is about. He wears his heart on his sleeve. He's hungrier than ever to win, but I agree. It's a big year for Aprilia. It's a big year for those two riders. They've got Miguel Oliveira waiting the wins. He's on the 2024 factory bike, and we saw when Miguel wasn't injured last year that he could fight at the front with them. So Miguel's obviously going to be pushing for that factory seat, and then it all depends on Raul Fernandez as well. If he goes well, unfortunately he's missing from the test, the remainder of the test, so we'll wish Raul the best and see him in Qatar. But yeah, Aprilia have got a great set of 4 riders, but Aleix is a story we need to keep an eye on. It is going to be interesting to see whether he stays or decides to retire and moves on to pastures new, whatever he wants to do in the future. But they need to win races on a more consistent basis or be on the podium more consistently. They were too up and down last year. The riders were quite frustrated when they weren't obviously doing well, and then we saw in places like Silverstone, Barcelona, Indonesia as well, Maverick came close. Aleix chose the wrong tyre over in Indonesia, that they could win races and win them quite comfortably. So they just need to iron out those consistency issues, and then they should be around the podium and victories on a regular basis.
And also improve their starts. They certainly fell behind Ducati and KTM last year where that was concerned. Vinales and Espargaro often were left trailing off the start line. Back to Sepang then, and back to the pit lane at the Petronas Sepang International Circuit, where Jack Gorst is waiting for us alongside Simon Crafar to give us a bit of a summary as to what Aprilia have been up to. As we discussed, Jack, visibly Aprilia look to have been trying plenty. Do we have any idea as to whether it's working?
Yeah, well, as the bike goes flying past. It does appear that it is working. I mean, we've seen Aprilia high up on the timesheets today. Aleix Espargaro set a pretty good time indeed. So far, Maverick isn't exactly high up on the timesheets, but it is now the last 15 minutes. So this is kind of the time where they let him go and play and put a fast lap time in. So hopefully we'll see Maverick shoot up the time screens. Actually, you raised about the heat earlier. We wanted to bring that up first. Because, as you say, in the middle of the day today, there was, of course, the two factory riders with Maverick Vinales and also Aleix Espargaro, and then Miguel Oliveira on their GP24s, going out there in the peak of the day in the hottest conditions to see what that Aprilia was like. And we know the reason for that, because, as you guys brought up, it absolutely cooks them. But more specifically, it was heat coming from the engine that was really doing them in last year, wasn't it?
Sorry about that, Jack. I had to lip read you because I'm not connected to your mic for some reason. But anyway, I think you're talking about the heat. And I found out some really interesting stuff about that. How difficult, I mean, the heat is already, if you haven't seen some of the tech talks I've done on it, it's amazing trying to manage it. Boiling fuel, just so many things that are crazy to manage. But what they're saying, remember the start devices that last year made the machines lower, right? Well, now they're trying to get the belly pans higher so they can get the center of gravity lower, which means the exhausts have to be redesigned to get higher, which pushes everything up. And they're saying increases the heat. The riders are feeling more from this. So then the heat can't escape from the lower radiator, which is the oil cooler. The engine radiator, the water is at the top, and the bottom half as it curves in is the oil one. So trying to get that heat out, they're trying to figure out. But then it's an all-with-all in the exhaust, and they're trying to keep the temperature low, so they have to wrap the exhaust with heat proofing. Then they can't tell if the exhaust is cracked, and they've got to look inside with... It's like, basically this engineer was explaining to me that you cannot find a positive without getting some negatives. So they're always trying to manage the negatives that come along and not cook the rider.
Well, hopefully they've managed to not cook the riders so much this year, because I think Paolo actually told you that it's like per 1 degree the rider goes up. It's much more important than per 1 degree the engine goes up.
Exactly.
So hopefully they've made some progress there. Looking at the times they did on that run, actually, all three of them, the times weren't specifically amazing when you compare them to what they did, say, in the sprint or the race, particularly the race last year here at the Grand Prix in Malaysia. So hard to know if they really found a step towards that. We'll ask them tonight in our debriefs. But, of course, we're at testing. We're not in a race mode. They're probably not pushing at 100% full on a race simulation. Now, speaking particularly of what the riders have been doing today, we've seen Maverick do 1-2 lap runs maximum. Kind of weird, really, but that's your normal testing regime. Hopefully now we maybe see him go out and do a bit more of a push lap, but why is he doing just such short runs, Simon?
So yesterday they spent time with the 23 machine to get up to speed, then did a bunch of runs, both Aleix and Maverick. Miguel Oliveira's always on the 24. That's the only machines he's got. Not a bad thing. And so the factory riders were back-to-backing to see what the difference is, you know. They finished the day, Maverick, back on the 23 to reconfirm. And last night's debriefs, they said that even with the 23 engine, which is the only engine here, they get the 24 in Qatar. Although the 24 was more difficult to do it, it matched the time or slightly faster. So really promising. But like we explained in the socials today, I'll just quickly explain what is going on. They've spent all that time getting the 23 bike balance, which is the most important thing for a rider. The weight on the rear or the front as the right compromise for the whole lap, meaning braking, turning, accelerating. And they're really happy with that balance on the 23, but as soon as they put that on the 24 with the different aero, because the aero puts so much different pressure in different areas, that setting doesn't work. And what they're doing today is trying to find the setting for the 24 for the riders, you know, the balance.
mean, it's an interesting thing because as Aprilia always say, the bike is an evolution, it's not a revolution. But when your evolution then requires you to do a completely different setting to make that bike work, it kind of feels like a revolution anyway. Certainly quite interesting from that. As we say, Miguel Oliveira with the GP24s. There's one of them parked just in there as well. Been doing really important work for Aprilia. We know that there'll be a bunch of electronic stuff with the throttle connection, all sorts of stuff that they'll be going through. I don't know if you managed to find out anything that Miguel's specifically been working on today.
Well, Aprilia have been really interested in what Miguel has to say as well. They've been working with those three riders. He's really like a factory rider as far as information. They know he's experienced, he's good, so they're listening to the three. He's helping them develop that setting, but also Aprilia have been working on electronics, and they're really listening to Miguel. They've basically got three factory riders when it comes to development.
If you're going to help Aprilia, because of course last year only 2 riders on those factory bikes. We'll see what they can do throughout the rest of the Sepang test and also going into the Qatar test, because if Aprilia can take that step forward, we know that the bike last year had a lot of potential, just couldn't quite get that last little bit out. But if this year they can take that next step, we're sure that we'll see not just the factory guys but also Miguel Oliveira fighting for race wins right at the front.
Yeah, we certainly hope so. Thanks very much for the moment, Jack, and we'll catch up with yourself and Simon as we go through the show. Jack will be getting us all sorts of reaction as we bring you some interviews following the checkered flag. So thanks for the moment. So 4 Aprilias, and we're expecting 4 2024 Spec Aprilias on the grid this year. But how often are we likely to see a 5th? Because, of course, each factory has wild cards up their sleeve, depending on where you fall within the concessions band. That determines how many wild cards you've got. Paolo Bonora gives us an idea as to when and where Aprilia might use theirs.
The Aprilia plan for 2024 is very, very demanding. We decided to test in Jerez, in Mugello and in Austria. And we have in plan to, at the moment, we have in plan to make the wild card in Jerez, in Mugello, in Austria and in Assen.
So there you have it. And of course, those wildcards will be handed to their test rider, Lorenzo Savadori. And Savadori's been on track today, as Elliot alluded to a moment ago, because Raul Fernandez has been ruled out for the remainder of the Sepang test. If you were with us yesterday, you'd have heard us refer to a crash Raul Fernandez had right at the beginning of the day on a damp patch coming through turn 11. A nasty high side for Raul. Now, we understand that nothing is broken, but he does have some pain and bruising in his hip and in his pelvis. And as a result of that, they've decided not to take any risks and rest Raul before he goes back on track, we hope, in just under 2 weeks' time at the Qatar test. 2 further days of testing before the season gets underway. A real blow that for Raul and for Trackhouse. Raul Fernandez ended last year on a real high, and we'd been hoping to start this year in the same vein. And with testing mileage at such a premium, just 5 days of testing, Raul Fernandez effectively has lost 2.5 of those already.
Yeah, disappointing for Raul, of course. He would have wanted to come into this year, had a great winter behind him, trained really well, as fit as ever in 2024, and then to crash on the first day in such fashion as well. High side on, I think it was oil, they explained, and heavy bruising on his hip is what we've been told. Super disappointing for Raul. Thankfully, it sounds like he'll be absolutely fine for the Qatar test. 2 important days over at the Losail International Circuit, which is good news. But yeah, 2.5 days, like you say, of important testing just to even get used to the bikes. 2023 package Raul is starting on. From what we understand, Trackhouse will get a second factory bike, 2024 bike for Raul at some point during the season. Miguel is obviously on that so far, but Trackhouse really pushed for that, for Raul to have both Miguel and Raul on factory bikes. It's important for Aprilia as well, more testing on the factory bike, more development, the quicker they can close the gap to the likes of Ducati. But yeah, super disappointing for Raul. But yeah, like we say, just over a week or so until the Qatar test. Hopefully he's fully fit and can get 2 full days on the bike there ahead of the opening race.
Yeah, let's try and put a bit more flesh on the bones as to what happened to Raul Fernandez yesterday and his current condition. Earlier on today, we spoke to Wilco Zeelenberg from Trackhouse Racing.
Well, he was bruised, so luckily nothing broken. but clearly he had a big crash. So lap 3, of course, early. He knew the track was not in a great condition because we informed him that there was some wet spots. But anyway, he crashed. He said, I felt good, the track had grip, but yeah, also Pecco crashed in front, so we were not really sure if there was some oil on track or not. Anyway, yeah, clearly lucky that he did not break anything, and it's a good moment to realize these bikes are fast and they bite sometimes, you know, so, but he's okay.
Yeah, they bite and they can bite hard, and Raul Fernandez found that out to his cost yesterday in what, as we heard there, was a relatively unlucky and unfortunate instant for Raul Fernandez. Not really much blame you could put at the door of the rider on that one, but it really has put him on his back foot ahead of the new season. We'll see him hopefully at the Qatar test. Let's talk a little bit about the new team, the new entrants to MotoGP in 2024, and we're very excited to see Trackhouse Racing make their debut in MotoGP. They're a name that will be familiar to you if you're an American motorsport fan. They're a name synonymous over in NASCAR. Ross Chastain, who went viral a year or two back with his daring wall riding overtakes in NASCAR, he is a Trackhouse racer over there. Raul Fernandez and Miguel Oliveira will be carrying their hopes on two wheels in MotoGP. And Elliot, you generally get it with a new team anyway. You generally get a sense of optimism, a sense of excitement, but you were at the team presentation yourself out in Los Angeles. I have to say, a little bit jealous that Elliot managed to get that particular gig a couple of weeks ago. But in all seriousness, there is a general, not just within Trackhouse, but the sport at large, a genuine sense of positivity and excitement as to what this team is going to bring to the sport.
Yeah, never did I think I'd be going to Los Angeles, Hollywood for a MotoGP team presentation, but here we are. Yeah, I was lucky enough to be there, and it was a great event. Everyone's super excited. We heard from them in December, didn't we, when they were first unveiling the bike, that they were just super happy to be involved. Great for both parties, MotoGP, Trackhouse, and of course the USA. When we were there, we were lucky enough to be involved with some of the legends that were there. Kevin Schwantz, Wayne Rainey was there, John Kaczynski was there, John Hopkins, Joe Roberts was in attendance. It was a really well attended event, and what I got from it was everyone is so happy to be involved from the Trackhouse Racing side in MotoGP. They're super excited and super keen to get going. They've had a very busy couple of months trying to get everything ready. They say they're sort of a year behind. The plan was to maybe come in 2025, but they got the call from Dorna saying, look, this is happening, this is a situation, it's sort of you need to do it now. And Trackhouse are like, right, okay, let's get going, let's get cracking. And they've done a brilliant job to agree with Aprilia to get a factory bike for Miguel Oliveira and then get another one for Raul midway through the season, or maybe a little bit earlier. But it's fantastic for the sport to have a racing team like Trackhouse involved. Super professional outfit, really keen to make a mark in MotoGP, and I think they will. The excitement is there, the professionalism is there, and everyone's just absolutely buzzing. That's the vibe that was. I was only there for a couple of days, but spoke to a lot of the Trackhouse members, Miguel Oliveira and Raul Fernandez, of course, as well, and everyone's just buzzing about this new opportunity, and it's great for us as well to have Trackhouse come in, because obviously America's a big market for us, and to try and penetrate that and get more Americans involved from grassroots, the riders as well. It's super exciting times.
Really exciting. What you haven't seen there as the checkered flag comes out at the end of day 2 of the Sepang test, and as far as Trackhouse Racing are concerned, Miguel Oliveira was in 19th place today. His teammate for the next couple of days, Lorenzo Savadori, Aprilia test rider, was in 22nd place. What you haven't seen, as I say, is their livery, which they unveiled at the team presentation. It is absolutely stunning, let me tell you. As I say, you won't see it in testing because they're running very much experimental motorcycles which aren't necessarily painted up in team liveries yet. Very American flavour to it, you won't be surprised to hear. But as you kind of alluded to there, this is not a flag-waving exercise for Trackhouse Racing. They're not here just to be the American team in MotoGP. The very fact that they've secured 2024 spec Aprilias, Miguel Oliveira already has one in testing, and they're confident that Raul Fernandez will have a 2024 spec Aprilia himself in the near future, just underlines that Trackhouse are serious about this.
Absolutely serious, yeah. Justin Marks, the founder and CEO of Trackhouse, made it very clear to me when I was interviewing him and chatting to him that we're here to win. They're not expecting to necessarily come in and win straight away, because that's unrealistic, of course. But they're not here to just make up the numbers. They pushed for the factory bikes because, hey, we're not here to just take part and just sort of roll around and wave the US flag on the grid and sort of make people happy. We're here to be a serious outfit. They've only been in NASCAR for a couple of years, 3 years, I think, and they've already run races there. So this is a serious outfit that are joining the MotoGP grids. They're here to win, and Aprilia, of course, are super happy to have them on board. A great opportunity for Aprilia to have Trackhouse. But yeah, they're going to be a serious threat with especially Miguel Oliveira and Raul Fernandez once he gets going as well. Because we saw, like we said, Miguel last year, once he can get into that groove, second year on the Aprilia now. I know it's another new bike for him in the 2024 spec. But they've got two very fast riders, very hungry riders, and the whole team are just hungry in general. So it's incredibly exciting, make no bones about it.
Yeah, not only have they won races, but they were championship runners-up in NASCAR as well a year or two back. Well, as mentioned, checkered flag is out. We can now show you the standings from this second day of the Sepang test. And Enea Bastianini, who won the Malaysian Grand Prix at this very venue around 4 months ago, he was quickest. Jorge Martin dethroned from top spot. He was second from Brad Binder and Aleix Espargaro. KTM and Aprilia closing in on Ducati. World champion Pecco Bagnaia was fifth. He was also under his own lap record. Fabian Antonio and Alex Marquez next up, ahead of Pedro Acosta, who was so impressive yesterday. Eighth for him today. Marco Bezzecchi, he had a late crash, went on a personal best, which kept him down in ninth. Joan Mir, 10th for Repsol Honda. Fabio Quartararo, we also saw setting a few fast first sectors late on, but he couldn't improve on 11th. John Zarco and Alex Rins, current and former LCR Honda riders, were next up. Marc Marquez 14th, ahead of Jack Miller, Taka Nakagami and Luca Marini. Maverick Vinales 18th today, ahead of Miguel Oliveira, who we've just been discussing on the first of the Trackhouse Aprilias. Augusto Fernandez, who was not happy at all at the end of running yesterday, he was in 20th place, completing the field. Cal Crutchlow, Lorenzo Savadori and Michele Pirro. So 2 days of the Sepang test completed, one more day to go. And Elliot, Jorge Martin knocked off top spot, but the pattern that I think is immediately obvious when you look at the standings or when you saw them on screens a moment ago is that it was the European manufacturers once again. We certainly get a vibe from Sepang that the Japanese manufacturers have closed the gap, but certainly in terms of outright electric pace and what we saw this morning, it was the European manufacturers again that maintained an edge.
I think that's what we sort of expected, isn't it? The first day or two in Sepang, we definitely expected the leaders from last year, Ducati, Aprilia, KTM, all on the podium on a regular basis, sort of at the top of the timesheets, hitting the ground running straight away. It's good to see the Japanese manufacturers have bridged that gap or seemingly got a lot closer than they were last year. But yeah, to see the Ducatis of Enea and Jorge Martin up there, last year's winner here, Enea, of course, so he likes this track. Does Bastianini to put a good late time up there to pip Jorge Martin as a good lap from the beast. But yeah, it's sort of what we expected, isn't it? We expected Ducati, especially with the 2024 bike, to come here and be quick straight away. And no surprise to see Bastianini and Martin at the sharp end of the grid.
These are live pictures from the Petronas Sepang International Circuit as the riders utilise the opportunity for some practice starts. Pedro Acosta on your left, Luca Marini on your right. That is the 31 of Pedro Acosta. Of course, that is his new number. You might be more familiar seeing a 37 on the front of Pedro Acosta's bike, although he's done his very best, hasn't he, to make that 31 look like a 37. Of course, the number occupied by his teammate Augusto Fernandez. While we're watching these practice starts, it does give us a little bit of an opportunity to maybe touch on one or two issues from today and from yesterday that we might not have had a chance to discuss. And I mentioned Augusto Fernandez there. We were looking through some of the interviews from yesterday before we went on air today, and if there was one rider I would say on the grid who looked the least happy, Augusto Fernandez, I think, won that by a country mile yesterday.
Yeah, we were having a look, weren't we, and didn't manage to crack a smile once. He said something in the morning happened where they lost a bit of time and disrupted their plan quite a lot. He said he improved a little bit in the afternoon, but he finished yesterday down in P21 and he's finished today down in P20. Now, we shouldn't read everything into the timesheets, but for Augusto to be down there and looking and sounding as unhappy as he was is a little bit of a worry. Now he's obviously got tomorrow to try and improve things. They're obviously running through setups and electronics, etc. Try and make him feel more comfortable on the updated package that he's got. But yeah, not the best 2 days for Augusto Fernandez. Interesting to see what he says today. and if things have improved from yesterday. Didn't quite catch that, Lewis.
Yeah, that was like one of the Ducatis that almost got it all wrong off the start line there, because it was very difficult to distinguish which rider and bike that was, given that he was on a plain black carbon sort of finish on the motorcycle. It wasn't a liveried up bike, so we'll hopefully catch another look at that. That is Miguel Oliveira, unmistakably. The number 88 on the front was able to help us identify that. But yeah, Augusto Fernandez, they said yesterday that they chose a setup direction in the morning which just plainly did not work. It went completely wrong, you have to say, from his point of view, so they lost a lot of time trying to sort of reverse that and go back to a setting that he was more familiar with, and essentially the day was something of a write-off for Augusto Fernandez. And once again today he has to come in at the end of the day, look at the timing screens and find himself a long way short of what his teammate Pedro Acosta is doing. If we look at the lap times from yesterday, Pedro Acosta on a 1:58.2, Augusto Fernandez by comparison was 1.3 seconds slower than that. And if you look at the lap times today, it's 1.2 seconds between Pedro Acosta and Augusto Fernandez. And we haven't had a chance really to discuss the reigning Moto2 world champion today, of course. He made plenty of headlines yesterday. There is his gas Red Bull KTM machine. But Pedro Acosta, I can't say, Elliot, in the run-up to this Sepang test that I expected to talk about Pedro Acosta setting a 1:57.7 around the Sepang International Circuit. It's all relative, of course, because the pace in general is pretty hot, but another day where you can only really shower Pedro Acosta in praise, can't you?
Absolutely. It's almost as if we expect it to be the other way around, sort of Pedro Acosta being down sort of the lower ends of the top 20, being a rookie and getting used to the MotoGP bike, and Augusto Fernandez sort of hovering around the top 10. But that's not the way the script has gone. But what more can we say about Pedro Acosta? Already we've used so many superlatives to describe the reigning Moto2 world champion, and just to put that 1:57.726 into a bit of perspective, that would have put him P5 on the grid at last year's Malaysian GP, which is an astonishing effort from Pedro Acosta. We say don't read too much into the times, and even yesterday he was saying, we weren't really looking for a time, just focusing on setup and a bit of race pace. That's what's more important. And he was still second quickest without really concentrating on it. Interesting again to obviously hear from Pedro today, see what he was working on, see what how much sort of he maybe pushed for that 1:57.7, but it looks like everything's just coming easy to him. When you see the videos of him on track, even like the practice starts, which can take some getting used to with all the little whole shot devices and whatnot, and the clutch control compared to a Moto2 bike, just looks like everything is coming so easy to him. So it's great to see, obviously, but obviously for Augusto Fernandez, you'll be watching Pedro Acosta doing what he's doing and think, I've got to deal with this again, have I?
Yeah, I'm going to have to step my game up to try and match the star rookie of 2024, Pedro Acosta, in the top 10 once again today and in the 1:57s. The sky's the limit, you kind of feel, for Pedro Acosta. Let's talk Pertamina Enduro VR46 then now. Of course, we've been shining a light on some of the independent teams in MotoGP on this second day of the Sepang test, and you don't need to shine a light on those Pertamina Enduro VR46 Ducatis to spot them in a crowd. They certainly stand out in the pack, don't they, with the fluo yellow on the front of the bikes and the white further back. Marco Bezzecchi and Fabio Gian Antonio were looking to make headlines over and above the colour of the bike this year. Marco Bezzecchi, third in the World Championship last season, of course, took those 3 race victories through the season. His World Championship challenge faded somewhat as the season unfolded, not helped by an injury that sustained in training shortly before the Indonesian Grand Prix. I guess the obvious question, Elliot, for Marco Bezzecchi coming into this season, given what he achieved last season, given that he was third in the World Championship behind 2 riders on full factory spec kit, is where can Marco Bezzecchi go? How does he build on what was a phenomenal second season last year?
Yeah, it's obviously a good question, and one that we're all sort of wondering what the answer to it is. I think a lot of us were surprised when he didn't take the Prima Pramac ride that he was offered towards the end of last season. I can understand the reasons for wanting to stay within the VR46 family. It's a team he knows, contracts up for grabs obviously this year, so staying in the same team, he hasn't got to learn how the different team works, but he gave up a factory bike for 2024. But obviously he saw how well the 2023 bike was doing in the hands of Pecco and Jorge Martin, mostly. And he'll have thought, okay, I could definitely win. Obviously, proven I can win on a 2022 package. That bike's even better, so I can definitely win on a 23 package. I think we all expect Marco, and rightly so, to be in the title race again. If they can obviously get this bike dialed in, it just depends how much of a step forward the 2024 Ducati is, because if they've made a big leap forwards, then it's going to be even harder than last year for Bezzecchi and the other riders on the GP23 to beat the factory riders. And obviously we know how quick Pecco and Martin are going to be, and Bastianini's now fully fit as well. So I think that is the big question, the big talking point ahead of Qatar. How much has the 2024 bike improved compared to the 23? But I fully expect Bezzecchi to be right up there from the off.
Yeah, we're both fully paid up members of the Marco Bezzecchi fan club. He is so impressive on and off the bike, but the challenge facing him this season, it's almost emblematic of the challenge of MotoGP in general. You've got to improve out of your skin just to stay still in MotoGP, because the rest of the field are always trying to move the goalposts. So in terms of a team point of view, of course, with Marco Bezzecchi partnered by Fabio Di Gianantonio, what are the goals and what are the potential prospects for Pertamina and Dorna at VR46 this season? Their team manager Pablo Nieto told us.
Last year we make almost a perfect season. No? We was fighting for the championship in almost until then, so we have to be very, very happy, but already done. So we have to think about this year. It's important to see the difference between the bike 22 and 23. It's true that the difference, we thought that it wasn't not so much, but it's true that the difference are quite bigger, but the potential are bigger than last year. And then it's the bike from world champion, not from Pecco. So I think for that one is a good step for us. We saw him the potential that he has last year in the end of the season. It's true that it's the first time that we are working together, so we have to know each other, because in the end it's really important that get that relation with the chief mechanics and all the team. But the bike, he knows already, so this is important. It's true that our contract is finished in the end of the season, but we have the option to continue 2 more years with them. So we are happy now with Ducati. This is clear, but also it's true that the other manufacturers are looking for us. No? But this is good for us, because that means that we are making a very good job. When some manufacturers come to you and say, if we are able or interested to change, that means that we are making a very good work. But at the moment, our idea is try to continue with Ducati.
And let's pick up on that very point, because it is one of the talking points in the run-up to the new season. Which motorcycles VR46 are going to run in 2025? Now, of course, there are reports essentially linking them with a switch to Yamaha machinery in 2025, although Lucio Salucci made it fairly clear at the team presentation that his preference was to stay with Ducati. And I guess there are pros and cons of it, Elliot. If you stay with Ducati, if you're VR46, you're guaranteeing yourself year-old kit rather than the latest kit. But I guess the balancing act they've got to try and weigh up in their own heads is a year-old Ducati quicker than a current spec Yamaha?
At the minute, yes. And that's the simple facts. That's what they'll be looking at. We know Valentino Rossi is a Yamaha ambassador, of course, so he's obviously going to be heavily linked with joining Yamaha as an independent team. We know how much Yamaha want that independent team back for 2025 to help development, basically. I know they've made a step forward this year in terms of the package they've got, but they're still not with the likes of Ducati, Aprilia and potentially KTM. We'll obviously get to see that more as the Sepang test and the Qatar test progresses. But the team will be looking at it, and Rossi will be looking at it like, well, we won races on Ducati last year. We were in a title fight until sort of the last 4 or 5 races of the season before Bezzecchi got injured, and there's no reason for us to change. Another couple of years on Ducati, yes, we might get the older spec bikes, but we've seen already they're capable of winning races and challenging for titles. And if you're Valentino Rossi and the whole VR46 crew, that's what you want to be doing. If you move to Yamaha, it's a big risk. It makes sense because of Rossi's connections, but we know how much Rossi likes to win, and he's a 9-time world champion, and they've got that taste for victory now, and they're not going to want to not taste that for a couple of years or however long they would be with Yamaha 4. They don't want to give that up unless they know that Yamaha have built a much better bike that are capable of winning.
Yeah, it feels like ultimately the stopwatch will dictate the decision in the end from a VR46 point of view. It sounds, from what we hear both from Uccio Solucci and Pablo Nieto, that they're quite keen to stay with Ducati beyond the end of this year. What about the view from within Ducati? Gigi Dall'Igna and Davide Tardozzi told us their views on the matter.
We are working also on that. It will be not easy, for sure, because there are some manufacturers that are interested in the team, but we are working, and we will see what happens.
It's something that is on discussion. VR46 told us that they would like to close with us quite soon. So honestly, it's in the hand of Gigi and Valentino Rossi's people, but it's something that we would like to continue for another 2 years.
So they'd like to continue for another 2 years. It does feel then, listening to both sides, that an agreement is a formality or certainly a matter of time, of course. Keep your eye on MotoGP's social media channels and MotoGP.com, and you'll find out first what happens beyond this year with VR46. Of course, their new recruit for this season is Fabio Di Giannantonio, who joins Marco Bezzecchi. Once again, an all-Italian lineup for Valentino Rossi's squad. Of course, this was a deal that came together very late for Fabio Di Giannantonio. It was announced after the final race of the season when he chased Pecco Bagnaia all the way to the flag to try and win that Grand Prix, although he did, of course, receive a post-race penalty afterwards. For Fabio Di Giannantonio then this season, we've seen in 2 years in MotoGP for Digia flashes of a genuinely top-tier MotoGP rider. His performance in Qatar was sensational to win that Grand Prix. The way he came through the field to almost win in Valencia, tyre pressures notwithstanding, was also sensational. I guess from Digia's side, he's going to want to try and put that together over a full season, because we didn't really, with all due respect to Digia, we didn't really see that electric form from him until it appeared. He was out of the door in MotoGP.
Yeah, I think the simple fact is 8th place was his best finish in the first 14 races, and then in the last 6 he scored 4 top 4s, including obviously a win and a podium. He was super impressive. It was sort of the story of the end of the season. Digia looked like he was losing his ride in MotoGP, didn't have a ride to maybe go to in Moto2. He maybe had a couple of options, but moving from MotoGP back to Moto2 isn't really what you want to be doing. Of course, you're going to do it if you have to. And then all of a sudden, something clicked.
Yeah, well, in those last 6 races, there was only Bagnaia and Martin who scored more points than him.
Well, exactly. And who would have thought that coming into sort of the last few races? Something clicked, Franco Carcetti said, sort of around the summer, and it didn't start to sort of see that sort of on paper until the last 6 rounds, pretty much. But what a story it was for Fabio Di Giannantonio. He's such a great character to have around in the paddock. He's great to talk to in interviews, always smiling and bubbly, even when the chips were down. And when we saw him win, everyone was delighted for him. So it's great to see him stay in the paddock, of course, but like I say, so it's a massive year. Now he's got that ride sorted with the R46. He now needs to prove that, as you rightly said, he needs to do that on a regular basis. Hit the ground running from Qatar round 1. He's on last year's World Championship winning package, so there's no excuses now for Digia. The one sort of thing we would say is he's now working with his 3rd crew chief in 3 years, which is a massive thing for a rider to do, to keep swapping crew chiefs. You've got to learn new ways of working and understanding each other. So there's obviously things that Digia has to overcome, but from what we saw at the end of last year, expectations are now really high for him.
Yeah, he worked with Donatello Giovanotti in his first season back in 2022. Of course, Frankie Carcetti last year, a partnership that really did bear fruit towards the end of the season, and do not underestimate Carcetti's role in that. He's now working with David Munoz in 2024, who'd previously been working with Luca Marini, who's since departed that team, of course, for Repsol Honda. Let's talk KTM now then. Of course, KTM, the next best challengers to Ducati today on this second day of the Sepang test. It wasn't all Ducati top 3, or top 2 in the end. Brad Binder completing that top 3 in 3rd. Binder spoke yesterday saying that they weren't really testing so many new parts yesterday. It was really today where they were really going to ramp that up and test some new parts. Yesterday was all about getting up to speed. Well, Brad Binder certainly appears to have got up to speed, because as much as it's dangerous to report on a single lap time, we never saw anything remotely resembling a 1:57.3 from KTM at the GP last year.
Yeah, exactly that. In last year's Sepang tests, they were around about a second off the top times, and as you just mentioned, nowhere near centre lap times they were. I think Binder said before the official Sepang test begun that it was great to see the likes of Acosta, Pol Espargaro and Dani Pedrosa so fast in the shakedown, because that means the bike has a really good base. And you can see from the pictures here, he's not hanging about. His Brad Binder, he was pleased with yesterday's action, wasn't pushing for a time, just trying to get up to speeds and working with mainly sort of electronics and stuff. So yeah, no surprise really to see Binder at the sharp end, at least for KTM. Of course, Acosta is also inside the top 10, but it's positive signs for KTM for sure. Just comparing to last year again, it was a disaster really. They were throwing so many parts at Binder and Miller, sort of maybe getting a little bit lost, and then they did manage to sort it out just before the season opener in Qatar. So I think they've learned from that this year. They're not doing as many new parts, testing new parts. They've obviously found a really good base package from last year's bike, so they're just making minor tweaks to the package. It was nearly a race-winning bike last year in the hands of Brad Binder. So yeah, no surprise to see Binder setting that time on day 2. It's going to be interesting to see how close they are on day 3, because that's when we normally see all the riders go, okay, day 3 the official test, I'm going to try and go for a proper lap time.
Yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow. I think we're all expecting 1:56s tomorrow, and the signs are certainly promising for KTM. They've had a bike in the top 3 on each of the first 2 days so far. Pedro Acosta was second to Jorge Martin yesterday, and Brad Binder third today. We spoke a little bit about Brad Binder yesterday, and of course this drought that he's experiencing for a MotoGP victory. As good as he was in the sprints last year, ultimately on a Sunday, Brad Binder was not quite able in the end to get the better of the Ducatis. We'll discuss him at greater length in just a moment, but we can head across now to the Petronas Sepang International Circuit and bring you our first live reaction of the day. Augusto Fernandez, who we were discussing a moment ago, he can give his reactions at the end of day 2. He's with Simon.
Augusto, after a day yesterday of trying settings that didn't make your day easy, how did today go?
Well, still not good. Still trying things to feel good on the bike. Just normal work of settings. Set up the bike, and we try some aero things because we were a little bit better and we could lap a bit better. So we are improving. The feeling is improving, but very, very, really slowly. Like we are going step by step. But too slow. So had a late crash now in the afternoon. So yeah, not an easy test, not an easy start, but I think we point the problem for tomorrow. Thanks to this crash also. Luckily I'm okay and the bike is okay. Let's see if tomorrow we have a better start of the day, and let's see where we are.
Can you tell us your plan tomorrow? Do you know your planned schedule?
As I'm not on the pace, we didn't throw a lot of new tires, so we have some of them for tomorrow. So I want to confirm the base we have planned for tomorrow, and then try to go for time tax.
Thank you, Augusto. Best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Simon Crafar there speaking to Augusto Fernandez, and I have to say, I'm no body language expert, but that didn't seem a particularly happier Augusto Fernandez than we saw 24 hours ago, did it?
No, definitely not. Very unhappy with the couple of days' work. Not what Augusto would have wanted coming into the new season. Disappointing overall. He said he's got some new tyres to throw at it tomorrow, so hopefully we can see Augusto climb the timesheets and get into the 157s and sort of the top 10 bracket, at least get closer or try and beat his rookie teammate Pedro Acosta. Not good at all for Augusto. Not good to see, but this is what testing's for. Iron out the issues, work out where they need to build on. Hopefully tomorrow they can sort something out.
So back to KTM then. We were discussing Brad Binder before we crossed over to hear from Augusto Fernandez. Of course, Brad Binder was the next best rider, not on a Ducati last year. He was 4th in the World Championship behind the Ducati trio of Bagnaia, Martin and Bezzecchi. And as mentioned, no full-length feature Sunday victories. What ultimately in the end is missing for Brad Binder to make that final step? Is it something from within Brad? Is it from the KTM, or a combination of the two?
Great question, not sure, but I think I would imagine a combination of the two. Francesco Guidotti, in the interview Jack Appleyard did with him before pre-season started, said Brad learned a lot in the lead group last year about how the riders race and react to certain different situations. So that's promising. Brad will have come away from the season much more experienced racing in the lead group. He's won races, of course, in MotoGP. He's won a World Championship in Moto3, so he's no stranger to be in that lead group. But it's obviously, the more you race at the leads group, the more you learn about other riders' characteristics, where they're strong, where they're not, what sort of part of the race are they pushing, maybe saving a bit more of the tyre. So for Brad, he's gained that experience now. I think if KTM can just tweak a couple of things with their package, make small steps, as we've mentioned a few times, now, and Guidotti made that very clear, they're now searching for very, very small gains to try and match Ducati and maybe beat them. And in the hands of Brad Binder, who's one of the best riders on the grids, he can sort of iron out those issues and take that KTM to the next level, where maybe some of the riders potentially can't. He can sort of push those limits a little bit further, as we saw on a couple of occasions last year. So I think between the package and Brad Binder, they're looking stronger this year. Now he's got to do it on a Sunday as well as a Saturday.
Yeah, and so much in MotoGP nowadays is dictated by where you qualify, that crucial 15-minute Q2 session on a Saturday morning. And in fairness, the pressure ramps up right from Friday afternoon. That 1 hour practice session determines who goes through automatically to Q2. And ultimately, last year, Brad Binder only made his way onto the front row of the grid twice in 2023, and of course has still not tasted a pole position in MotoGP. Of course, that's been pretty much monopolised by Ducati riders over the years. So you do feel that is one area that Brad Binder and KTM collectively will need to improve. If they can start on the front row of the grid, they've almost won half of the battle in terms of taking Ducati on. Jack Miller then, he's, unlike his teammate, contract up at the end of the season. Brad Binder is in an unusual position in MotoGP of having a contract that extends beyond 2024. Jack Miller is not in that position, and sounds like an obvious statement, but for Jack Miller to keep that place long term and to perhaps hold off the younger superstar in the Gas Tech 3 squad, Jack Miller surely has to close that gap that on occasion last year grew a little bit too big between himself and his teammate.
Yeah, I think the middle part of the season, wasn't it, where we saw Miller sort of lose touch with Binder. Obviously, jumping from the Ducati to the KTM was never going to be easy. It never is switching manufacturers in MotoGP, especially going from the Ducati to the KTM, which was a little bit of an inferior machine. But we saw at the start of the season, Jack did really, really well. Impressed us in Portimao. And then double podium at the Spanish GP Generef, and we thought, okay, yeah, Miller's got this sorted. It was really impressive in the early stage of the season. Then something went wrong towards the middle stage of the season, but then he managed to claw some performance back towards the end of last season. But like you say, it's a massive year for Jack Miller. Contracts are on offer, and he's got to start worrying about Pedro Acosta. Obviously, KTM's wonder boy, he's risen through the ranks as Pedro Acosta with Red Bull KTM. They're obviously going to be keeping an eye on him. If they can promote him into the factory team as soon as possible, I think they're going to try to, but then it's up to Miller to prove what we know he can do and win races and be on the podium regularly. We saw it with Ducati, not consistently enough, I don't think, with Miller, but he's proven numerous times that he can win races and be up the front. He's a good qualifier as well. Miller qualified on the front row 5 times last year compared to Binder's 2. So if you can just convert that sort of Saturday morning pace and better sprint pace into Sunday pace, then I think we can see Miller challenging at the top. But the first few races, like most of the riders, are absolutely key.
He's 29 now, is Jack Miller, which is certainly not old. I mean, I for one am significantly older than that. But of course, KTM, with their pipeline that runs through Red Bull rookies, Moto3, Moto2, and all the way up into MotoGP, means that if you're a rider within their stable in MotoGP, you're potentially always looking over your shoulder with a younger rider threatening to take your place. Quickest yesterday was Jorge Martin, and he was quickest for a lot of today as well. He was relegated to second place late on by Enea Bastianini, but we can get Jorge Martin's immediate thoughts now. Let's cross live to Sepang to hear from the Martinette.
Jorge, you hit the ground running again today, fast, straight out of the box. I heard a whisper, your engine is pretty much confirmed for next year, the 24, and I saw you testing a lot of aero. Can you tell us about the day?
Yeah, well, I started quite well. The feeling was absolutely amazing at the beginning, and then we started working on the new fairing. And yeah, it was not an easy day. After all, we've been trying again and again the new fairing. Normally, when you put a new thing, you decide it's better or not. And today was complicated. I didn't feel such an advantage from the new fairing. So trying to understand, I tried to work a little bit on the new fairing, trying to move a bit the bike and to feel if we could improve. But still, we don't have the solution for next season for the moment. For my side of the box. So yeah, as you said, the engine is confirmed. I think we've been working all day with the 24 and we did this record lap time. But yeah, the fairing we are not sure. So tomorrow we need to try a bit more. I think we lost some time with another things that we had to try, but the most important thing is to understand the new fairing.
Can you give us an idea what you do have on the plan for tomorrow?
Well, I think the most important thing is to decide the fairing. We had some, and we have some, a big change on the setup that we will try to work on tomorrow. I think also we tried a different exhaust pipe, and it's working well also. So I think we took some positives from today, but still, the important thing that was the fairing we didn't decide yet. So let's try tomorrow.
Thank you, Jorge.
Thank you.
Sam Crafar there asking the questions. Jorge Martin, second quickest today, and it sounds like there are still some decisions yet to be made for Jorge Martin. Clearly the engine direction is settled, but in terms of the aerodynamics, perhaps not quite so clear yet as to which direction Jorge Martin's going to go. But 2 days down at the Sepang test, and Jorge Martin was inside the top two in both of them. Let's move on to Honda then, and we'll start with the independents of LCR. Of course, Taka Nakagami joined now by Johann Zarco, who had a crash late on in the day, so it's not necessarily been the most straightforward of days for Johann Zarco, but I have to say, not just from the shakedown, of course, with the benefit of those extra 3 days, but through this test so far, the noises coming from Johann Zarco have been positive. Of course, we have seen him very briefly on an LCR Honda before, but of course, the last time we saw him in anything other than a Ducati was back at the end of 2019 when he was unceremoniously dumped from KTM. The noises and the way Johann Zarco is speaking at the moment would indicate that LCR Honda are dealing with a much more mature Johann Zarco now.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's what most of us worried about when he did sign for LCR Honda. Obviously, when he signed for Honda, they were in a very, very difficult position, arguably the most difficult position they've ever been in MotoGP. And we all sort of immediately thought back to the KTM days where that really didn't work out. That partnership went sour pretty quick, left halfway through the season, of course. But it is a different Johann Zarco. He obviously got that race win under his belt last year. That must have been a huge weight off his shoulders to finally get that race win under his belt. No one talking about it now. Is this going to be the crash at the end? Yeah, turn 15, just a little bit of a front end tip off for Johann Zarco. Nothing much to worry about, probably just pushing a little bit too much into the corner there. We see that a lot of times at the Sepang International Circuit. But yeah, he's super, super positive this year, is Johann Zarco, and that's great to see. It's also a sign of what progress Honda have made, because if we had seen the likes of Zarco, Marini and Mir and Taka being a little bit down in the dumps like they have been for the last couple of years, then it would have been seriously worrying for Zarco. But he's been arguably the most positive out of the lot of them, saying the bike's sort of 7/10 quicker in Valencia than the old one. They didn't bring the 2023 bike to Sepang, and yeah, he's radiating confidence, and it's great to see Zarco in that sort of mood. It's going to be interesting to see now how much they can build on that in the LCR garage and of course in the Repsol Honda garage to try and bridge that gap to the leaders, because it would be good to see all four Honda riders up there instead of just a couple, and Zarco, we'll be hoping it's one of him that's sort of pioneering that.
Hey, what we've noticed through particularly today at the Sepang test is that the Hondas have been pretty much to the bottom of the order in terms of laps covered. It appears as if they're limiting their mileage somewhat, perhaps to protect the engine, but also, I guess, to conserve the tyres that they've got. Of course, It's been a busy old week for the Hondas in general, of course. 3 days of running at the Sepang Shakedown, although, of course, not all Honda riders rode on all 3 days. But we heard all the riders asked yesterday about how sore their bodies must be. If I'm Johann Zarco or Taka Nakagami, I think I'm going to be desperate for a few days off by the end of tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. They've put in a lot of hard work, haven't they? I mean, to complete 3 days of shakedown testing, 3 very, very important shakedown testing as well. To get back on the bike, obviously, the first couple of days, you're going to be aching. You've not been on a MotoGP bike for a couple of months. Okay, you've ridden superbikes and done some motocross, etc., but nothing compares to riding a MotoGP bike. We hear that all the time from the riders. You can ride superbikes all you want. I think Marco Bezzecchi said in one of the media debriefs that he rode 3-4 laps on a Panigale when they're in Portimao and was just bored, which is amazing to hear that from someone riding a superbike, but just goes to show what a different beast MotoGP bikes are. But yeah, hard work for Honda. It's important work. It's good for them to have the concessions to practice more, test more, and obviously for the likes of Zarco and Marini, who are jumping on the Honda for the first time, get used to the bike, and then they can really start offering the information that they can bring over from the race-winning package they were on last year in Ducati.
Well, we're going to stay with the Japanese manufacturers, but switch across to Yamaha, because the 2021 MotoGP World Champion is waiting to speak to us. Let's head live to Sepang to hear from Fabio Quartararo.
Fabio, after a busy shakedown, you know, a lot of new parts, it looks today that it's settled down a little bit more, less changing of parts. What were you working on?
Yeah, a little bit like yesterday, working a lot on the electronics and setup of the bike was really similar. We didn't really find our way, and of course the time attack is something that we're still missing a lot. We are very, very far. We are like 8/10 from the first, so this is something that we have to find a solution, and yeah, hopefully tomorrow we can make a small step in front.
Can you give us an idea? Do you have any thing else to try tomorrow apart from settings?
No, we have no idea at the moment how to improve this matter, but I think the engineer and the crew will work a lot to find a solution, and especially I think if we don't find a solution here, we will try to find it in Qatar. But yeah, we are far away again on the time attack. Happy about the engine, but still missing many things.
Thank you, Fabio.
Thank you.
Simon Crafar there asking the questions to Fabio Quartararo, and a big alarm went off there, didn't it, listening to that? Now, the sounds from Fabio Quartararo yesterday were generally optimistic in terms of the working methods within Yamaha now, the progress he thinks they're going to make, much more aggressive in terms of their development. But with a couple of days down of pre-season testing, it appears as if his time attack woes of last year have persisted.
Yeah, no front row last year for Fabio Quartararo, and that was ultimately Yamaha's main downfall. We saw in a few races, Indonesia springs to mind especially, America he was on the podium as well. His Sunday race pace, in general, wasn't too far away from the best. Okay, it wasn't where he wants it to be. Of course, he was a couple of tenths a lap, maybe more off on a Sunday at best. But it was the qualifying that really ruined Quartararo's year in terms of trying to get some good results on the board. He's not had a pole since 2022 as well. When Fabio first came into MotoGP, he was the qualifying king. So yeah, we thought Yamaha had made a step, which it looks like they have, but to be that far away still from the time attacks is really a worry.
Yeah, well, I crunched the numbers looking at last year and the dry qualifying sessions. Fabio Quartararo on average was 0.77 of a second down in dry qualifying sessions, and what did he say was behind today? 0.8 of a second. Let's head though back to Sepang, and next we can hear from Miguel Oliveira, who can speak to us live now from the Sepang International Circuit. Let's get the thoughts of Miguel.
Miguel, live in the end anyway. Firstly, how was your day today? It looked like lots of short, sharp runs and lots of work done down in the garage. Just tell us how it was.
Yeah, long day. We had short stints, trying a lot of things just to get an understanding of the bike. Finally, to sum up the end of the day, not a lot of feeling with the bike. I'm getting a hard time to understand how I can push and go faster. But anyway, I think I gave a good feedback in the garage. We'll sit down tonight and see what we can improve for tomorrow. For sure, one of the strongest points for me with this bike was the corner speed, and that's where I'm losing the most time. So we'll get into that. Right now, the important thing is that we also know how to go fast, because we have a good lap from Aleix. So in terms of pace, not so far. But yeah, that fast lap, the time attack, yeah, we really lack. We didn't. It's true, we didn't try a lot the time attack, but still we miss a good second to the front.
We saw you doing a run together with Maverick and also Aleix in the middle of the day, hottest part of the day. We know that handling the heat was an issue for the Aprilia last year. How was that run out there with the two factory riders?
Yeah, I mean the main target was just for us to get a feeling of how the bike could work with slipstream, and also in terms of the heat management, but nothing special, nothing more.
I'll give him a go.
Thanks.
Yep, live in the end, Miguel Oliveira joining us from Sepang, and another rider who perhaps didn't enjoy his second day at Sepang as much as he enjoyed the first. Well, let's return to LCR Honda, who we were discussing briefly before we heard first from Fabio Quartararo. We've already discussed their new recruit, Johann Zarco, of course, joining Taka Nakagami, and the general vibes are positive from the new pairing. What about the man in charge? Usually ever optimistic, Lucio Cecchinello. We spoke to him earlier today.
I must say that they improve in many areas, engine performance, bike handling, aerodynamics, and definitely all the four riders' comment have been so far quite positive. We are very pleased because we are they involve all four riders in the bike development, so means that whatever the factory team is testing, also we test by our side, and then we share all the information. Thanks to Honda that they have put a lot of effort to improve our bike compared last year, and yeah, so far so good.
So far, so good then for Lucio Cecchinello and LCR Honda. Taka Nakagami at the end of today was in 16th place. Johann Zarco was just up ahead of him in 12th. Let's head then to Sepang once again. Let's bring you some more live reaction. Next up, Maverick Vinales. He was 18th today, and he's with Jack.
Maverick, you were down at 18th on the timesheets today.
Yeah.
Usually we see you right up the top, so you didn't have your 15 minutes of fun at the end of the day, but talk to us about the real short, sharp runs you were doing today. It looked like you were trying a lot of different things behind the scenes.
Yeah, still I think it's not time to do a time attack. I didn't feel it. We need to work a lot on the setting. Still, I don't feel really good with the bike. Obviously, if we try to find a lap time, I will be fast, but that's not the target. My target is to be strong all the year, so I prioritize a lot of other things about working. I don't know if tomorrow we're also gonna do a time attack. I need first of all to be on a good balance, and then to see what we can do, because right now I didn't feel myself to push, and yeah, I started yesterday with the 23. I felt it really good. Then on the 24 I struggled a little bit more, so still we are working on it.
You say there that you didn't feel ready to push. We just heard from Miguel Oliveira as well that he had a lack of feeling with the bike. What area in particular are you both struggling with?
I'm struggling a little bit with the rear. I didn't find the grip, especially into the corner. It's very slippery, and then it catches the grip, so it's very aggressive. So we need to work really good on that, because for me it's the main focus right now.
Thank you, Maverick.
Thank you.
So Maverick Vinales, not particularly chuffed with his day's work, but by no means too concerned long term. And of course, as we heard yesterday from Simon Crafar, it certainly would appear that Aprilia have not brought their full 2024 spec motorcycle yet. We're expecting their 2024 engine to appear at the Qatar test in a couple of weeks' time. So Maverick Vinales down in 18th today, but don't necessarily get too concerned from that. As Jack said, we're used to seeing that late 15 minutes of fun, as Jack called it. No signs of that today from Maverick Vinales, but I guess he'd much rather be quick when it matters than making the testing headlines as we've seen from him in the past.
Well, he said it himself, didn't he? He wants to be quick throughout the whole season, not just for 15 minutes in a test. We usually see Maverick up there at the sharp end in testing, and that's great to see. but we've not seen him win on the Aprilia yet, and he knows that, and that's what he'll be wanting to change this year. So it's a mature approach, a methodical approach from Maverick, and I'm sure Aprilia as well. Testing times don't matter at the end of the day. It's what you do during the season that counts, and he'll be just looking at Qatar and thinking, right, I need to be on it in Qatar, just get my feeling, especially on a Sunday race. That's where the main points are won, of course. So worrying slightly that they haven't got that feeling yet, but of course it's only day 2 of official testing, so they've got 3 more days to try and iron that out. I'm sure they will do. They'll find a way to be quick. He said if he could be quick, if he wanted to be quick, he could be quick, but that's only over 1 lap. So yeah, good to hear Maverick taking that sort of approach. Hopefully they can figure that bit out though.
Well, let's turn our attentions to Repsol Honda, and we can start by hearing from the 2020 World Champion himself. Before we discuss Joan Mir, let's hear from the man himself. He's with Jack.
Joan, it seemed like a good day on the bike today. Obviously, it's been a long few days for you on the bike here, but today the standout was the lap time you managed to do. How encouraging was that to see that lap time pop up?
Yes, well, the truth is that today we had an opportunity to push a bit in the morning. We made a good lap, honestly. I'm happy for that. It's faster, a lot faster than the lap of the qualifying last year. So means that we are getting into the competitive lap time. So this is great. But well, the truth is that we have to be cautious. We are still a bit far. There's some areas that we are still struggling with our bike, but you know, the truth is that every time I'm feeling better. Looks like today we made a step in terms of what I need, confidence and the speed. So that is a good step. Let's see if tomorrow we can make another small one. But you know, we have to be sure that the steps that we make are, even if they are slow in terms of time, but good steps, you know.
In terms of what we saw on the bike, obviously the aero packages, there's 2 different ones there. You seem to now have settled on one that we see both across yourself and also Luca Marini's bike. Have you found a direction that you're happy with there?
Yes, well, we are using the engine that was more powerful on the straight, but it's not that it's only that we get also some disadvantage with this engine, honestly, and we are trying to understand, to put everything, to rebalance a bit the bike. This bike is a little bit different than the other one, and you have to adapt a little bit yourself to it, and you know, just trying to enjoy the process, and let's say I'm happy about today, but I think that we are still far.
And for the final day tomorrow, what's the plan?
The plan for tomorrow is to try to work on the details as we did to yesterday. Try to see if we can improve a bit on the braking area. That is one area that you know, every time I brake, the rear goes to the moon, and we need to rebalance a bit that. But yeah, if we try to make that small steps, but solid ones, I will be happy.
Thank you, Joan.
Thank you.
So a smile for Joan Mir, and once again using the word cautious, which we heard from him quite a bit yesterday. So he's trying not to get too carried away. In many respects, the reverse of what happened last year when we heard from a lot of the Portimao test last year. Joan Mir said that when he was coming out of corners, the front tyre and the front wheel was going to the moon. This time on the way into corners, it's the rear tyre that's sending him skyward. So still work to do for Joan Mir. He did speak yesterday, didn't he, about that there are clear signs of progress. There are clear improvements that he can notice. The top speed of the Honda is now much better, although that does have knock-on effects elsewhere. It's all about putting the final pieces together, and of course with the aid of concessions as well for Honda this year, they've got an awful lot of time to get it right, and you feel with the might of Honda and with those concessions as well available to them that they will get it right.
Yeah, I think the main point is all 4 riders are sounding positive, including Joan Mir. We know how difficult last year was for Mir. He's not had a podium since 2021, only one Q2 appearance, I think, last year as well. So last year was super difficult for obviously all the Honda riders, but Mir was way off it, had a couple of injuries as well to add to his misery. But yeah, the main point is he's more positive. He can see the potential in the bike, which is something we didn't really hear of last year, especially in testing. So yeah, great to hear Mir sort of knowing where they can try and build on the progress. Like he mentioned there too, he was a good half a second, 6/10 quicker than his lap time in Q2 last year in the Malaysian GP, which shows they've obviously made a good step. Now it's just trying to iron out those issues, iron out the progression and find the way that they need to go to make it a potential podium and race winning machine.
A reminder once again, join us next week for the Repsol Honda team presentation coming your way from Madrid. Head to MotoGP.com and MotoGP social media channels for a full rundown of the team presentations that are still to come before we go racing for the first time in Qatar on the second weekend of March. Of course, Jack Appleyard will be bringing you coverage of all of those. Speaking of a former Honda rider, of course, though, one of the big stories through pre-season testing has been Marc Marquez. Now, if you joined us at the start of the programme, we asked Simon Crafar what Marc Marquez had been up to. Now, he told us that he suspected that perhaps Marc Marquez was perhaps hiding some lap time somewhere, potentially at the final corner. We've got some footage now to show you of what we think and what Simon thinks he spotted with Marc Marquez and what potentially he's been up to. We've heard the term sandbagging used for Marc Marquez. This is coming into the final corner then. This is turn 15. Let's have a look at what Marc Marquez is up to here coming into the final corner. It is the kind of corner where you can take a little bit of a late apex through there as Marc Marquez makes his way through the final corner. This might be a little bit of a better idea to see it. Is this Marc Marquez perhaps deliberately just leaving a little bit of lap time on the table? Perhaps sitting the bike up a little bit. Of course, there is a negative camber in that corner, but going a little bit wide there for Marc Marquez. You be the judge of that yourself, whether that is Marc Marquez keeping some time in his pocket or whether that is just Marc Marquez working to a program. Of course, we still have one more day to go, and we await to see tomorrow whether Marc Marquez is going to pull some further lap time out of his pocket. And returning to Marc Marquez, because we did speak to him a little bit, or heard from him yesterday and spoke a little bit about him. Of course, so many expected, I guess understandably, that when you put one of the greatest riders of all time on the motorcycle that's just won the World Championship, that he's automatically going to be at the front of the field. I guess Marc Marquez showing that ultimately he is still human, and that while you might be dropping a motorcycle for one that in theory is better, Marc Marquez is essentially having to retrain his brain because he's ridden nothing but a Honda for the last decade, and all of a sudden he might be riding a motorcycle now that is inherently better, but it asks very different questions of him as a rider, and that still seems as if it's something that Marc's taking a little bit of a while to get used to.
Yeah, he said in yesterday's interview, didn't he, that the characteristics and riding style of the Honda compared to the Ducati on this track especially are wildly different. Marc Marquez is, of course, an 8-time world champion, arguably the best rider we've ever seen. And I think both of us expected to see Marc Marquez right at the top of the timesheets, as I'm sure a lot of people at home did as well, straight away. But it just goes to show either it's clear to see that he's not pushing straight away. He's working slowly, working his way through the package that he's got, the program that him and the team have got. And of course, he's not only got to learn a new bike, he's got to learn new surroundings as well, which I think can be a little bit underestimated. Marc's worked with the same guys for his entire MotoGP career, as well as being on the same bike. So it's a lot to get used to for Marc Marquez. Whoever you are, whatever you've done in the past, it's a huge challenge ahead of him. We all expect him to be right over the sharp end in Qatar, of course, which I think he will be. He's just taken his time to get used to the bike, which we didn't expect to see because it's Marc Marquez, and we saw obviously what happened in Valencia. He was fourth and very, very close to the top. But it's an interesting approach and one that we didn't necessarily expect to see, but one that's interesting to look at from the outside.
What we can certainly say regarding Marc Marquez, he was the busiest rider today. 72 laps Marc Marquez put in today around Sepang. That is 3.5 race distances worth that Marc Marquez has put in today. So certainly can't accuse him of not putting the miles in to try and adjust to life on board a Ducati GP23. Let's head back then to Sepang and catch up with Simon Crafar. Of course, gave us those observations of what Marc potentially was up to earlier on in the show. 2 days down then, Simon, and 1 day to go of this Sepang test. And looking ahead to the final day tomorrow, who or what in particular are you looking out for tomorrow and perhaps expecting to see, perhaps that we maybe haven't so far?
Good question. I I'm not sure what we're going to see, but what we have been seeing, and I'm wondering if it's going to change tomorrow, is there's riders that are good on the time attack. Fabio, I already had in my mind, and Fabio mentioned it, and we can see the ones that have the time attack sorted because they're at the top of the screen. But there is a lot there that have good race pace. It's a lot of the usual suspects, you know, the Ducati 3 or 4 that were there last year. They all look fantastic and their race pace is good. And some of them also have their time attack sorted. But there's others out there that have really good race pace that I'm wondering if we're going to see their time attack tomorrow. That's the bit I want to see, apart from the technical side. And, for example, out on track, looking fantastic, is Bez Enea Bastianini. He's looked great the last 2 days. I'm not at all surprised he leapt up at the end. And obviously Pecco, they're the ones that really stood out looking fantastic. And what it is that looks fantastic out there from the very beginning is how well they stop the bike into the tight turns, how well they stop it, turn it so they can get the exit, where a lot of the others struggle on the entry to get it stopped, go to turn and they're still running wide, miss the exit. And I'm hoping tomorrow they sort that out. And the thing is, for example, you've been speaking about Marc Marquez. Don't take too seriously what I was saying. I really think that we're going to see Marc come good because he's doing all the homework, and for example, his race pace is already there. He's consistently 58s, and that's race pace. He's there. But like Fabio, I don't think he's found the time attack yet, but he's only just got that bike, and time attack is something crazy. You're going into an area that's super dangerous, and I don't think you want to do that until you know your bike well. But Marc's not the only one. There's others out there, and let's hope Fabio can find it. Other than that, technically, I think that we're still going to see some pieces pulled out tomorrow, and we are going to see the confirmed packages, you know. When they do a bit of a race run during the day tomorrow, those bikes, we need pictures of them, they are the ones that are their base setting with everything they've got here so far.
Okay, thanks very much, Simon. Fascinating as always. We'll look forward to catching it with you again tomorrow. Straight back to Sepang then for some live reaction before we go, and who better to hear from than Marc Marquez. We've just been discussing him. Let's hear from Marc now in Sepang with Jack.
Okay. Marc, second day done here in Sepang. It looked like a day for homework, really, and at the end of the day we maybe saw that homework start to come to light. Your long run at the end of the day was quite impressive. Just talk us through how you felt on the bike during that run.
Yeah, I mean, we work a lot today. 72 laps in here in Sepang. It's quite a big number, and yeah, I feel on the body. We will see tomorrow how I am, but today I felt that it was necessary to do laps, and try to understand. And yeah, in the afternoon, as you say, I sacrifice a bit that time attack to do the long run, because at the moment for me it's more important to understand the bike and to do that 10 laps in a row like a sprint race. And it was not bad. Still some things to improve, but on my style, and also try to adapt the setup to my riding style. But yeah, at the moment where I'm suffering more, honestly speaking, is the time attack. Still is there where it's changing, is the biggest change compared Honda, is the biggest change compared the previous manufacturer. Ducati, you need to ride in a different way for that time attack, and it's where I'm struggling more, but apart of that, the pace is there. I mean, with a new tire and a used tire, is less than a second of difference.
We saw on track that at one point you had Pecco following you, and also then I believe you followed him as well. Did you manage to see anything interesting there watching Pecco? And I'm sure that him following you was also studying you too.
Yeah, one time I was on my run and he went out from the box, and on the test it's difficult to understand because you don't know the number of laps in the tire. Of course, when I follow him, he was going on the accelerations, but I was with 20 laps on the tire, and yeah, I was just trying to well, I was
testing a setup and yeah, trying to find a good pace, because the next run was the long run. So yeah, I just was pushing. I followed him one lap, he followed me one lap, and yeah, I mean, it was interesting, but I know that how Pecco is riding Ducati, because last year I followed many laps, many times him.
Yesterday you said that you were riding stiff. Compared to yesterday, how much better do you feel already?
Yeah, today we adapt a bit. Also the position again, we were playing on the handlebar positions, and step by step I feel better. I start to play better with the body, and yeah, every time I feel still I'm stiff on the bike. Still I'm not me. It's not like I'm riding very smooth with a very long, or I cannot do a tight lines. I'm very long lines and white lines, and yeah, let's see if tomorrow we can improve a bit, and it will be important also to understand a bit more, to take the profit of that new tires in the time attack.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Thanks to Mark, and thanks to Jack Gorst for all his hard work out in Sepang. We'll hear from him again tomorrow. Whatever we're paying Simon Crafar, it's not enough, because his observations of what he thought was happening with Marc Marquez, Mark pretty much repeated that word for word, didn't he, in that interview at the end of the show. One more day of testing still to go in Malaysia before the riders have a well-earned week and a half off before testing resumes in Qatar in a couple of weeks' time. Myself and Elliot York will be back with you tomorrow to go over the final day of the Sepang test. Join us at 10:30 Central European time. That's 5:30 local time out in Sepang for an hour and a half of analysis. 3 hours before that, you can of course see Jack Gorst and Simon Crafar with their midday report live on MotoGP's social media channels. Join us 5:30 local time in Malaysia for the final after the flag of this Sepang test. Myself and Elliot will see you tomorrow.
Nice to hear from the complete After the Flag programme as well. Just what we wanted to see. Well, what an interesting first hour and 33 minutes we've had. Well, 40 actually, haven't we, since we've been on. Few riders still out there on the track right now. But boy, oh boy, did anybody expect what we've just seen from Pecco Bagnaia. A 1:56.682. He is the fastest. Ducati top the top 4 places. Inside the top 7, they have 6 of their 8 bikes. Seriously impressive stuff right now from them. Let's do a quick run through for those listening on radio coverage. Bagnaia is the fastest, 1:56.682. Then it's Martin, Bastianini, Alex Marquez and Aleix Espargaro in the top 5. Marc Marquez is 6th, followed by Di Giannantonio, Pedro Acosta in 8th place, me at 9th, and Brad Binder rounds out the top 10. Okay, so next up here on JB Motorsports, we're going to continue with the live timing, but we're going to send it back in time to the 4th round of the 2023 MotoGP season. If you've been joining us throughout this test, you know we play the radio commentary from the watch-alongs we've done throughout the year. So, hang on, Jose asking, I don't know the best time interval for fastest up already. Yesterday, what was the time? What was the best time? Well, I can tell you that actually, if I just because I have them on my phone here. So I got them all set up yesterday in the session. It was a 1:57.134 for Enea Bastianini. On day 1, Jorge Martin's time was a 1:57.951. So already with the 1:56.6, miles ahead. Miles and miles ahead. So right now here on JB Motorsports, we are going to go to the 4th round of the championship. Bear in mind, this is the sprint and the Grand Prix from Spain, and there was some red flags in both races. So until we get ready, let's pass over. Live timing will continue, and we'll now have audio commentary from the watch-along coverage of the 2023 Spanish Grand Prix weekend. It is MotoGP back in Europe for the first time since the start of the season. A 12-lap sprint to decide the grid. As well, here we are then. The starting grid for this race, Aleix Espargaro along with Miller and Martin on the front row. Then we get Binder. He then is ahead on the grid as well of Bagnaia and Pedrosa, Oliveira, Zarco, Marini, Vinales, the top 10. Nakagami, Alex Marquez, Bezzecchi, Morbidelli, Di Antonio, Quadraro, Fernandez, Rins, Bradl, Mir, and Fernandez at the back of the field. Further down, we'll get Lucanoa, Folger, and Bastianini, who's not starting on this grid at the moment. So go over to BT, and we're back in a second.
Canter, really, when we were in the circuit of the Americas, just shy of 33 miles of this beautiful ribbon of tarmac in Andalusia in southern Spain, and pretty much a packed Jerez ready as they head off on their final warm-up lap. Aleix Espargaro starts from pole position, Neil. He was fastest in the after day one yesterday. He was fifth fastest in the morning yesterday. He was quick again, third quickest in the free practice session earlier today. So by my reckoning, it's Aleix Espargaro's race to lose, isn't it here?
I think you've teed me up here, Gav. Well, yeah, it's his race to lose, but I don't know, his win rate has not been that impressive throughout his Grand Prix career. In fact, Gav, he's done 304 GP races and he's only won one. I mean, he's done 3 sprint races, obviously he's not won any of them. So, look, he's not a winning machine, but he's not going to get a better opportunity than this. He's been fast all weekend.
He's not going to get a better opportunity than this at all, as we are on the formation lap. Not hearing much from the track action. There we go, in our ears as well, up here in the comms box. Pol Espargaro, Vamos brother. No, that's to Aleix as well, who starts on pole position. Still no Pol Espargaro for a few races yet after his nasty accident at the start of the season. Let's see if I can get this green screen figured out before the lights go out. It's because I keep saying as well, it all keeps changing the background, so the chroma key keeps on failing due to it, but all it takes is a little bit of smoothness, similarities, as you can see in the background. Oh, there we go, 480. So doesn't take too much to fix it as well. Into the last corner then, comically named as well. The last corner here is the Curva Lorenzo, turn number 13 on this track. There's only 12 laps ahead of us though for the MotoGP sprint race as well. In commentary box B, thanks to Formula One having their sprint race. But their warm-up lap is in for another 25 minutes. Let's see how long it takes MotoGP to sprint into action. Field lined up on the grid then. It is round 4 of the 2023 MotoGP season. It's time for the 7th race of the year, our 3rd sprint race. It's all eyes to the lights with a green flag at the back. The red lights are on and the MotoGP sprint is under starters' orders. Lights out, race on. It's a high side start as well from Jack Miller, but he's going to have the lead in towards turn number 1. Aleix Espargaro has been dropped out again for the first corner. Binder makes it a KTM 1-2. What about Pedrosa? He's still on the inside. Pedrosa's down to 7th position. Up goes Martin and Pedrosa as well. Into turn number 3. The downhill bar of the track. Binder almost loses it. The rear of the car. Oh, there's a multi-rider crash in the middle of the track. This will bring out a red flag for sure. 3 Morbidelli's crashed out. Alex Marquez has crashed out. Acosta Fernandez, Aki Lucanoa all crashed out. And that's we had looks like hopefully everyone's okay. Few of them injured as well. I think Bezzecchi, our championship leader. Fernandez crashed out. Morbidelli's out. But that was our championship leader, Marco Bezzecchi, who got hit by the bike as well mid turn 3. I would not be surprised if the red flag came out to stop the race. Well, Fernandez too crashed out. Rider okay as we see Bagnaia battling for 3rd position with Aleix Espargaro. He goes through. Miller leads. Binder 2nd. Bagnaia 3rd. Still no sign. Red flag. Red flag. So yeah, we knew that was going to happen, didn't we? No jump starts, but we get a red flag on the busiest day of the year. We knew something was going to happen to spoil it. The red flag has come out. The sprint race has been red flagged. Arms go up. So Alex Marquez, Franco Morbidelli, Marco Bezzecchi, and Augusto Fernandez all taken out. Fernandez has got going again, but we've got a bike on fire. Race red flagged due to crash in turn 2. All of the riders seem to be out of position. It was Marquez, Fernandez, Bezzecchi and Morbidelli, the riders involved, and that has understandably had to bring out the red flag as well, and all the riders now coming to the pit lane. Bezzecchi climbing over the barrier, which is great to see. Winded, I suspect, in that accident, but as soon as they went down, let's take another look at it actually from the lights out. It was well, we'll get to do this again then, whether or not I'm here for that or not. We'll have to leave Megan to take over with this one then, but it was a bad start from Malaysia Spargo. Great start from the 2 KTMs moving up on the inside. Pedrosa gets bagged out there by Quartararo. Quartararo is up to 8th position due to all of this, but it'll be original grid start positions, we understand. Now, here's the accident mid-pack. That's Maverick Vinales going wide, and it's going to be Alex Marquez who sweeps off the side as well and takes down Bezzecchi, takes down Morbidelli, takes down Bezzecchi as well. So this all starts, I believe, with Alex Marquez. I'm looking at it now on the monitor. So Marquez, oh no, Morbidelli's on the inside. He pinches the side of Marquez, and then Zarco just about gets away with it, but then all hell breaks loose behind him. And it is just chaos, and the red flag is out then, race suspended, and Bezzecchi got hit twice, and he got hit by a bike as well, coming at him full speed. So, well, the bike of Bezzecchi has been retrieved from the gravel trap. Less than 3 laps have been completed. It will be a total restart procedure when we get going again. If that will be within the next 20 minutes, I'm not sure, but it looks like Megan Birch is going to call her first start in MotoGP, because I've got to go to the Formula 1 race, and it's a total restart procedure. Less than 3 laps, and crucially less than 1 lap has been completed, which means we will do this all over again, folks. We'll have a whole new start procedure. It'll be a quick restart procedure as well. Everything's clear, so effectively we should be able to get going in the next 5 minutes with a quick restart procedure. It will be Aleix Espargaro back on pole position. Miller will be second. Race red flagged due to safety conditions. Original grid positions. Race to be restarted for 11 laps because they can't refuel the bikes. So it will be an 11-lap sprint race coming up for you soon. Bezzecchi, and that's crucial because everyone's got a second bike, so that is everybody who crashed out can get back in again. It keeps saying Augusto Fernandez has crashed out, but he's back in the pit lane. So this will be a total restart and a good restart for everyone who crashed out. So Bezzecchi will get going. He's already back in the pit lane. That was quite quick from turn forward. So it's just it's the same outer road loop, so it shouldn't take too long. Fernandez got crashed out. He's now going to start in 21st position. Alex Marquez is going to start, and the worst effect, pit lane will open at 13 minutes past the hour. So at least and that'll be a quick restart procedure as well. So at least I will be able to commentate on some things today for MotoGP, but I will not be here for the end. Megan's going to have to take over as we get the confirmation. Pit lane will open at 15:13 for all of the action. So, red flag for the first time this year in a race, and it comes in a sprint. And race director Mike Webb has said, to be eligible for the restart, a rider must enter the pit lane within 5 minutes without having taken any shortcuts. So that cuts out Bezzecchi. So everyone who crashed out just a few minutes ago, who haven't gone back to the pit lane under their own speed, will not take the restart. So, yeah, that's Bezzecchi, the championship leader, out. This is going to be great news for Bagnaia because he's going to be right at the front. In 6th position. The worst affected, I was saying, for this, we've got the restart, is Fabio Quartararo. He made his way from 16th to 8th by the 3rd corner, so he's going to have to start right back again in 16th position. And those soft tyres have already done 1 start, front and back. Are they going to be able to do it again? I'm not too sure. Let's go over to BT Sport and get all of the latest information as well.
Yeah, is he the only one then? I don't know about Alex Marquez, for example, because he's had a great race pace all weekend.
Yeah, we haven't seen yet, have we? Either Marquez. Morbidelli definitely was on the scooter coming back, as was Bezzecchi. I thought Quartararo made an excellent start.
He did. He was really aggressive. Good start. Really aggressive into turn 1. Made up a lot of places. Like I said, the man it's really worked out for is Danny Pedrosa. He's had a practice. He's got that out of his system now. He knows now what to do with his start. And the fact that he's starting from the second run, you saw the other KTMs went away. It was always going to be the hardest part for him, I think, Danny.
I wonder if Alex Marquez did get back. seems to be getting himself ready to go.
Looks like it, yeah.
I mean, there's every possibility. I mean, he was collided from the side, bike just dropped down, so he should be okay. Tony Congram there from IRTA, just giving some information to Lucio Cecchinello. Matteo Flamini, unfortunately, his rider won't be heading out for the 11 lap sprint. Yeah, looks like Alex Marquez rode his bike back under his own steam, so that's good news for Alex, and he looks okay.
Yeah,
hopefully.
And like I said, got really good race pace, so he'll be pleased about that. One man to watch out for, we haven't mentioned him yet, is Miguel Oliveira. He's qualified on the 3rd row of the grid, really fast this weekend. He's on the Aprilia. It's working well for him around this track. If you remember, in round 1 in Portugal, his home race, he was incredibly fast. Obviously, very unlucky to get taken out in the race with that big crash with Marc Marquez. But he's back to full fitness now. We're talking to Wilco Zeelenberg, his team manager, yesterday, and he said he's an absolute pleasure to work with, which I don't think is any surprise, really.
So the reason it's now 11 laps is because you have that extra warm-up lap. They fuel the bike as if it were the race restart, but you get the 1 lap less, which is that extra sighting lap that we're talking about. Pit lane will open for 1 minute. In 3 minutes' time, they'll all head out onto the grid. One mechanic will be able to wait with them, check everything is okay. Another warm-up lap, and away we go. From what you saw, the launch there, what is it with the KTMs? The way they sat down, it's like they almost wheelie, but then have this amazing torque, this drive.
Do you know what it is? It's almost like a drag bike. It's almost like they don't feed the clutch out, they just drop it, and it's like they let the electronics control it, really. There is a bit of a gap there. Morbidelli's gone for a gap.
Yeah.
There was a gap there. I'll give him that.
Yeah. And Marquez was coming back to the normal line because you've got to open up turn 3, haven't you?
And Fernandez did the full sympathy crash. He hit nothing. He just grabbed the brake. If you watch Fernandez later, further back, yeah.
And you see Quartararo's great start on the inside. He's done so well.
Morbidelli's
a bit high up on the curb as well, isn't he, on the white line in there? And that could have all contributed. But there was just he was going into a dead end eventually.
Yeah. Actually, what it looked like with Fernandez, I think it might have been Bradle chopped the throttle in front of him and he just clipped his back wheel and down he went.
Oh, we're on board here with
Maverick Vinales. This will be interesting because he was right in that mix where the crash happened.
Okay, not a great start.
Right, so keep your eye on Morbidelli, who's on the inside there on the Yamaha. Watch him, he's going to dive to the inside, he's going to cut across. Watch Morbidelli, cut across. Oh, we're going to lose it now.
Maverick was hung out in turn 2, wasn't he? He was going to lose another few positions, so he'll be thankful of the race restart. I still can't get over those KTMs the way they started.
Yeah, so do you know what I mean? It's almost like, you know, normally on the start, you find the biting point, the lights go out, you release it, but then you have to feed it. There's a feeding period process. It's almost like the KTMs just hold the throttle full, obviously then that gives them a certain amount of RPM, and then they just dump it, literally dump the throttle. That's what it sort of looks like. Whatever system they've got going, it's clearly an advantage. We saw it obviously in Argentina, Gav, in the sprint race.
Was it Marini's bike that was on that went pop earlier this weekend?
No, it was Bez's.
If that bike's on fire and it's been sat on its side running for a little bit, there's every chance that already he's 2 engines down,
yeah,
isn't
possibly. Bez is getting ready.
Surely he can't. They're going to send him out here, but...
Well...
Yeah, I mean, but Mike Webber's already said you've got to come back under your own steam.
Well, so there was a message on the screen explaining what the rules are, saying you've got to get back.
Well, I think they must be told by a IRTA representative very soon indeed. We'll see. We'll see now.
We saw that on the screen, but Michael Laverty said if they're going to declare it a full restart, which I don't think they are because they're saying it's 11 laps, but anyway, but if they're saying it's a full restart, then you are allowed to, obviously, it's like a complete new race. Put it this way.
All riders eligible for the restart.
Right. Well, I'm glad, to be honest, but it doesn't make any sense with the message we got on the screen. Confused at home, we are equally confused here in the commentary box. But I am pleased that all the riders are getting another opportunity to entertain us.
I wonder if Morbidelli will be.
So the pit lane is open, and we've had the message from race control that all riders are in fact eligible to take the restart procedure, which is great news because we were actually worried that they wouldn't be able to take the restart up. But thankfully they are, and it's a total grid transformation as well in terms of who's racing where. The pit lane has now closed, and it will be a short restart procedure. So here's the plan. I'll commentate on the opening laps of the race. Megan will come in and take over commentating the Grand Prix. Here's your starting grid. Alicia Spargo on pole position, Jack Miller second, and Jorge Martin goes in third. Brad Binder is fourth, Francesco Bagnaia fifth, Danny Pedrosa sixth, Miguel Oliveira seventh, Johan Zarco eighth, Luca Marini ninth, Vinales 10th, Nakagami 11th, and Alex Marquez goes into 12th position. Bezzecchi is 13th, Morbidelli 14th, Di Giannantonio 15th, Quadraro has to do all that work again in 16th, 17th for Fernandez, and Rins 18th, Bradon 19th, Mir in 20th, and Augusto Fernandez 21st, Jonas Folger is 22nd, Ike Lucanoa 23rd, and Ea Bastianini is not taking part in this sprint race. He has been pulled out as well on medical grounds as well. So we're coming up then. This is the sighting lap. Now, if you're unsure what a restart procedure is, they get 60 seconds to leave the pit lane. They'll come to the grid. They'll have around about stationary for around about a minute, and then 30 seconds there, bang, off we go on the warm-up lap, and then we will go again. So I'll commentate on, I think, around about 3 laps of this race, and then Megan will take over as well in the commentary while I go and do Formula One. So that grace period we had to get both races underway at the same time, yeah, gone. Meaning that the gentleman's agreement has been broken between MotoGP and Formula One as well. It's the whole reason Formula One started their race half an hour later as well, to avoid this clash. They're not going to change it now because the red flag happened when the pit lane procedure opened. Either way, they're on the grid again. Now, they've had a warm-up lap. Ideally, they could just do the lights again and get going, but that's not the way this rolls. We'll have to wait and go again on the warm-up lap here at Jerez. So now the riders circulate on the track for their next warm-up lap, and that is indeed Fabio Quartararo, who has got away last on the field. He starts 16th, but he wants to practice his start again, doesn't he? We knew he was having a few issues, but he wanted to double-check the start, and he's done so now. I just hope that Megan can commentate on the race as clearly as I can. That's what, honestly, what a worry that I'm having right now up here in the commentary box is leaving Megan in sole control of the race. But it worked earlier in qualifying, so we'll be fine here. I just hope she understands the race as quickly, because she's not watching it. She's covering the F1 at the moment, making sure everything's okay. So I'll be here for like 9 minutes. That might be about 5 laps maximum before I have to disappear and take on with Formula One. And the longer this warm-up lap takes, the longer it's going to. But they're all out there now circulating. Good that we're going to have a total restart, though. We only lose 1 lap. Let's just hope it doesn't happen again. Red flags tend to breed red flags at this track. It's the first Spanish Grand Prix I can remember being stopped since wet weather in 2012 in the Moto2 category as well. They had to stop it. I don't think we've had a red flagged race since. The championship standings we already went through. Bezzecchi on 64 points. Bagnaia 6 points back on 58. He stands the best chance of getting back into contention after falling off at the Circuit of the Americas. So, oh, and it's nearly happened again. Look at that. That's Alicia Spargo, who is our pole sitter. He got wiped out on the course to the grid. So everyone's a bit nervous. Everyone's a bit on the level of what's going to happen next. So they all form up for a second go at the sprint race. We're down to 11 laps in total. The first race is declared null and void. All riders eligible for the restart. Miguel Oliveira lining up along as Johan Zarco last in. First out then, green flag in the back. The sprint race for Moto2. Take 2 is under starters' orders. Lights out, and again it's a bad start from Alicia Spargo. This time he comes across Jack Miller, and round the outside comes Binder. Binder takes the lead into turn 1 with a lovely sweep around. Danny Pedrosa's going to make it a KTM 1-2-3, but gets forced out wide. On the inside comes Jorge Martin to protect 3rd position, and actually Bagnaia's up to 4th. Now this is the tricky cut back through turn 2 and 3. Are they all going to get through cleanly this time? Answer yes. As now Martin in third, he's got Bagnaia just alongside him. Can Pecco get anything through? No, the two KTMs making a battle at the front of the field. Binder leads, Miller second, Martin is in third, Bagnaia in fourth position as well. Zarco up into sixth, passing Miguel Oliveira back in the background of the picture as well. So now as we head down towards turn 6, the dry sack corner, late on the brakes as well, trail brake in the back, swoop back through, the helicopter goes over the top. This is where Schumacher and Villeneuve had their accident, and more recently in MotoGP, Pedrosa, Lorenzo and Dovizioso having their crash back in 2018. No one going for an error through that part of the track then. So Binder leads with Miller second. The KTMs keep their advantage at the front of the field. A little bit of a twitch there for Martin, who takes second away. That Ducati forcing his way to the front of the field. Miller can't do anything. Martin stays in a second position. Bagnaia's been forced back a little bit actually. He's falling into the clutches of Aleix Espargaro for the second time. Had a bad getaway. Zarco is under pressure. Zarco's getting on the inside line. Zarco's been forced back. Zarco's got wide in the exit the last two corners, and now Bradl's dropped right back as well. The timing screen changing very, very quickly here as they come back through. And now completing lap number 1 of the MotoGP sprint. Up to turn 1 we go again. Binder leads from Martin. And again, Zarco under pressure from Viñales through turn 1. Viñales still P10 and holding P10. And there's Bezzecchi, Nakagami and Fabio Quartararo. Well, Fabio Quartararo, unfortunately, has not made the demon getaway he did on start number 1. He's only up, Quartararo's up 2 places from where he started. Morbidelli is down 2 places, so they've effectively swapped over on the overall board. And they now turn 5 down towards dry sack, a very tight hairpin as well. Are we going to see any late breaks as well? This is from Miller on the KTM, trail breaking in, almost hits the side of Martin. Martin gets forced wide. Bagnaia trying to cut back on the inside line. He's not going to do anything for a cookie there, so he'll have to wait another lap. Miller retakes second position, KTM 1-2. Martin trying to come back on the inside line. Can't do it at turn 7 and 8. Now, what's happening further back? Because it's still closing up. Oh, hello a minute. Miller's made an error coming out of turn 9 and into turn 10. Martin's going to slip back through on the inside line at the right-hander and slip through on the inside. Thank you very much. And now is Miller going to fall into the clutches of Bagnaia? Nope. Miller immediately repasses. Martin comes back in through turn 9 and 10. Bagnaia's on the back of this little battle as well. Binder's now ahead by half a second as well. So the battle for second is hotting up between these two, and they're not getting any difference between them. Bagnaia sends it up the inside into Lorenzo at turn 13, and he's got the move finally on the inside. That's a good, smart move as Quartararo's dropped back down to 14th position, but Morbidelli dropped down to 18th position. Oliveira's been given already a track limits warning. 1:38.202 for Binder. He's got the fastest up of the race so far as well as they come through on the lap. As they get on the inside line, there's Aleix Espargaro making a move on Miguel Oliveira, who nearly takes off his front wheel as well. Marini's been given a track limits warning as well. Aleix up into 5th position, Oliveira down into 6th position as well. As they come through and smoothly controlling each other as they come through. Danny Pedrosa with the fastest lap of the race then as well. That is a 1:37.927 as they come through. Oliveira now with the track limits warning on the braking zone. There's the 88 of Miguel Oliveira on the inside line of the braking zone. Oh, and Binder, who's leading the race, goes a bit deep into turn 6. And Miller trying to go through on the outside. Not going to work there. 9 to go. So we've done 3. It's 2:22. I'm going to be leaving in a few moments, and Megan Birch is going to be taking my place up here in the commentary box position. Ready to go. Alex Marquez is in 9th position as well. Just changing between the two of them, and the race lead going to change again. Can Binder get on the back of... Can Binder get on the back of Miller? Binder leads, Miller second. Then we've got Bagnaia, Martin, Aleix Espargaro, Oliveira, Pedrosa up into 6th position as a wild card entry as well. Then we get Zarco, Alex Marquez, Viñales, Marini, Nakagami, Bezzecchi. Then we get Quartararo coming in as well. Megan, bring about it. Megan is on the inside. Binder makes the move, has to go defensive. Miller takes the lead. Miller takes the lead on the inside line. Great job. And now Bagnaia is in 3rd position, ready to capitalise. Bring about it, Megan.
Never before have I heard Joshua talk so quickly, but it sounds like he's doing horse racing. Right, so 8 laps to go on this sprint race, and I am going on the stupidity of the thing. Oh, and I'm wearing green, I've just remembered that. Alex Marquez has fallen to the back of the grid. He's crashed out. Rider okay, yellow in sector 1. How did that happen? Are we going to get a replay, or are we just going to be stuck in the darkness again? I feel like we're going to be stuck in the darkness right now. We're on board with Marco Gresini at the bottom of the screen, teetering quite a lot around there. Let's hope he doesn't fall too. Quartararo just got passed by D'Antonio, and it looks like Alex Marquez is trying to get back underway, though I'm not sure he can. Here's a replay of what happened. We're on board with Vinales right now, and he just drops it round the corner, and I think that's his father there. Nakagami's falling right down to the back, right down the grid. He is crashed out with sectors 1, 3 and 4 yellow flags, so I'm guessing he crashed out there. Rider okay. Please tell me we're going to get a replay of that. How many have we lost so far? That is a lot of crashes, apparently. So, turn 9 crashed at Nakagami. And are we going to get a replay? I don't know, but we're on board with someone right now. I don't know who. I think it is Bagnaia. So, no other droppers, looks like. Vinales track limits warning. Are we going to get a replay what happened to Nakagami, or just going to be left in the dark? Apparently we're going to be left in the dark, though. There's like, oh no, here's a replay. We're on board with Vinales again. Oh, he's a curse today. Right, so, oh, he just drops it as well. I swear, Zarco and Marini better watch out, because apparently Vinales is a curse today. I mean, he's even got a track limits warning. Everyone who's around him is just like, either track limits warning or crashing. That was very close here going around this corner. Miller, track limits warning. Just saw it look like Bagnaia was almost ramming into Binda just then when he was putting his leg out. I thought he was going to absolutely kick him off the bike. 7 laps to go. That all happened in 1 lap. Kind of scary. Pedrosa has a track limits warning, and it's kind of gone silent now. Fernandez passes Mir. Had to remember who was next to him then. Marini track limits warning. 7 laps to go still, and it's for coming up to the end of this lap, meaning there are 6 laps to go now. Right. Okay, no one's dropping now, thank goodness, and I don't have to talk like doing horse racing. Oh, and I see Lupino has actually got a hard on his front wheel. That's good. I agree with that. Though, doesn't seem to be getting them very good. That might be due to position though. Right, so I think that is the 2 Moonies. I can't remember the specific name of the Boss's company, Boss's team. They seem to be battling it out for 10th position, and it doesn't look like Marini's wanting to give that up too well. Miller is still leading the pack. Bezzecchi manages to pass Marini. Don't know how he managed to do that. I think we're on board with him now. Right. So, a lot of people are track limits warnings. Oh! Alessio Spargro's dropping down the field. He has crashed out, it appears. Oh! That was quite a hefty whack. Literally, it's like he spun out and then it's like his bike decided, do you know what, I'm going to do some cartwheels. He appears to be okay though. That was live, I saw that straight away. Obviously rider okay, go yellow back out in sectors 3 and 4. It's always sector 9. I mean not sector 9, turn 9, sector 3 and 4. It's always there. This is turn 1. 5 laps to go now, and it feels like we're losing someone every single lap. And that is not a happy man right there. Here's a replay of what happened. And yeah, he just loses it, and then his bike decided it wanted to go do some cartwheels, be a gymnast. Fortunately, he did not take him with it. Right, so I'm just going to see who has track limits warning out of top 10. Let's count. Miller, Bagnaia, Oliveira, Pedrosa, Vinales, Marini. That's 6. 6 out of the top 10. Only 4 of them have not got track limits warning. That's a big problem. Tomorrow it's going to definitely be an exciting race for Joshua to commentate on. I can definitely say that. Hold on, I'm just going to fetch my phone. Right, so no one's crashing now. Good. Don't crash. Never thought I'd say that before. So apparently I'm not wanting anyone else to crash because honestly it just seems to get progressively worse. Luca Noah track limits warning. It's Luca Noah. 19th, he's managed to get past Folger. Couldn't see who behind him then. Right, so 4 laps to go now of this session. And it's... How's this week going? Okay? Yes, Dad's just told me it's a race. Like, I know it's a race, so I call it such. I don't like sprint races. Just pointing that out. See, it takes so much excitement. It's only not happened once. For me, sprint races are kind of on provisional. So, I'm not completely fond of them. They are exciting, though. I must admit that. Fernandez, Augusta Fernandez. Is it Augusta? I don't know how to say his name. Dad's speaking, though I can't hear him because I've got my headphones on. I've got bikes screaming at me. Mears crashed out. Rider okay, it appears. I say don't crash out, you crash out. See? 1 every single lap. Hi. Hi. He's got his water. Yellow sector 3. BR46, is that Rossi's team? No, Rossi's team now. Mears rejoined the race now. The yellow has gone in from sector 3 and Mears' bike seems to be okay. Here's a replay of what happened to him. He's going round one of the corners at sector 3 and then just loses it. So he stayed with the bike. Kinda. He kinda stayed with the bike, kinda didn't. He managed to stay with it for about 2 seconds. I need a drink. 3 laps to go now of the sprint race. Morbidelli passes Fernandez. Right. Hey, I just realised something. Fernandez has the Granoa behind him, who's number 27, and then he has Morbidelli in front of him, who has Bradle in front of him, and their numbers add together to make 27. My friend Hallie says when it comes to numbers, I don't think normally. Quattararo has a track limits warning. I really don't. She has a point. Right, so 3 laps to go of this sprint race now. Miller is still in the lead of the race with Binder in second and Bagnaia in third. Martin is trying his best to get into third position, though he just can't quite get there so far. He's 2 tenths down, it appears, and it doesn't look like he's going to be passing him anytime soon. Morbidelli has a track limits warning. How many? How many? What? No, there's a lot more than one who hasn't got a track limits warning. I wish you could see it on the little thing. There should be a thing for that. So, as far as I can count... Oh, looks like Binder's trying to take the lead of the race. He's going for it. Can he pass Miller going round this corner with 2 laps to go? And he can! Can he hold it though when going round this next corner? Yes, he seems to be building quite a nice little gap between them though. Ooh! It looks like Miller's about to try and take the hold of the race. So I don't think he can make it. He's just got beaten out by Binder. He hasn't been able to get there, unfortunately. 2 laps to go of the sprint race left, and let's count from like at the top 15 now. Who has track limits warnings and who does not? Miller, Bagnaia, Oliveira, Pedrosa, Vinales, Marini, Quartararo, Radl. 15. 8. There's a thing called behaving. I don't think they realise what that is anymore. They didn't behave enough so that they didn't have a red flag. We're on the last lap of the sprint race now, and please no more crashes. If there's another red flag, I think Joshua might cry. So, looks like Binder has managed to make quite a good, gap between him and Miller, with almost 4/10 of a second between them. So, Miller has, due to this, Bagnaia has passed Miller and Vinales has passed Zarco. So, could this mean that Miller is falling behind? Because he got way too close to him. Could he be falling behind at all? I wonder. Let's look. He does appear to be kind of slower, because it appears like Martin's catching up to him quite quickly. I do not like the look of this for Miller. And the battle continues between Zarco and Vinales. Zarco's retaken 7th position. And it's... Okay, for some reason it's gone really quiet. Now it's gone actually noisy. And yet again, Vinales near the line has retaken 7th place. Coming up to the line now, and it's Binder wins the sprint race for the Spanish race of the year. The Spanish sprint race, I don't know how to phrase it. So, that was like 2 laps towards the end he managed to get that. Wow. Oh, and look at the sprint on the Azerbaijan F1. There's a yellow flag out. Joshua ain't having a good day, is he? Can't catch a break. Dad, I can't hear you. His hasn't. Yeah, they still have 1 lap to go. And yet they've got a virtual... Bezzecchi leads the championship. I did not get to see how much he led it by. Ooh, I've just seen the reason why there's a virtual safety car in F1. Here's a replay of Jack Miller. Don't know what this is of. I generally don't know what they are so concerned about. Right, so I'm going to read out the standings as they are. And first place goes to Binder with a very good overtake, I would say, 2 laps before the end of the sprint race. Then in second is Bagnaia, who managed to claw his way up into second from 3rd position from a, let's face it, very, I want to say deflated, because I think he got distracted. Miller, basically, he overtook Miller. I think he got a bit distracted, with probably frustration. So in third place is Miller. I don't know how he managed to fend off Martin. Fourth place Martin. Fifth is Oliveira. Sixth is Pedrosa. Vinales is seventh. Zarco eighth. Bezzecchi ninth, who now leads the championship, it appears, even though he came ninth. Marini is at 10th. 11th is D'Antonio. 12th Quartararo. 13th Rins. Raul Fernandez is 14th. Bradle is 15th. Morbidelli 16th. 17th is Fernandez. Lucanoa is 18th. Folger is 19th. And out of the race is Mir, who would have been in 20th. Spargo, who would have been in 21st. Alex Marquez and Nakagami, who would have been in 22nd and 23rd. Still can't figure out why Nakagami is below Marquez, since Marquez went out first. That seems wrong to me. So, coming up to the podiums now. I'm just going to ask Josh when he wants me to sign off. So, congratulations all around for Brad Binder. Is it Brad Binder? Yeah, I can't remember which brother is in it. Yeah, it is Brad. I thought so. Can never know whether it's his brother who stayed in or not. So, very good day for Brad Binder, it seems. Bagnaia has seemed to have a pretty okay day, coming first, I think. When I left the box earlier on for the qualifying, he was first. I think he finished first. If not, he had a good day then. And now second in the sprint race. Miller was going to be first in the sprint race, and then he just lost it somehow. I don't know what happened to him. He just kind of seemed to lose his edge, something that I've seen Bagnaia do so many times, including last race. Very happy smiles going round the pit lane right now.
The bikes are fired up. We're about to get released at this Circuit Dio Jerez Anglo Nito. Here's your grid then. Alicia Spark on pole position. Jack Miller is second. Jorge Martin is third. Binder fourth. Bagnaia fifth. Pedrosa sixth on his wild card return after his retirement in 2018. Oliveira seventh. Zarco eighth. Marini in ninth. Then Vinales 10th, Nakagami 11th, Marquez is in 12th, Alex minded his home race, Bezzecchi 13th but has a long lap penalty for crashing in the sprint yesterday and causing the red flag, Morbidelli 14th and D'Antonio 15th, Quartararo having to go from 16th, he managed 8th in the sprint yesterday at the start, can he do a better one today as well, Fernandez 17th, Rins 18th, Bradle 19th, Mir 20th, Fernandez 21st, that's Augusto, Folger and Lucanoa in 21st, 22nd and 23rd on the grid. We will not have Enea Bastianini. He has been withdrawn from the weekend as well on medical grounds. Still not fit after his crash at the start of the season. And Tom, they ride up towards turn 1, the Curva Expo 92. And the parade lap begins. So much more dangerous MotoGP than four-wheel sports as well. And it brings in a lot more viewership.
Yeah, well, for us anyway, I mean, not today, unfortunately, just yet. Hello to Dimas in chat. It says, hello, Josh. Do you know Marc Marquez will miss the Spanish Grand Prix 2023 and be replaced by Ike Lacuna?
Yes, Ike Lacuna coming in. He's starting 23rd on the grid as well, unfortunately, as a problem in the sprint. Here's your track temperature. It's getting hot out there as well, let me tell you as well. 33-degree track temperature 28, 8-kilometre wind blowing in from the northwest as well, so there's still a little bit of time to be found. I understand that the Formula 1 session might have ended, actually, as well for Formula 1, but they're still live, so I wonder if there's an issue that Jess can't stop it. I'll better check my Discord while they're on the parade lap. That was good timing. Podium finishes, MotoGP on the parade lap. Big shout out to all the fans in Jerez. Thank you for making the atmosphere trackside simply amazing as well. Now, joining Josh and Jess, I think, are joining the box but not commentating. They just want to watch the race with me and Tom on the call. So it's all going to be fun there. And I think they've ended the stream. Josh, can you just hear me? Does Jess know how to end the stream?
I can do it, actually, Josh.
Oh,
if you give me.
oh no, she's done it. She's done it.
Yeah, it's just ended.
Yeah, she did it. I was just checking in case she couldn't remember the login because I've had to give it, but that's fine. So, everything now on for MotoGP. Fingers crossed. Cheers, Josh. He'll be in the background. And if you want to say anything, by the way, to Jess and Josh, just pipe up. We'll hear you as well. On the grid then, Tom, do you reckon we'll have another red flag like yesterday?
No, hoping that the riders sort of sort that out and, and have a clean getaway.
Here we go.
Turn 1.
Green flag in the back for round 4 of the MotoGP season is under starters' orders. Pull the throttle back, away we go. Good start for once again from Miller from the middle of the front row. Aleix Espargaro keeps getting bad starts into turn 1. Maverick Vinales on the inside. There's going to be contact there. He nerves the back of Alex Marquez. Morbidelli going wide, but it is into turn 1. Miller leading, Binder second. Oh, is that a crash? Yes, it is. It's a crash. It's a big one. It's one of the Yamahas, and it's Fabio Quartararo. A multiple rider crash. Oliveira's down 2, and I think this will be yet another red flag.
That should be. He was sort of strewn across the ground. They're still battling at the front of this pack. It's Miller in the lead, Binder in second. We're still yet to see call for even a safety car. And there's a move for the lead, Josh, around the outside.
Binder takes the lead again. He's got it, and now here comes on the inside Bagnaia. Aleix Espargaro going down. That's very close calls, and they're touching. Bagnaia hitting the side of Aleix, coming through the dry sack corner at turn 6, also called Pedrosa's corner as they come through. Still no sign of the red flag, but the yellows are still out there, and we've got Danny Pedrosa being under pressure from Alex Marquez as well. I think they'll have to throw the red flag. That was a very heavy impact, and I understand that they're still there at turn 1. Yeah. No jump starts, no sign of the red flags at the moment. What do you think about that, Josh? I can hear you want to say something.
I'm also getting reports that Miguel Oliveira has crashed as well.
I thought, red flag. Once again, the race gets stopped. On the opening lap of the race, they had to. Oliveira and Quartararo crashed, so 2 starts in a row here in Jerez has been red flagged. The riders will see it due to the crash. And the Spanish Grand Prix has been red flagged. Look at Jack Miller, he knows it. He'll have to do it all again. Less than 3 laps have been completed, which means we will have a total restart of this race, minus 1 lap. And just like in the sprint yesterday, it's a red flag. But that's a heavy crash, Tom, for Miguel Oliveira and especially Fabio Quartararo, who we saw laying on the track. Medical team is there, and that's a big one. I think it's Oliveira I'm seeing down there, and Fabio. They're both there with medical. And Marco Bezzecchi, again, for the 2nd race running. Bezzecchi involved in that accident as well.
That's frustrating for the championship leader, only by 3 points, of course, to that Ducati of Francesco Bonigna. And I have to say, the medical team's there. They'll sort that out swiftly. I also apologise for my little blunder on lap 1. I said no sign of a safety car yet. Obviously, they don't have safety cars in MotoGP. But anyway, yes, about right that got red flag. There's some barrier damage as well. And climbing
Fabio Quartararo.
His feet. That's good to see. He's a little bit gingerly, but he would be.
Race to be restarted with original grid positions, which is great news. Let me just get my notes to Tom as well. Let's take a look at that start then. So watch Jack Miller. Again, great launch for him. He takes the lead, and then Aleix Espargaro gets bogged down. Once again, that Aprilia making the worst starts into the first corner, and then all hell breaks loose once again. Tom, it's called psychology revision, but it's just so that Megan could print it out. So I've sent it to you. There's the accident.
Thank you. Well, no, he's glad that I've got psychology. You know, I just print off my commentary notes at college. They don't even bother.
Oh! So Quartararo got nerfed by Bezzecchi into the path, and Oliveira got carried with his bike and Quartararo's bike, and they both went straight into the barrier. Watch this. So Bezzecchi touches Quartararo. Quartararo goes down. Oliveira's got nowhere to go, and he just gets tagged in. That is the 2nd big accident of the season for Miguel Oliveira. All riders are conscious is great news, we have been told over the radio. Bezzecchi's back in the pit lane. Well, it's going to take around about 10 minutes to get this race restarted. We'll have a quick restart procedure, which means the pit lane will open for 60 seconds. Riders will go out on the sighting lap, line up on the grid, and get released on their parade lap. And then we will have a normal start. It will be 24 laps, the new distance. We minus the start we already do because they can't refuel the bikes. during the red flag restart. And there you go. Look, that's the confirmation. Look, and it's a total restart. So we will have 25 laps as well, not 24 like we had yesterday. And Oliveira has been stretchered away, we understand, and they're now having to repair the air fence as well. So it is going to be a total restart, Tom. We'll get to this all over again.
And if they can clamber back to the pits, are the drivers that crashed out allowed to use that spare bike that they've got?
If they can get back onto their own power within 5 minutes, they can. So everyone who's returned to the pits can now restart the race. Oliveira, I think, will be kept out on medical grounds. I believe Quartararo will as well. So the champion for 2 seasons ago, Fabio Quartararo, really struggling here. Started 16th on the grid. I said he had a great launch in the sprint race 1, got up from 16th as well. Oliveira has been taken to the medical centre for checkup. As soon as we have any more news, we will get told. But a very nasty accident and a very quick, well, not really quick, but the red flag came out. There he is in the back of the ambulance as well, going to the medical centre. That is all standard. It's all precautionary as well in MotoGP. But considering, Tom, I don't know if you know, he had a big whack and broke his leg. Well, he broke his ankle coming in. 24 laps will be the new distance, so they have confirmed that. Oliveira had an accident back in Portimao, where Marquez charged into him. Same thing's happened here now with Fabio Quartararo.
Yeah, and I know there's been a lot of discussions about perhaps with the sprint race weekend formats, has MotoGP perhaps got a little bit too dangerous? I mean, typically in the normal Grand Prix, you wouldn't expect to see, you know, such multi-car pile-ups on lap 1. But anyway, I think here as well, who will be most frustrated out of this is probably Brad Binder, who went from 4th position into the lead of the race, looked pretty comfortable in the lead of the race, and all of a sudden he's going to have to try and do that all again. And I mean, how many lives can Alex Espargaro get?
Yeah. This will be a 4th start procedure he'll go through in a race weekend that should only have 2. There's Oliveira's bike. Doesn't look too bad, but of course he got pushed in. So let's take a look again. Watch the middle of the pack. There is Fabio Quartararo. He'll get tagged by Bezzecchi. Oh, and he got 2 whacks to the head. Look at Oliveira straight down into the gravel and hits that Tecmo barrier hard. Well, it's the air fence, isn't it? So it's not quite as hard as it usually is. That's the reason for the red flag, I reckon, as well. They've got to get that bike out because it punctured the air fence.
And of course, they've got to repair that section of the air fence as well, which will take a while. At the moment, the circuit staff just getting that bike, which is actually in 2 pieces, out off of the gravel trap down at turn 1.
Confirmed he's confirmed he's in the medical centre, by the way, now. He's arrived at medical centre. Here's the news we've just got. Have you got the live timing? I just sent you the login details. Hopefully you will.
Yes, I do.
Fantastic.
Yes, thank you.
Lovely. So, Jess, are you in the commentary box? We've got a BT camera down there just looking at it. Not sure if Jess is in the commentary box or not. I know Josh is as well.
Yes, Jess is in, but on laptop and having lunch.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll ask her later. That's Fabio Quartararo just getting some treatment. So he's going to be in for a restart. They've deflated the old air fence. The new one's been pumped up behind. It's just basically like a bigger airbed.
Bouncy castle. Yeah, it's a bouncy castle.
Oh yeah, it does look like a bouncy castle, doesn't it? Okay, Josh, just getting your thoughts on that then, from where you are watching that. Is it time to start talking about this track is maybe a bit too dangerous for MotoGP? Because that's 2 starts we've had, first attempts, and 2 big accidents we've had.
Yeah, it really is, but motorbike racing is always dangerous. Any type of motorsport's always dangerous, and that's, I believe, Miguel Oliveira being wheeled into the medical centre as well. But yeah, there's motorbike racing's dangerous, any motorsport's dangerous, but yeah, maybe. Might have to have a look. Here's the race start, Josh.
Yeah, so this is on board. Oh, Quartararo got 1 whack already from, I believe that's Alex Rins. So he got a whack from him. And then here's Bezzecchi, and a sandwich pincer effect coming, Tom, and just goes down. Not nice.
He had nowhere to go, and I mean, you can't even back out of that on a motorbike, really. It's sandwiched in between the 2 of them. They've put a nice little magnification effect on there. I mean, realistically, I'm not really seeing where he was able to go. The car on the outside of the bike on the outside sort of squeezed him in, and then again, while you're turning in on a motorbike, you can't do a sudden stop and back out of it. So I suppose it's just one of those things. But it's taken a while to get these restarted. I don't think we're too far away there.
No, it shouldn't be. The air fence is back in place. They won't bother with the advertising, I don't think. But they've just instant is currently under investigation. Well, that'll be Bezzecchi getting another penalty then. As well. Let's take a look. Jess says, afternoon everyone, and typical red flag. Yeah, we avoided a red flag in Formula 1. MotoGP comes and there's a red flag straight away. As Moid Zone, sorry if I've got that wrong there, says, hello Josh Birch, great work to keep F1 and MotoGP race in update. No worries at all. Pit lane will open at 3:18 for a quick start procedure, so in 5 minutes time, I think I don't know this, and it's just a presumption because I've seen so many of these. I reckon the way Oliveira landed there, it's his shoulder. Because it's a bit like Marc Marquez. I think he's landed directly on his shoulder, and this gravel's bigger than normal gravel. It's the same as one we have in Portimao, and the riders hate it. I reckon if it's anything, it's Oliveira's shoulder. Look at the way he landed on that.
I mean, yes, I'd probably go along with that because the way he's fallen, it's been quite heavy onto that sort of the shoulder region. Then obviously if you're taking a couple of tumbles then into the barrier, yeah, I mean your shoulder would seem the most logical thing. So pit lane opens at 15:18. That is in 5 minutes time. 24 laps to go. And I have to say, and I apologise to the viewers, this is going to be a little bit of a MotoGP newbie comment. Every time I do watch MotoGP or highlights or anything, it always makes me laugh how similar, or how essentially Ducati is pretty much Ferrari.
Yeah, it is insanely Ferrari as well, even down to everything else. I think Ducati's, that's sort of bled through into their factory teams as well. Okay, just getting where we should listen. Oh, and someone's lost their hat. Oh, the nice fans are going to give it back to them now. Let's have a quick word with Gavin, and because Nat Quirk's down in the pits, I think. So
the fact that in the sprint race we had 2 goals at it, most riders will be in a position where they potentially will have only have 1 tyre left, and you're just hoping there's not a restart, because obviously the odds say, oh, it's quite rare that there'll be an incident where there's a restart. Unfortunately, that is the situation. That's what's happening, and the difference is huge when you go out on a brand new slick. Even though the tyres have only done, let's say, 3 laps, they've done a sighting lap, a warm-up lap, and then the first racing lap and an in lap, so that's 4 laps. But then when you go back out, you'll come in, put those tyres, put the bike on the tyre warmers, you go back out, the tyre feels, it takes a lap or 2 to feel, let's say, aggressively grippy. It can feel even ever so slightly greasy for a lap or 2, and that's what Brad Binder said. He actually said in the restart of the sprint race, it took him a couple of laps for his tyres to feel normal again, and once he did, then he went forward. So if you have saved a rear tyre, if you've got a brand new one, you will definitely have an advantage for the first couple of laps of this race.
Yeah, and same for Brad Binder, his front, that was the one, the front tyre just... And we talk about how many times has Silva mentioned us the activation of that front tyre.
He does go on a bit about it,
doesn't he? It pauses a little bit. And I noticed he was talking about the front stability of the harder option tyre.
Where he's got that line from. No, but it's so true. These tyres are difficult to activate, and that's why if a normal person came, like a really fast, let's say a normal BSB rider, was to jump on a MotoGP bike and ride round here, it would take a few laps to get up to a speed where the tyres actually get into the activation window, and before you get them at the right temperatures, they feel awful. They feel like they feel a bit flat, like there's not enough air in them.
You can see at the bottom of your screens, Miguel Oliveira declared unfit and Fabio Quartararo ready to go, but I expect the adrenaline's keeping him going because he did hobble out a little bit from the gravel. It was a nasty collision that we saw on lap 1. Just trying to keep the KTM cool. The leaf blowers in there.
Yeah, it's hot down there. Feels it. You feel it in pit lane.
Yeah, temperatures, it's hovering, isn't it? Around, I mean, we were told at the start of the race 33. Michelin was saying it was over 40. But it's that, because that's such a critical mark here at the racetrack, that 40-degree mark where it just feels, this track surface feels greasy. It is crucial. Luca Marini gets ready to go again. There won't be anyone sat in the 7th spot on the grid, which will be even better for this rider. Maverick Vinales has a big hole in front of him where Miguel Oliveira was.
And it's been his Achilles heel, those the starts and the first lap. And I mean, It's sort of Maverick's luck. The first time he gets a good start and he's incredibly aggressive on the first lap, they throw out the red flag. But he'll gain some confidence from that, will Maverick? I can't believe Maverick's sitting third in the championship. We hadn't realised it, but it just shows if you're consistent. Like, what have his results throughout the season been?
In the sprints, 5th, 7th, 10th and 7th, so he scored in 3 out of 4. And in the racing, 2nd, 12th and 4th. Nobody has scored points in every single event. Not one person has got a clean sweep. He's the closest, having just missed out by 1 place in the sprint in the USA. Yeah, that could stand him in good stead when he really finds his feet. You feel it's coming, don't you, for Maverick Vinales? It could be unlocked here today. I know he's on the 4th row. That hole on the grid in front
will help.
How much does that help?
Oh, so much when there's no one in front of you. What it means is if you get a good jump, that initial bite when you release the clutch, you've got space, which you rarely have in MotoGP. It's crowded. This is one of the narrowest tracks we go to. It's like the complete opposite of somewhere like Silverstone. It's more like a Donington Park width. It's old school. We've been coming here for 37 years. It's an incredible track. Some people have said the MotoGP bikes have outgrown it over the years. And do you know what? Safety has been a little bit of a concern at this track, but they've addressed it throughout winter. They've moved some of the barriers back quite a long way. In fact, they've done a great job. And I'm so pleased to see that. I'd hate to think that we'd ever lose Jerez off the calendar. It's a classic.
Yeah, it is a historic venue. 37 years we've been coming here. Fabio Quartararo hobbles to his bike. He's been coming here since he was, well, before he was a teen even. Remember, he went and won the Spanish Championship, or Junior World Championship, as a 13 and 14-year-old back in the day.
Yeah, it looks stiff.
Yeah, just trying to get a little bit of feel for his bike. Remember, it will be his 2nd bike. He will have new tyres on it. I'm assuming they'll have tyres, spare tyres, to run on that. We've just had our figures come in of the crowd, just shy of 80,000 here. Once upon a time, we'd be talking about 120,000. It could well be there are about 120,000 or more here. It all got a little bit interesting, crowd figures, because of tax reasons. I don't want to get into the... I'm not making accusations or anything, but this is something that people... Yeah. Anyway, probably the less said the better.
Yeah, less said the better. I'm back. Sorry, I got attacked as well by a little spider, and I was made to investigate it. There's reason behind that as well as little nephew. Okay, so back into the action then as well, Tom. Let's see what we can have. Red flag has now officially been rescinded. We are going to have a 24-lap race. How long until we have another red flag?
You'd hope it'd be pretty much free running to the end. I didn't want to bring up the point actually of them talking about that tyre wall, because obviously I know if you'll switch your four-wheel brain on for a moment, obviously that's been a big issue of contention in WEC over the last couple of days. And you know, it's the same for bikes in that if you don't have the tyres under you, you physically can't drive. And as well here with Quartararo, he's going to have to really use that sighting lap quite effectively, because no matter how you set up two bikes, you can set them up completely equally, and it's true for cars as well. There will always be a slight handling difference in between the two of them, whether that be tyres, whether that be just little ways in the manufacturing of those parts. So it will be quite difficult actually. You'd hope that the World Championship riders would be able to get up to speed within a sighting lap, but it can just be slightly unsettling. Not ideal when you're already hurting as well, Josh.
Absolutely. Green flag at the back. This is not for the start of the race. This is going to be another formation lap as we get going. Quartararo was, as you said, Tom, slow away again on that second bike. This is, by the way, the bike he used yesterday in the sprint race. He's moved over now, so it's got a shorter setup as well, and he's had to change over some tyres. We'll see that soon, but we've got our new grid. It's exactly the same as the other one, minus the fact that Miguel Oliveira will now not be racing. He has been withdrawn. The stewards have said that Fabio Quartararo has been given a long lap penalty for irresponsible riding. So the stewards have deemed that it is Fabio Quartararo's fault for that crash and not Marco Bezzecchi. That's a surprise to me. I thought Bezzecchi would get the penalty for that because he's squeezed. So apparently being squeezed is now entitlement to getting a penalty. That, I think, is unfair.
So are they saying that he could have backed out of that?
Yeah, I think so. But it was Bezzecchi hitting him that caused the accident. So, Josh.
Well, yeah,
sorry,
I don't see how he.
Yeah.
Sorry, Josh. I don't see how he could have backed out of that. I thought, I mean, maybe their perspective would be he shouldn't have gone for the gap, which I could go along with. But again, he was really stuck in a cul-de-sac, wasn't he?
Josh, can I get a quick word from you? Because you watch British Superbikes, World Superbikes, you've been to many of these events as well. How is that unusual to give Quartararo the penalty, or is it again inconsistency from the MotoGP stewards?
It's kind of a little bit debatable in my opinion. He could have backed out of it. It's if you're looking to go for the back, for the gap, you can't slam your brakes on because you've got tons of bikes behind you. So maybe he should have just stuck where he was. Lap one of the first couple of corners, maybe not the wisest thing to do.
Don't know if Jess is back in the box yet, or she's just on the laptop as well. Well, I'll wait to get her info as she joins some point throughout the race. Getting ready for the restart then for the Spanish Grand Prix. It is going to be a 24-lap race, -1 of the original distance, and our 4th start of the weekend. Green flag in the back, all eyes to the lights, and when they go out, the 4th round will be go again. Away! Poor start again from Malaysia Spa Grand Prix. It's a poor start as well from Jack Miller. And look at Brad Binder. He's going to take the lead even before turn 1. Brilliant start. Up into 3rd goes Jorge Martin as well. Bagnaya's in a bit of a battle now. He's on the inside. The 2 KTM's wrestling. Are we all going to get through cleanly? Yes. Quartararo's not going to take anyone out this time as Morbidelli nearly dropped it again, just like he did in the sprint yesterday. Congratulations. They're all through the first sector. And it is Binder, Miller, Martin, Aleix Espargaro, Bagnaia, Marini, Pedrosa, the running order at the moment. Oh, and up the inside, sorry, that's Bagnaia passing Aleix. Aleix is slipping down massively, Tom.
Yeah, and I mean, again, it's a disappointing start for the number 41 bike, who's fallen all the way down into 5th position. Brad Binder, he's back exactly where he was. There is the move around the outside. That's the world champion in the Bugatti, Francesco Bagnaia. He's gone down the inside. I think he's got himself up into 3rd, is he not?
He is, so there's no stopping Bagnaia. He's back up into 3rd position. Martin down to 4th. Binder leads as now, look at that. There goes Franco Morbidelli. He's trying to pass Rins and Nakagami on the LCR bikes as well in 12th and 13th. Rins is apparently crashed out. Yes, yellow flag, sector 3 and 4. Rins has crashed at the back of the track, so the race winner in Kota will play no further part, and he's gone down on the opening lap of this restarted Grand Prix. As now, at the inside, Bagnaia's going to try and take Jack Miller. It's not going to work out there. In fact, they nearly took each other down. Rins has rejoined the race, so he's back in.
Bagnaia just fallen a little bit behind that leading pair, and going into turn 1 they go. Still leading is Brad Binder. We've not seen a replay or anything of that crash. There's was someone slow, Josh?
Pedrosa, he's dropped down 3 places, so Zarco's got through on him as well. Marini passed him too, so Danny Pedrosa's not having a great return to MotoGP in his wild card form as they cut back through, and Miller, and yeah, look at that, still can't get ahead. Brilliant start though, I think, as you said, from Binder. Binder's really got used to this circuit. He had the sprint yesterday. He wants the race today.
As Alex Rins has rejoined the race after his crash. Here goes around the outside of the world champion. He's not quite got the legs to make that move on that occasion, as Quartararo has taken his long lap penalty as well, Josh.
Yep, so he's going to have to serve that. Morbidelli, so that's both the Yamahas now, one in the sprint, one in the Grand Prix, being given the long laps. Now Jorge Martin on the Prima Pramac Ducati, the customer team, to the factory reds. Going to go up the inside. Martin takes it. Bagnaia with a leg off the side to get a quick cutback drag through the back of turns 7 and 9 and 10. The Anglo Nito and the Curvo Pulcro, and he goes through. There's a yellow flag. Mia's down. So Johan Mia's crashed out in the background. So that's another one retired. It's just going to be crash a minute, as Megan said the sprint was yesterday. As we come through, lead change. Miller's on the inside, drifting it through. Binder tries the cut back, not working. Jack Miller leads at the end of lap number 2 and starting lap 3. This is great stuff. Again, MotoGP providing all the sorts of excitement.
but he's under pressure now. Here goes Binder back down the inside, not quite able to get through on that occasion. This isn't really working for them. You'd perhaps like to see them, I suppose, working together a little bit to try and drop Francesco Bagnaia if they can.
3/10 at the moment. Go on, Josh, what you got?
Yeah, Joan Mir crashed at turn 9 and is out of the race. Fastest lap by Jack Miller on 138.701.
So still going to be keeping it together then, still pushing in this long Grand Prix we've got ahead of us. It's only lap 3. It should have been over by now, but the red flag's pushed us back. Binder wants his lead back though from Jack Attack Miller up the inside of turn 6 at Drysack. No, they're not going to make contact there. Bezzecchi passes Morbidelli, 14th and 15th place at the moment, so they're not having any luck, and now the entire field just having to cool it down and wait to see what happens as they're all on medium front, medium rear, bar Fabio Quartararo has chosen to go for a hard front tyre, which is very unusual at this track. So he's not. So that probably explains why he's up to 11th, but has that long lap penalty. He's looking for pace later on in the race, as we see Martin closing in on the back of Bagnaia for 3rd.
Not quite able to find a move just yet, and that leading pair have now pulled out about 6/10 of a second gap. Almost a change for the lead, just tucking back in behind is that 33 bike. And, well, it's a bit of a train. Actually, it's a bit of an overtake for 4th position.
Thought maybe. No, Martin and Lechbaga can't get through it. Nakagami has passed Bezzecchi, however, so Nakagami's up to 12th position as they continue to move around. A bit of debris. There's Alex Rins, so far back in the field. He's still in the previous lap. He's just entered Sector 4. This is what happened to Rins. There he is with the 42. I think he's going to drop the front. Yep, drops the front. Oh, Morbidelli was lucky not to hit him there. And speaking of Morbidelli, he's taken his long lap penalty for causing the crash in the sprint race. So he's completed his long lap penalty. Quartararo hasn't yet. And now the battle at the front is on. As we exit turn 5 in the Cito Ponds, down the straight into Drysack. Bagnaia's going to think about a move on the inside line. No, can't do it. Miller's on the outside and defending it hard. So KTM have come alive for the first time this year. They're actually competitive together. That's exactly what Marc Marquez was looking at when he wants to move with them next year. And HRC losing their race winner this year of Alex Rins. We're down to 20 runners.
Yeah, I mean, it made sense for Rins to come into the pits, didn't it, really? You're not going to do anything from that position. There's no chance of the field really being bunched up at all, so you might as well just save the collateral. As well, you don't know how hurt he actually is once the adrenaline wears off, so it's smart to bring him in. I suspect I would hope get a check-up from the doctor. Here is a move for the lead of the race, Josh.
Binder on the inside into the Lorenzo curve. He's taking him away. Brilliant from Binder. Miller's going to have to try and capitalise at the exit speed and get in the toe. Put your head down to get a little bit extra speed. Quartararo has just gone 2 places down. He's been passed by Antonio. Augusto Fernandez nearly took him as well. That's another mistake from Fabio. It's one of the worst starts to a season I've ever seen the world champion of 2021 do, and he's now completed his long lap penalty as well. So Quartararo's completed that as Vinales passes Pedrosa, and now Miller falling into the clutches of Bagnaia again. So Bagnaia is playing the long game, it looks like, Tom. He knows these 2 KTMs at the front have pace, but they're going to continue racing each other.
I don't really see why they are racing each other, because they're obviously very similar on pace. There's not much in between the two of them. That being said, Binder has sort of gone into the lead, gone ahead, and there is going to be a change of position as Bagnaia goes down the inside and is able to get himself up into second. I don't think Binder was happy about it. He's swallowed up again. 89 goes through.
So Miller was not happy at all. Binder's taking it with the advantage. Binder dives through on the inside of Jack Miller. Then here comes Bagnaia. Bagnaia puts his hand up to apologise to Jack Attack Miller, and Jack was furious with him. That was a dive bomb and a half coming into the braking zone. And let's take another look at it off board. So there's Binder already leading, and that is a very late move from Bagnaia. In fact, did they touch? Yeah, Miller had to sit up. That's a very late lunge there, but they did he did apologise at least, Pecco.
Yeah, we apologised, we did let him back through. So
yeah, that's true.
What's the apology worth?
And he nearly got passed by Martin. So now we've got a race on. And I think Alex Spargo's coming into the mix as well. Vinales isn't too far back either, so MLav is coming into it. Josh, just get a quick word from you. Bagnaia has done this before, though, barging through on the inside of people, and it never ends well for him. Usually he crashes out of the race.
Yeah, not the smartest thing to do. Not this early into the race, only lap 6 of 24, the shortened 24 laps, but hopefully he'll be able to apologise but not letting it back. That's maybe a bit, but yeah, it's a weird one.
Quartararo's been given a second long lap penalty. Not sure why, but he's just been given it. As into the braking zone, side by side, that's Martin on the inside, getting swamped, going way deep is Aleix Espargaro. That's let Marini through, and now he's battling as well with him still on the inside. Oh, and Quartararo did an incorrect long lap penalty, and has got to do it again. Well, Quartararo's having the weekend of the season from hell, Tom.
Yeah, it's not ideal. Do you know, I still don't understand what the KTMs weren't just content on working together here, really, and getting that gap out, because now all of a sudden Bagnaia is looking very racy and very good to start pressurising this lead. Meanwhile, you've got Jack Miller stuck behind Jorge Martin. He is about to get through, I think. There he goes, down the inside. That is the move. Whoa. And that is him back into third position with a slight touch, and actually that has sent that 89 bike
Martin
all the way down the order. He thought he's lost a position or two.
To Aleix Espargaro, yeah. Martin was not happy. He was shaking his head. So Jack Attack Miller can complain to Bagnaia about it, but when he does it, it's perfectly okay. So a lot of rubbing racing going on here in Jerez. As Aleix now in fourth position, goes a little bit wide. The two Prima Pramacs together, Martin and Zarco. Let's take another look at it. So that's a very late lunge. It's fair move, but it's right on the racing line. And look, Jorge Martin's not happy one bit. Shaking his head was crazy. He's going to go back at him now, though. This is Martin on Aleix. Down the back straight around Cito Pons. Into dry sack. Nope, no manoeuvres, nothing. End of, into the braking zone. Can't find anything. And now here comes Luca Marini to rejoin the party. They're all still so close together. We've had 7 of the 24 laps. This is unusual MotoGP. This is actually more like a Moto3 race. They are so tightly wound up together.
And Bagnaia is really, really closing in on the lead of the race. Miller has caught back to the leading pair. And I think Bagnaia's got the pace to win this one. He is looking very, very good on that Ducati, and they are famous for their straight line speed as well, so maybe fancying his chances down that big back straight. That is the long lap penalty area, and that is why the number 20 was not serving it correctly. He went outside of the white lines, didn't rejoin correctly.
And Bagnaia has been told to drop one position. So Bagnaia has been given a penalty for that dive bong. That's Josh's fault. Dive beaten manoeuvre on the inside of Miller. And look, he's looking back, thinking, "Go on then, Jack, go through."
Bong.
Yeah. And he's gone through. Jack passes up into second position. Then Bagnaia down into third position. Dive bomb manoeuvre is what I want. The one that goes boom. Brad says... Go on, Josh.
Shouldn't Miller have to do that as well?
Yeah, he should. So effectively, they're just going to change over in a second. We'll wait for that to come through. Keep an eye on it. Brad says, that was the worst F1 race I've ever seen. I would rather listen to the pit stop boys. Yeah, it was a bit of lackluster, wasn't it? But there'll be some fun ones. Hopefully Miami's not dull next weekend. There's a few closing together. Just realised that... Yeah, sorry, go on, Tom.
Back immediately. He's got the pace over these two guys, I'm sure of it. I'm going to assume he's going to make that move very quickly indeed. Of course, if Jack Miller falls back behind the two of them, because he'll have to let the 89 through as well, which he should do, that would actually drop him back down to 5th position, wouldn't it?
Yeah, so this is going to be an entirely messy situation when they try and figure all this lot out. 70 to go with the Spanish Grand Prix. Binder, Ion, Quartararo has completed his long lap penalty. So that has put that to bed. Where's that dropped him to, though? 16th position. I don't know why that's come up now, considering we're not even at the last corner yet. There we go. Must have done it on the previous lap, and the system's taking time to reload. Cross the line, then. 16 laps to go. As Binder leads by 0.7 of a second to Miller, Bagnaia and Aleix Espargaro. The battle for the last podium position at the moment. And was that someone down or rubbing the curb in my earphones there? Looks like everyone's okay. Bezzecchi's passed Nakagami 11th to 12th as well, so that little drama can relax each other as they run through. Let's take a look. And this on board with Jorge Martin. And this is Bagnaia on the inside. Look how much he has to step up, actually, Jorge. A little bit of a look, and he goes through and says, thank you very much. I'll take the inside line.
I still think it's a little bit of a harsh penalty, you know. There wasn't much contact between the two of them. And I suppose any contact, you've got to concede the position. Meanwhile, by the way, Brad Binder has pulled out 0.8 of a second. That's a pretty sizable gap relative to a MotoGP race.
Did this yesterday in the sprint, doing it again today. Motorsport Broadcasting has just tweeted, half expecting Neil Hodgson to go on an explicit field rant about the MotoGP stewards live on air here. And to be fair, I wouldn't blame him in the slightest. And I can see it's inconsistent penalties for Quartararo. That shouldn't have been a penalty. And it was. Yeah. And I don't think Josh Retcher got to you as well, but he's been given more and more penalties. This is getting ridiculous now. Freddie Spencer, who's head of the penalty commission with the race control and all that lot, it's getting to the point where it's like he's working his own agenda. We're on about it with Michael Masi. Freddie Spencer's worse.
Yeah, my opinion, that Quartararo move was just hard fair racing.
Yeah, I'm surprised about this. Well, Josh in the pits. Tom's up here with me in the comments box. Megan's not here this weekend as she's having her 18th birthday. I know she commentated on the sprint race yesterday, but today is her actual birthday, so she called the end of Formula 1 and then we're back all into the action. Binder, 7/10 ahead. It's Bagnaia. Look at this. He's fighting that Ducati with the front end grip being as bad as it is. One of these two is going to crash, Tom. I think Miller is going to go down and Bagnaia is going to follow him because they're just not looking happy on those bikes. They're struggling to get it straightened up in mid-corner.
Yeah, I still stand by, though, that Bagnaia is looking very fast. There's the dive, and it was a slight bit of a mistake, I think, from Jack Miller. They're still side by side. That being said, I shouldn't speak so soon, and Miller goes back up the inside and is able to hold on to that second position. That was opportunistic from Bagnaia, and Miller gave him the opportunity. In the end, just able to take that wider line, and well, I'd say wider line. I don't imagine it was on purpose, but anyway, he got away with it.
Pushing hard. Miller made the error. Makes sense for the position to get taken. This is getting dramatic stuff as the Brad Binder's family watches on. The South African on course for victory and doing the double after sprint race domination yesterday. Can he win today? It'll be his first Grand Prix win of the season, but his third win of the season. He's won 2 sprints without winning a Grand Prix. So that's how much Brad's had a up and down season. It's only round 4 as well, and I'll take a quick look at the championship actually, because without Bagnaia in that position, it'll put Bagnaia leading by 13 points to Bezzecchi, 82 for Bagnaia, and we've got a medical update report as well, and it's exactly as I said, Tom. Medical update on rider 88. Miguel Oliveira has suffered a dislocated left shoulder, which has now been treated at the medical centre. I told you it would be something with the shoulder, the way he landed. So it was a dislocated shoulder, but it's now been fixed. Painful for Miguel there, so hopefully he's okay. I would expect him to miss the next race as well. That's in 2 weeks, though.
It would take a couple of days to get over that for sure. Well, a couple of weeks, actually, I should say, dislocated shoulders. Not nice. I've never had one, thankfully, but I can imagine the pain of that.
Yeah.
You know, I find it interesting that MotoGP is as such that it's just expected that drivers may miss a part of the season because of a crash that they have in the race. Here is a move, by the way.
This is Jorge Martin battling with the Aprilia of Aleix Espargaro over 4th position. Nothing going on through. This is down the back of the track. Josh, you've got news?
Yeah, next race being the Le Mans Grand Prix, French Grand Prix on the 14th of May.
2 weeks' time, so that's a hard track to race at with a dislocated shoulder. There's so many long sweeping corners through that, so I wouldn't be surprised if Oliveira missed that actually. So up and down the air for the Crypto Data RNF MotoGP team, their first official in MotoGP. As they come back through, 13 laps to go. KTM 1-2 here in Spain. Everyone looking just worried. Go on, Tom.
It was only last week or the week before that there was the 24 hours of the motos at the Le Mans. I forget the Bugatti circus, what we call it, isn't it? Yes, over there. So I mean it's an immensely physical track, that one. So I mean it wouldn't be a surprise after a dislocated shoulder that it might be a bit of a struggle to get back. Meanwhile, Brad Binder is now finding himself under a little bit of pressure from the Australian Jack Miller, who has caught up to him.
Two teammates in together, and Aleix goes wide and slipping through on the inside goes Jorge Martin at turn 6 in the dry sack corner. Lovely little manoeuvre, and again Aleix can't afford making these mistakes. He must keep up with the expectation that Aprilia, after losing their successions, which means that they've got a fast enough bike to A, win races and B, get podiums. They're not allowed to have freebie developments during the season, and now the bike's fast, but they keep making a few errors, and Vinales having a poor weekend in 10th position as well isn't helping these matters. 13 to go, 12 of 24. We're halfway there in the Spanish Grand Prix now that the race got red flagged. It's only taken us a distance of a race to get one done, but still, we'll go over ever so slightly as they swing low, cross the line. Binder leads by a point, 282. Go on, Tom.
I was going to say just the 12 laps to go then, and I have to say my prediction about Bagnaia catching up and starting to pressurise the leaders doesn't seem to have materialised quite a lot. He's going to have to wait for the two KTMs to battle, which they're going to do. We're still probably in that phase of the race where you'd like to see Brad Binder sort of work with his teammate and Jack Miller work with his teammate as well. It's something that's got to work both ways. And try and just alleviate some of the pressure that if they do battle later on in the race, and when they do battle later on into the race, that the pressure that the Ducati is inevitably going to put onto them.
Down into turn 6, that dry sag. Pedrosa as well, he's entering his corner. He's in 8th position. Can we just point out as well, Josh, I'll bring you in for this. Danny Pedrosa hasn't ridden full time since 2018. And he's back this weekend as a wild card. He's on the back of these leaders. He's right behind Luca Marini, so he's there. And this is amazing work. I know he's a world champion, but Pedrosa's epic this weekend.
Yeah, he really, really is. But, here's a replay of Aleix Espargaro going wide at one of the corners there.
Turn 6.
Turn 6, yeah. But, good from Danny Pedrosa, and hopefully he can progress even further as Bagnaia is looking for second.
Thanks, Josh. Get more info from you soon as we come through. As up towards the gap now, 0.355 of a second, Binder to Miller, and you just got a feeling here that there's something brewing. There's some form of end of race spectacular that's going to happen. A lot of fun, this one. A lot of fun. It's the tension. It's just like Azerbaijan.
Except obviously nothing ended up rumour with
sure.
the KTMs, by the way. I was going to say that they haven't actually bunched up as much as I expected, and you still Ducati just looking a little bit imposing. It hasn't got much pressure from behind. It's 7 tenths to the 4th place rider. So really, this is a 3-horse race for the win of the race.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if any of them win it, actually. I would really like it if Pedrosa got a win, though. If he managed to get through on the field, that would be quite nice. Danny Pedrosa yeah, go on, Josh.
Are you ready for this? The FIA stewards have summoned the FIA representatives responsible for pit entry. This is relating to the incident between the photographers blocking Ocon in the pit. So the FIA have...
Called the FIA. We'll have all that in the Grand Prix review tomorrow as well. Or maybe some point this week with all the investigations that get caught up. Moto 2, by the way, and Moto 3 coming your way on Tuesday with the full race highlights. So we played the full race basically and commentate over it. That's going to be fun. I haven't had time though to watch those races yet, so because I was doing Formula 1, that's going to be a lot of fun. Miller again, Tom, just twitching as well. The KTM struggling, as you said, to get pace, and Bagnaia has now put a second out to Martin and Zarco. So yeah, 3-way fight as we go audio up. Are you expecting Bagnaia to take these two, or the KTM's going to work together? They haven't been so far today.
No, I think the KTMs have got to battle for Bagnaia to find a way through. He's not going to pick them off individually, as you may expect. So there's got to be some form of battle between Miller and Binder. And at the moment, Miller is sort of, or Binder's got Miller at arm's length, sort of behind. He's not
he's got really deep.
having pressure on him there. Goes wide. Miller, Bagnaia will go down the inside. He's just cut off.
So tight. I thought there was a little manoeuvre going on there, but Miller again going too deep. Look at that. He lost 0.6 of a second to Binder. So Bagnaia's now hunting for second, and after that he can just get released. So slowly catching Miller as they come out into 9 and 10. Anglo Nito and the Porquini corner, and then Alex Crevel at turn 11 past the Senna chicane, and then the last corner is Lorenzo. I thought Bagnaia was going to go for it. He's lining him up. He's going to go through on the inside line, coming out of Cover Ferrari. Brilliant move from Bagnaia to take second position in a place I don't think I've ever seen a MotoGP rider take it. Inside at turn 12, he goes through up into positions.
He's sort of, he's gone. He's gone through there and almost forced Miller out wide, but it's all fair. Now here goes Bagnaia chasing after the lead of the race.
Got a question for you, Tom. Brad asks, what are those trophies behind your head?
You know, it really helps my ego, the fact that someone's finally asked. No, they're my karting trophies from the last couple of years, but I had nowhere else to put them, so I thought I'll put them in the background of the webcam.
No one's ever asked about the trophy that's in my background.
Yes, they have. Me.
We spoke about it last week on IndyCar.
We did.
Did we?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
But still.
So didn't you get a trophy yesterday, Tom, by the way? You finished third, didn't you?
I did. Yes, it's new in the cabinet. It's back there somewhere. But that was a fun race. That was.
Congratulations. Well done. Nice trophy, podium. Always nice. We should organise an event of karting in the off-season. That'd be hilarious. Getting us all down on the kart track.
Very fun. Speaking of trophies, Bagnaia is gunning for one right now. Someone also gunning for one is Jorge Martin in the 89. He's looking like he's closing in on that third position.
Push. Keeps on pushing. Can we get the 1-2 for KTM? Or will it be a Ducati 1-2 in manufacturers? That's the question. We are looking. 8 to go as we cross the line. We're on lap 17 of 24 for the Spanish Grand Prix. Under a red flag for around about 25 minutes while we repaired the air fence. A crash between Quartararo and Oliveira. Quartararo's given the penalty, quite controversially. And Oliveira has been treated in the medical centre for a dislocated left shoulder after landing in the gravel. I thought it might be something to do with his shoulder when we looked at the replay. We've seen it so often here at the circuit as the battle continues on. And what's up and down? Zarco's crashed and it's in the barrier too. Zarco's gone down in the middle of turn number 5 at Cito Ponds. And that's a very fast part of the track to crash out on as well. We shouldn't need a red flag as we've got a Hornet in the commentary box. So we'll have to open the back door. But Tom, no sign of the red flag at the moment and everyone's now moving up.
That shouldn't be a red flag. He's okay. They've got the stretchers out, but he's back to his feet. Anyway, the circuit staff are there sorting it out. That bike shouldn't take too long to recover either. They've already got it. There's 2 people. This is Bezzecchi, the championship leader.
Championship leader is down. Marco Bezzecchi has crashed down at turn 6. And it's straight down. The championship leader throws it away at the worst possible moment. Binder will be second in the title now. And Mooney VR46 knew it was too good to last. He is out. So 2 retirements with 8 to go.
And of course, Bagnaia goes through into the lead of the championship, no matter where he finishes now in that top 3.
This is Onboard with Alessio Spargo looking at Zarco's crash. He just lost the front end. We thought that might happen. I think the Hornets buzzed off out the box. Don't know how they keep getting in. The commentary box door's been shut, so where that's been, I don't know. But Hornets nest all coming. Twisting the tail, says Jess. Bagnaia will now lead the title by 15 points to Binder. If Bagnaia wins, it will be a 20-point gap in the standings, with 25 on offer for a race win and 20 for second. Wow. And he's crashed out twice this season, Bagnaia. Sorry. He hasn't finished 2 races. But the sprints, that's how good he's been. It's insane.
It's an interesting change to the format, isn't it? I mean, I take the opinion the same as F1, that I think the sprints are a silly idea, but this seems to be working for MotoGP. There's the slow-mo replay of the race leader. That's number 33. I'm having to double-check myself. Yes, there you go.
Yeah, it's Binder.
Double-check myself. Well, how he's leaning, getting that right leg well and truly out. Do you know, I was reading a little bit about the various riding styles in MotoGP, and apparently the right leg, getting that leg right out, is actually a relatively new development, if I'm not mistaken.
Only Valentino Rossi did it. They called it the Doctor's Dangle. Comically enough, it's the Doctor Dangle. Get your leg out, stick it out. It helps with braking somehow, which is bizarre. Yep, the FIA, as Josh said, are investigating that Azerbaijan Grand Prix ending with Ocon, the photographers in the pit lane. As we see, gap in the pits now between Binder and Bagnaia, 0.7 of a second with 6 laps to go. The Spanish Grand Prix of MotoGP. And can anybody challenge Binder, or will he do the double? Will he get 2 in a row here in Spain and be the first ones, well, Bagnaia did in Portimao, I suppose, but the second one of the season then to do a double and get maximum points in the championship? That'll shove him right up there as well, going into the French Grand Prix in 2 weeks' time, which we will be covering live as well, along with Moto E joining the series as well that weekend, and we'll be hopefully covering Moto E, fingers crossed, in 2 weeks.
I totally forgot that championship even existed.
I did until I was talking about it. I forgot it was there. It's a World Championship for the first time this year as well, so it actually counts.
What's the thoughts around that? Is it similar to Formula E, where everyone just sort of admits that it shouldn't be a World Championship, or is it?
Oh no, fully everybody admits it shouldn't even be a category. It's 7 laps. They do 40-minute practice sessions, an hour single lap qualifying for 7 laps of a race. 7 laps. That's it. And all that time is wasted. Nobody even agrees it should be a series. That's why BT Sport don't cover it on their main channel anymore.
And what's the actual sort of consensus about the bikes themselves? Are they?
Well, this year we've changed to Ducati bikes, so apparently they're a lot faster. So that should be good.
Yeah, I'm watching a couple of the highlights now. It looks quite an entertaining series.
Oh, it's 15 minutes of full blast racing. It's great. It's a great series, but it's too short. Should be longer, and the bike should be able to last longer as well. But it's a cracking bit of racing. Say again, Tom. Your mic's a bit too far. We can't hear.
Sorry, do you think they'd have multiple races throughout the course of the season?
Yeah, it's only a couple, and you have to do 10 to classify as a World Championship. That's what they're doing this year.
I meant in the course of a weekend. Sorry, that's my bad. I had the commentary in my head.
Sorry.
Yes, no, I mean, you think they'd have like a feature race and a sprint race?
Yeah. 2 races per weekend, but same distance as well. Race 1, race 2, and the grid sets them for both. But it's a similar situation with the sprint and the feature we have in MotoGP now, but look at this. Bagnaia has closed the gap right down to Brad Binder. Can he make a couple of manoeuvres? He's coming through. Round turn 6 of Drysack into the kink at 7. Then the Aspar, turn 8. A very fast hairpin, almost left-hander that keeps you going uphill before a double right at Anglo Nito. And the Puegui corner as well at turn 10. And now the overtake is where we did it on Miller a few laps ago. He's coming up through Alex Cavell into the curve of Ferrari at turn 12. He's going to slip through this time. No, he's not. Come on, where can you go? Where can you get it? Into Lorenzo, maybe? Leaving black marks on the track as well, actually. Scraping up the dust. He's going for it. Nope, too far back into this part of the track. Just trail braking. Binder goes a little bit wide. Oh, and Morbidelli has been passed by Fernandez. So Augusto Fernandez goes up to 13th. 4 to go here in Spain. Swig of the drink.
60 degrees lean angle from Bagnaia into turn 1, and he's very, very close to Brad Binder now. He's only 0.3 of a second between the two of them. It's incredibly close, isn't it? They're pushing each other right to the line here. And
this is amazing stuff. What a race!
Yeah, it is. Wait to see if you can actually find that move, because I mean, catching up is one thing, and well, as the cliche goes, passing is another.
Down we go into dry sack and turn 6. Bagnaia is hunting. He's hunting. The Ducati's got so much straight line speed, but at this track, it's like a caged wild animal. It can't release itself like it can on the longer straights. Around a couple of corners we go. Nothing happening just yet. Kazakhstan was supposed to be a great race for the Ducatis. They were looking forward to it with its 3 long straights, but that race has been cancelled this year. Doubt also been thrown in about the Indian Grand Prix at the Buddha International Circuit, and that's been to make a mistake coming into turn 10. Nothing from Bagnaia, but he's right with him. This is like 2009 all over again. Can Bagnaia go through? He's going to try on the inside of turn 12 with the Curva Ferrari. Oh, he's riding the slipstream. What about to Lorenzo? He's practicing a last lap lunge here. That's what he's doing. On the inside line, he's learned from Marquez on how to do this. Bagnaia takes the lead, and that Ducati grunt should be able to get him down the straight first. Bagnaia leads in Spain. Binder will fight back immediately though, Tom.
Not able to do so into turn 1. The Ducatis, with their famous straight line speed, hold on to the position. Bagnaia's tyres are, I was going to say, 1 lap older than Brad Binder, but that graphic has changed. I was wondering how that happened.
Yeah,
anyway, the world champion is in the lead of this race, and this would be his first race win of the season, Josh, would it?
Bagnaia second. He won. Oh, the notes are wrong. Yeah, sorry, the notes are wrong. I noticed that. I noticed that when I did it. He won in Portugal, so it's actually his second race win of the year. Just that the computer, whatever systems that FOM do for these stats we have up in our Combox notes, they forgot it. Go on, Josh.
Also won Portugal Sprint as well.
Yeah, he's got the sprint race from the opener of the season in Portugal, and he hasn't won since then, actually. Race 2 went to Bezzecchi, race 3 went to Rins. Bagnaia did win a sprint race, I believe, in America. Don't quote me on that. And then crashed out in the race. Shock, Bagnaia is leading the championship. Snooze fest. There was supposed to be a Grand Prix in Kazakhstan. Yes, it was supposed to be the same weekend as the British Grand Prix, actually. An early morning race for us here in the UK it was supposed to be, but that race has been cancelled, meaning that now we can devote full coverage to the British Grand Prix weekend, which is what we all wanted anyway. Leave the British Grand Prix weekend alone for every series. And it's happened. 2 to go then. And I think we're going to see a bit of a showdown here, Tom, because Binder's going to be practicing Bagnaia's move he just did for the last lap.
But
go on, Josh.
Yeah, Bagnaia did win the Kota sprint race, Josh.
Yeah, both. I think only Binder and Bagnaia are sprint winners. That's it. Out of 4 races, they're the only 2 winners. 2 out of 4 each. And now they want to sort of match each other on wins as well. Yeah, well, Bagnaia wants 2 out of 4 opening season wins as well to match his sprint and take the championship lead by 22 points to Brad Binder, who will be in second. Of course, the sprint race points have to be awarded as well. I'm just getting them up on my iPad now, up here in the commentary box. Yeah, Bagnaia on 82 points, Bezzecchi on 69, Binder 67. That's the running order at the moment, but Morbidelli has been given a track limits warning. Do it one more time, you'll be given a long lap penalty, which is exactly what he had earlier on in the race, so he wants to avoid having to do that again. But Bagnaia, as I said, Tom, you knew it, I knew it. He was planning that from the very start. He's done a Marquez in terms of he's just let the prey have a little bit of a play at front, and then he's attacked and pounced in the last few.
But prey might turn into, or predator might turn into prey in a moment, because it looks like Brad Binder is really pushing here to try and get this race win on the final lap of the race, as we'll go on to, and he's practically pushing him through that final corner.
Binder's really looking for him now, the last one. So, 1 more lap to go. 2.748 miles of the Circuit de Jerez Anglonito in Spain. Up towards turn 1 we go. Binder is closing. He's trail braking into the corner as well. The rear of the bike stepping out as well. It's like when you pull the front brake on your bike and the rear steps out and you do a skid on your push bike as well. It's exactly the same principle with the retardation of energy to the rear tyres. And again, it cost him 0.2 of a second, Tom. That's what's getting it. And Bagnaia has got the grunt in that Ducati. It is faster down the straight than any other bike.
It is, and at the moment, it looks like he's holding on to this race win quite nicely. Bagnaia, Binder, just perhaps not having the right body language here in that bike. Slight mistake into turn one, maybe, has just taken this away from him.
And again, he's locked up. He's gone straight on a little bit again. So Binder's made an error. Just a little bit of a snag. Had to set the bike up. He's 3/10 back. But in MotoGP, that's absolutely nothing. Because you can slip through on a cigarette's paper width to get through and make a move. And look at that. He's so fast through turn 8 at Aspar. Went for a grandstand finish. Binder is looking for it. Bagnaia is right there. If these two take each other off, Miller's going to win. It's a grandstand finish to the MotoGP Spanish Grand Prix that we've been waiting for after a red flag. Is there going to be a last lap manoeuvre at Lorenzo? Coming into the last two, into Alex Carell, into Curva Ferrari. Now the hairpin. Binder's going to go for it on the inside. He's trail braked a bit too much. Didn't work out. Bagnaia out of the last corner uses the Ducati grunt from the engine and wins the Spanish Grand Prix in fine style. Binder second, Miller third, Martin fourth, and a great win for Pecco Bagnaia, who took his time and for once didn't crash.
Well, it was perhaps a little bit harder than he expected with the penalty he got told to let Jack Miller back through. And to be honest with you, I think the KTMs there shouldn't have battled each other in that first sort of stint of the race. In those first sort of 5 laps or so, they should have worked together. Then all of a sudden, Bagnaia isn't as much of a threat. But what a drive it was from him and Miller. To be honest, Binder, my apologies, should have won that. He made that mistake braking on what was a slight dive bomb, but he made a mistake, didn't he? Back end stepped out, and that was him done.
What a race. Bagnaia leads. What is it? It's a long gap in the championship. I think those graphics are wrong because my screen's only saying 13. Hang on a minute. iPad went off with 18 laps to go. Let me get that sorted as well. Josh, what did you make of that race from down there watching?
Yeah, that was a good race. Unfortunate with the red flag at the start. Hope Oliveira will be okay, but just a dislocated shoulder there. But hopefully he'll be back for the next time out. May 14th for the French Grand Prix at Le Mans, but maybe not, because that's quite a technical circuit. But yeah, a good race.
Vinales has retired on the last lap of the race. He has apparently retired from the Grand Prix. So that's put Vinales down to 18th position. So we've got our finishing order. Bagnaia, Binder, Miller, Martin, Aleix Espargaro, Marini as well, Pedrosa, Alex Marquez, Nakagami, Quartararo the top 10, Morbidelli, Di Gianantonio, Fernandez, that's Augusto, Bradle, Raul Fernandez gets the last point, Luca Noah gets 16th, great race for him, then Folger 17th, and out, Vinales, Zarco, Bezzecchi, Rins, Mia, Oliveira, and Bastianini never took part after Friday. King of the world, Pecco Bagnaia gets his championship off to another great start. Will he be the champion again this year? Can't keep doing that. And there's Vinales walking in, Tom. Oh, this is how we did it. Is he going to drop the front? What's happened? Turn 6? Oh, the engine dies out. The chain's off, I think. Yeah, it goes off. Yeah, the chain's come off the bike. Look, there it is. Yeah, the chain has come off the bike, and it's right in the centre. Wow. Very rare you see a chain come off a MotoGP bike these days.
I don't know if they have snakes in this part of the world, but definitely look like one.
I don't know. We've got some dancing here, and Bagnaia looks like he's going to light a firework. Is that legal at this part of the track?
Don't think so.
No, I don't think so. I was trying to think why he's actually got a firework now. I'm slightly worried about that. Several riders taking some escape roads into the alternative pit lane as well, because you get back to the paddock that way by going straight on. Oh, there goes the fireworks.
Oh dear. Do we know who those two gentlemen are, or are they just sort of...
No idea. They're just sort of there.
I mean, are they allowed to be there?
But yeah, they're allowed to be there, but I've never seen them before.
I hope so. You never know. I mean, the protests were at the Formula E the other day, which was ironic.
I tell you what, though, at least they're not terrorists, and they didn't just get Bagnaia to light a massive bomb or anything. Although they have just put a lit fuse into the dry grass, which is about a good idea as throwing a cigarette butt into a petrol station. Please don't do that. Just not get that over. Please don't do that. Binder's back in the pit lane then. We'll hear from the top three, head down to Susie Perry, and then come back for the podium, and then we'll sign off as well from this Grand Prix. I think it was about a 15-minute delay, wasn't it? So it's not too bad. Not too bad from what it was.
I think it was close to 20.
Yeah, it was a 20, right, okay. Oh, this is the outside manoeuvre. All the fans coming in as well. The photographers on the inside, the marshals. Signed up as they go through. Taking it to the fans as well. For Pecco Bagnaia. Nice way to get back to the pit lane, saying hello to the fans. And that's one of the lovely things about the RF circuit is it's got this magnificent outer road that you can walk around the entirety of the track on. Fantastic circuit. But I did mention the question earlier, is it perhaps too much for MotoGP these days? It's a small circuit compared to others. Oh, and there's...
No, I think we should point.
There's Valentino Rossi, sorry. Yeah, Valentino Rossi's there, watching on. 9-time champion of the world. Go on, John. Go on, Tom.
I think you should be pointing fingers at the Isle of Man before you point fingers at MotoGP. But
fair point.
Anyway, it's Jerez is, as they said, a historic circuit for MotoGP, and getting rid of it would be such a massive shame. And I mean, I think MotoGP fans should be thankful that they keep historic circuits on the calendar like this, and not, introducing street circuits.
F1.
You're really loud then. That deafened me.
Yes, I was going to say, nothing gets past Josh.
That deafened me.
But no, yes. Anyway, he's taking his time on this in lap. I mean, you haven't won the World Championship just yet.
Into the pits comes the two KTMs though. Binder and Miller are already celebrating. There's Jack Miller celebrating with his wife.
Brad says if you threw a cigarette butt at a petrol station, nothing would happen. I mean, you are correct there, because obviously the fuel are in tanks, and you'd probably get away with it, but I still wouldn't recommend it.
I think it's actually considered an act of terrorism in this country to even do that. I'm fairly sure. Yeah.
Or at least arson, I don't know. Either way, it's not smart. I mean, you'd probably get away with it, but don't, is my point. Not worth the risk.
That's one of the funniest lines I've ever seen in Only Fools and Horses, where they're dressed as Batman and Robin, and the fuel pump stops working on the Reliant Robin, and they've got the little van. So Del Boy gets out in the middle of the night, and he can't see, so he lights his lighter to look and see if the fuel's coming out. And it's brilliant, because Rodney says to him, "What are you doing?" And Del Boy comes up with a lighter and says, "I'm just trying to see if there's any fuel going to the cylinder," and goes back down. And Del Boy goes, Rodney goes, "Oh," looks in, and then goes, "You idiot!" as well. He pulls back. It's fantastic to see if he lights the fuel. Or stupid though. Could have all gone up. There's number one, Pecco Bagnaia. So we had a Checo win Formula 1. We've had a Pecco win MotoGP. What can we have? Can we have a Pato win in IndyCar later to complete the rhymes? That's something. That'd be brilliant. Checo in Baku, Pecco in Jerez, and Pato in IndyCar. That's quite nice. I hope that happens now, just for the comedic value. There's Bagnaia's girlfriend and family, Gigi Delinia, watching at the back. KTM, the head of KTM there, and a nice respect there for Bagnaia to shake the hand of head of the KTM factory team. And now we'll hear from Simon Crafar talking to the top three in the media pen. And after that, we'll head over to Susie Perry as well. So let's go over then to BT Sport, where we'll pick up with the World Free commentator of Simon Crafar, and after that, Susie Perry.
Just thought on the last lap, Binder wasn't quite close enough, but I just thought he was going to let the brake off, and we were going to have a classic like we've seen. Obviously there would have been contact. There'd have been big contact. Both riders would have potentially either crashed or been on the edge of the track. But he did the right thing. He didn't do that. Binder used his head. It wasn't quite on. He didn't go for it. He needed literally one more bike length If it had been a bike length closer, the move would have been on.
Aleix Espargaro from pole position. Best race result of the season so far from him. Did have a 4th in the sprint in the USA. But his best Grand Prix result so far this year. Was sitting down in 14th in the championship, only moves up to 13th. Fabiano Sterlachini, one of those who moved across from Ducati to work behind the scenes at KTM. There's a lot of them they brought in, and it's helped them get to where they are. Still, there's more in the pipeline, isn't there? That's what you get the feeling at KTM. You don't just invest in Alberto Giribrolo, who we heard from on the grid with Susie. You don't get people like that, of that caliber in, and it rewards straight away.
No, it definitely takes time. You look at the history of KTM, though. They're a racing manufacturer. They're here to win. As we've said it before, but every time, whatever discipline they've entered, they've succeeded at. And this is the only one that they've not, as in winning the championship. But wow, are they well on their way? Well on their way. And do you know what happens as well when you build a motorcycle that can win races? You might not win a championship. What it does, it attracts the next young talent coming through. Because you want to sign for that manufacturer. You don't want to sign for a manufacturer that's not capable of winning.
Have KTM got any young talents?
Young talent coming through. Let me think. It's going to be a difficult one, that one. Yeah, we're obviously talking about someone like Pedro Acosta, who's clearly super talented. And also, there's a veteran I know that might be looking for a different contract at the end of next year. Don't think you'll have heard of him. Spanish rider, won a few races.
Has he got Red Bull as a sponsor, though? That's
Red Bull, yeah, and started with KTM at the beginning of his career, so yeah. Could be related to this bloke.
Alex Marquez, 8th place at the end of the race for him. He'll be disappointed with that one, but I suppose after 2 crashes yesterday...
It's a confidence rebuilding race, and that's what makes Bagnaya's results so impressive. To attack with the pressure of crashing out of the last 2 races was so impressive.
So it's the same top 3 as we had yesterday. Jorge Martin in there because he's the top independent team rider. Let's hear from Jack Miller, first full podium as a KTM rider.
Jack, a double podium weekend so early in your KTM career. What do you think of that?
I had to work for that one then. It was a long race, you know, and again today with the red flag, you know, you got to kind of come back, regroup and try to do the same again, but we got away to a good start. I was suffering a little bit there mid-race, as I'd assume most of the boys were, with the right-hand edge on the front, especially in those faster corners. She was sort of going away, but then I don't know what happened, but we started putting in really fast laps there towards the end of the race, and the boys, you know, I was really thinking, that's a good lap, but I wasn't closing them, so I knew they were doing the same. But Brad rode awesome, Pecco rode awesome, some nice, clean, fun racing there, and super happy to be a part of it, and of course stoked to be up here on the podium for KTM for the first time. It's an amazing feeling, and a lot of people doubted us in the beginning of this one, but we're here already, and hopefully we can stay.
Congratulations, Jack.
Yeah, he loves serving it back to the doubters cold, doesn't he, Jack Miller? Tried everything he could. Obviously, I think everyone was having issues towards the end of that race. Bagnaya's last 3 laps, though, stunning pace.
Yeah, when he got into the 37s with 3 laps to go, that's just incredible. They so appreciate the work that this man's done, Danny Pedrosa, the test rider. Thousands of laps behind the scenes. You're such an unsung hero.
Yeah.
Testing's boring, it's hard.
And only 6 seconds behind in 7th place. Here is Brad Binder, who battled but couldn't quite hang on to the lead.
You
today.
led most of the way. You pushed the current world champ to the last corner. You're a nightmare for your opponents, never giving an inch, and I love it.
Thank you. Today was it's fantastic to finish a main race again. The last 2 I've messed up, so so happy to have got a solid podium today. It was nice to be out front and lead the race. I kept seeing a little gap, so I thought, okay, I've done the job. I just need to make sure I don't mess up the edge of my rear tyre, and I think I cooked it a bit with 3-4 laps to go. So it is what it is. Last lap, I managed my quickest lap of the race, trying to get past Pecco, but hats off to him. He did a fantastic job today, pushed me the whole way, and got me at the end. So thank you to my team. Thank you to everybody for the support, and we'll try again next week.
Huge congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, good to see a big beaming smile from Brad Binder, despite not being able to take that victory off Bagnaia in the end. He rode a superb race, a great weekend all in all. And of course, remember, in Argentina, he was a bit of contact, went down there and had to remount to get 17th, and similar, crashed out at turn 15 in the USA and remounted to be last, but picked up 3 points in 13th place. Crowd have been treated today, Neil?
Yeah, absolutely. 2 absolute cracking races. The Moto2 was not a classic.
We enjoyed it.
But we definitely enjoyed it. But yeah, the Moto3 race never lets you down, and that was a good MotoGP race. Really good.
Frustration for Marco Bezzecchi down in the garage, but his stablemate at VR46, Pecco Bagnaia, victorious again.
Pecco, how you've managed to come back from Friday to that race to win, even in difficult circumstances. You've got to be happy with that.
I'm really happy. Sincerely, the progress we did this weekend is the best ever we had. Sincerely, Friday I was quite in I was in trouble with the front feeling. Yes, it was just already better, but today unbelievable. My team did another step. I was looking yesterday the other bike, and I saw something. We tried, and everything was perfect today. We managed perfectly the tires, and finally we win in a difficult condition, because after 2-0, I was trying to understand if it was possible or not, and then finishing first today is a great. It's just to say thanks to my team that have done really an incredible job.
Amazing job, Pecco. Congratulations.
Well, it looks like it was a huge relief for Pecco, and a tough race out there today, wasn't it, both of you?
Oh yeah, I mean, it was super tough with the temperatures like this track as well with MotoGP bikes, extremely physical, and these guys going at it up until the last lap. We've seen the fastest lap of his race for Brad Binder. He just did not let go. I really love that, because at that point Pecco looked so strong. And Pecco, yes, with the doubts, you know, after the crash in Argentina, the crash during the race in Austin, put all that behind him. So it was a great performance, and everybody on the podium is deserving. I mean, Jack Miller as well, very strong race, managed to react at the end of the race as well.
A lot of incidents throughout that race. We'll have to cover some of them in checkered flag, particularly some of the more controversial ones. We'll come to that. But there was a little penalty there where Pecco had to drop back and give a place, a little nudge early doors.
Yeah, and it was a little nudge. Yes, it sort of caught Jack unawares. You can see he does give it up to avoid the collision. The door was open. Pecco stuck it in there, and the little nudge that he gave Jack, obviously Jack wasn't happy, but it doesn't deserve an in-race penalty for me. Obviously, Pecco controlled it well. When he did take his penalty, he sat up. But yeah, you see the doors open there. It's the nudge in the shoulder. It could have took Jack's front wheel away, but obviously Jack was aware enough to control it. So it's quite a big penalty. So he sat up there for a good couple of seconds, second and a half maybe, to drop back in behind Jack. So I completely disagree with that in-race penalty and a lot of the other penalties that were issued today. So it still was a fantastic race, a great spectacle to watch, but we don't need these penalties. They're just interrupting with the professionals doing their job. They're all out there looking out for each other, riding these MotoGP bikes in the very limit. They do make contact sometimes every now and again, and it does happen.
These three on the podium, I'm sure there's a race that finished in 10th that's got something to say about penalties as well. We will come to that. But eventually Pecco does get out there with Brad Binder and takes the lead.
Yeah, he was the stronger man, you know. Despite the penalty, you could tell that he just had that extra gear, you know. Brad Binder just fought all the way to the end, but Pecco was the faster man, you know. You could tell like he had more rear tire at the end of the race. He was able to use that drive, you know, to line Brad Binder up. He was really strong in the last braking. This is where he's making the pass, you know, in the last turn. They go up the inside, really clean and nicely there. So yeah, Pecco was a stronger man. The Ducati today, well, he made the Ducati look really, really good. But both KTMs though, and all the KTMs as well, all weekend have really presented themselves now as a massive threat for the championship. I mean, they've made really big inroads since last year.
Yeah, as you would expect, Brad Binder really pushed Pecco all the way to the end. It wasn't quite to be, perhaps not enough tyre in your opinion, or was just Pecco too good on that?
Yeah, actually Pecco was a little bit too good in the last lap. Inch perfect, 38.1, and with Brad Binder breathing down your neck, you know he's going to lunge it up the inside at some point, so that just shows Pecco's calm under pressure. Brad was throwing absolutely everything at it. You could see on the right side of his front tyre it was a little marked. Pecco was better through the middle of these two fast rights. Brad was just trying to throw. If he had been half a bike length closer, he'd have stuck it down the inside. But it was a sensible move not to go in there. Would have been contacted. They both ended up in the gravel. But what a race he created.
And it was his fastest lap of the race as well, Brad said in that interview, didn't he?
Yeah, it's just a commitment on those images. I mean, you can tell that Brad is running out of rear tyre. He was losing on the big drives, you know, the big obvious one, like exit of turn 3, turn 4. But then he's just making the time back up. And in 11 and 12, you have to commit so much. And you got Pecco there, that's obviously like on the limit not to get lined up for the braking for the last turn, and Brad is behind with so much leaning, and he's like, how is he not crashing? I have no idea. I mean, this was great to watch.
We've got the podium over our shoulder. The crowd is invading the track now, waiting to see their heroes up there, and what a podium it will be, and fantastic for KTM to get a second and a third today. What strides they've made.
Yeah, first and a third yesterday, a second and a third today. 4 KTM podiums. What a weekend here in Jerez.
Here it comes then. Let's go to Gav to enjoy this one.
Yeah, we're all going to enjoy it. Look at the fans who've made it onto the track. As Susie said, everyone down there, even the Ducati crew, congratulating Jack Miller on his first podium in KTM colours. Brad Binder's first podium of the season. Of course, he's had those 2 sprint race victories, but in a Grand Prix, he's taken his first podium of the year. Best result, actually, in the Grand Prix came in Portugal with a 6th, where he came from 14th on the grid. So shows how much qualifying has played a part this weekend, having started from 4th. He's got first and a second. And Pecco Bagnaia up there, his second victory of the year.
I think the celebrations, Tom, as we're back up now in the comms box. Again, I got caught up by nephew. What do you expect then, Tom? How's that race been for you as we take the podiums with Ducati once again getting up there, getting a new podium? Now we'll see 3rd place coming up as well. That's going to be, of course, for Jack Miller, podium number 23 of his MotoGP career. How much does he want that win on the KTM, though, this season? His first year on the new bike.
Well, if he's going for the championship, which we're suggesting that he is, he's going to have to do it quite a lot this this season.
2nd place for Brad Binder for a win in the sprint race yesterday. Comes in, does it again. Podium number 6 of his MotoGP career. Gets the famous wine cup here, as Jerez has a winery just outside. Jerez de la Fontana. And now the race winner, Jorge Vegas, the FIA president, snubbing originally Bagnaia, but now gets the big glass, kisses the trophy. Pecco Bagnaia wins again. His 13th win in the Premier class. He's 22nd podium. And now, as ever, the current theme of MotoGP once again, it's the Italian national anthem. Wasn't it a great race back there for the Spanish Grand Prix weekend? Back then as well, it was absolutely bonkers how we had to do that weekend, because it was Megan's 18th birthday party on the Sunday, and it was the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. And if you remember, Azerbaijan had a sprint race, so we had MotoGP's sprint race, and then it was like a half an hour gap. So I thought, okay, we'll get that done quickly, and then we'll go do the Formula 1 sprint race from Azerbaijan. Red flag came out in MotoGP, changed all the plans around. Megan, who wasn't supposed to be commentating on MotoGP or anything that weekend for her birthday, ended up having to commentate. And then on race day, we'd done the Azerbaijan Grand Prix, and then I said to everybody, an entire house full of party guests as well. Sister there, her partner as well, little nephew running around, and literally pregnant sister at this point as well, by the way. So literally, they're all in the house, and I say, I'll be back in about 45 minutes. I'm just going to do the MotoGP. An hour and a half later, we got in. It was a difficult weekend to go in as well. Just if you're listening in as well and watching, just to explain, we've got Martin Bastianini, Marc Marquez, Alex Rins. They are in the pit lane. They are fine. It is a timing glitch from Dorna's side. There's nothing I can do at all. It is Dorna's glitch on their side of things. I think it's going to be fixed over the lunch break. From what I understand, from the people I've been talking to trackside, is that a server's blown at Dorna's control. So it's like they're struggling to pull on the full timing. So the fact it's actually working anyway is a miracle. But yeah, as soon as they come back out on the track the next time around, it'll fix itself. So they're in the pit lane. Basically, that's fine. Those of you who can see on the sector times, they're circulating around. So we've got Digi, we've got Mia, and Luca Marini. And maybe Augusto Fernandez, actually. I'm not too sure about him. Yeah, Augusto Fernandez and Michele Perez. They're all out on the track as well on sector times. Everyone else is in the pit lane. They're fine. But we're going to change over quickly because we've got a few minutes, and before we hand over for the lunch break and everyone doing all their starts and all that long, we'll have the MotoGP socials. It's time for us to take a look at MotoGP social media, and this was at the end of yesterday, and the launch control, so their practice starts. So take a listen. Wonderful whole shot devices on these. So, brilliant. Bastianini bites back on a historic day in Sepang. Today's been even more historic. This 24 bike is better everywhere, he says as well. Highlights the day. We've seen that coming through. We're getting into competitive lap time, says Jan Mir. Certainly is. Mir's in 9th position at the moment. Aprilia combined to keep the corner to the front. Yeah, they're looking good, Aprilia, actually. Aleix Spargo running in P5. Bangers set for Austin debut. That looks cool, doesn't it? That's the launch. Right, here's day 3, finally. So you can see how overcast it's been pretty much all day. The humidity's still through the roof, though. Rain is expected around 4 o'clock, so that's in 2 hours' time. There's the wonderful VR46 bike with delivery. Here's Alex Rins. He was first out of the pit lane when the green light went on 3 hours ago. Coming up on 4 hours now, actually, as well. See them all waiting down at the end of the pit lane. Oh, it's so nice to hear the engines back, isn't it?
Honestly, everybody speaks really, really well about him. When you hear his name around the paddock, he has left a very good impression on everyone. We will be, for sure, a very strong team together.
He's back. Yep. Davide Brivio is back in MotoGP. That's been the big news that's been announced since we've been on air. Davide Brivio is now the Trackhouse Racing team principal. Brilliant stuff. First lap ever in Sepang and a 156.682. Still the P1 at the moment is Pecco Bagnaia. Great job for the 16th and the world champion, of course, in the number 1. Live text updates. Don't need to see that one. Open for business. Sepang day 3. Is that a Yamaha or Tech 3? Which one is it? It's Yamaha's garage. Does look good, doesn't it? Lunch break is coming into effect shortly, yes. More laps for Jack Attack. I get goosebumps listening to that. Isn't that great? And let's take a look then. Electric Morning in Sepang sees 156. Yep, because it's Bagnaia, Martin, Bastianini and Alex Marquez, the 4 riders in the 156s. Fast ever laps here at Sepang. Comeback feedback, go again. Down there at Tech 3. Definitely need to be there. And now that... Oh, okay, so Ducati have been doing a sprint simulation. Interesting. And that's on the development aero bike for 24. Very interesting. As it comes through. And that's it. That's Matt White now on Twitter, who's been watching our Matt White on the team to keep things in. As well, yeah, as I keep saying, the timing glitch was because the system failed. And as soon as they go back out on the track again, it'll get reset. So that's all that's got to be done there. so nothing else will be too problematic. So there will be a timing screen fix around shortly. So there's nothing to worry about on that front. But hopefully everyone's enjoying the test day. I know I've been enjoying it as well. I know there's been a lot of rumours that we won't get this far. There was rain predicted at 2 p.m. That's now moved down to 4 p.m. So that's 2 hours' time. So we still could see some form of rain being a factor. But we'll keep an eye on it. Few riders still out there doing end of simulations. Yeah, forecasting in Sepang is rain, but no rain yet. Yeah, it's 2 hours away according to our radar. But if it does come down, it's going to be quite hard. So we're expecting a lot more runs in the morning to afternoon session as well. We're coming up on the lunch break now, actually, in the next minute, 30 seconds. Hopefully, something will be on from the MotoGP World feed from their lunch break. We're trying to have a look, but they never advertise when it goes on. So I'm just sort of sat up here in the commentary box, filling in time for a few moments as well. Coming up this afternoon, though, I can tell you what we've got. We haven't had any launches today to look at. So after this update from MotoGP, we've got the Gas team launch. Then we've got another update. Then we've got the Yamaha launch. And then that'll take us to about 9:30. Then we've got an update on day 3. A little bit from After the Flags live show. And then we're going to wrap up for 15 minutes here. Loads of interviews from all of the riders. And just wrap up the testing going forward as well. So that's where we are at the moment. And fingers crossed, shortly we will be going for MotoGP. I think MotoGP's... Oh, look, midweek. Yeah, it's live now. So, yeah. Literally, I think MotoGP's social team needs to know when that they need to publish go live videos. Like, not just drop it. It needs to be announced. Anyway, it's going to pass over to them now for the lunch break because it's already here. So let's hand over trackside and get the latest from Malaysia as we're into the lunch break here with 4 hours to go at Sepang. We're in now halfway. Well, we're waiting. We've passed halfway. They're still doing all their usuals. So let's go back until we get TV pictures. A few riders start there on the track. Digintonio, Mia, Oliveira, Bezecchi, and Pirro. Crutchlows to there too. Nice to hear the riders going through. Dorna, Server, Suck. Yeah, I know what you mean. Hopefully, as soon as those riders who have been stuck for ages go back out on the track again, it'll reset. It's just that they're in the pit lane.
Hello and welcome to once again what is a sun-soaked Sepang International Circuit here on day 3 of the Sepang test. I'm Jack Gorst, alongside me as ever is Simon Crafar as we're here to bring you this midday live, and there's already been plenty of action here so far on the final day of the Sepang test, as we do say. This morning, those clouds that covered the entire circuit made for a little bit cooler conditions, certainly the coolest of the test so far, and the lap times certainly dropped with them as well, as 1:56.682 from Pecco Bagnaia this morning. The first ever 1:56 and the fastest ever two-wheeled lap of the Sepang International Circuit. And we've got a busy midday live coming for you with 2 guests, and the first of which, as you may well figure out from the Ducati branding behind us, is Davide Tardozzi as well. So we'll bring Davide in if you just come and join us in the middle here. Davide, good to see you, Davide. Firstly, the lap times this morning, incredible. The 1:56.6 from Pecco and also the 1:56.9 from Enea, very, very fast. It seems everything's going well. How's the general feeling within the garage?
Yeah, general feeling is good because, being 8/10 faster than the pole position of just 3 months ago, it's something amazing. But as I said yesterday to somebody, to some journalist, I think that at least 5, 6 guys can go below than the lap record, and they did it. So I think that the factories works really a lot during the winter. Not only Ducati, we see that also some other riders are with the fastest time. So I think that it will be a nice championship to see.
Look, this is me looking from pit lane. Previous years, especially 22, a couple of years ago, it was a little bit rocky at this test, and this one, again, from pit lane watching in, seems to have gone really quite well. And this morning watching, Pecco has all of your new things on the bike, you know, from the aero, obviously the engine, but the exhaust, and I noticed the slightly upgraded Stegosaurus wings on the seat as well, and he put that whole package together on both bikes, which sounds like he's confident in it, and did that incredible time. Is it going as well as it looks from the outside?
I think that the real confirmation is that we have that means that the new package it works very good. That's the main that the engineers has the right confirmation, because we still have something in the draw, but we don't want to make revolution as we tried to did in 2022, and we was forced to run behind the problems for the first race after the winter test. So as you said, 2022 and also 23 was a big struggling for us, struggling time, but now I think that we learn from the past, and I think that Gigi and the guys did a fantastic job.
And just wanted to ask you about Enea, Davide, because on his side of the garage, obviously last year was a difficult year, injuries, and then didn't quite get on with the bike. How much better is he feeling on the 24 machine?
Enea is absolutely on the moon, because after the really bad year they had last year, struggling with the confidence with the bike, all the injuries, the accident in the first race in Portimao, it was something really heavy to be on his shoulder. He had a good race here, winning the race here in Malaysia, but he was struggling till the end, also in Valencia. Now he's another rider. He's the Enea Bastianini that we saw in 2022, and we are really confident he will be one of the contenders.
Yeah, I do have one more, and I was actually going to bring up Enea. I've been watching out on track, and from his first day on track, he looked confident. I'm not talking about the fastest time, but just how he was riding, he looked like the Enea. I'm not at all surprised that he's fast. But my question is more, we haven't got time to talk about all Ducati riders, but we know in testing it's not all about the fastest lap, and I'd love to get your insight on who's doing some great work out there, testing, that might not look the fastest, but and also we have to ask your impression of Mark's work so far. The amount of work he did yesterday, I was impressed with. Your thoughts on riders in general?
I think that first of all I have to thanks Pecco and Enea, how they work in team with the engineers. So I see how many ideas they exchange between them. They was talking a lot about the new parts, and I mean I saw really a good confidence between the two, and that helps a lot on the engineers. While thinking about Mark, what to say is Mark is an 8-time champion. Mark is Marc Marquez, and is one of the greatest champions of the history, and I think that he's taking his time. He has not to show that who he is, and he take the time that he need to be confident riding the bike at the maximum level. So I think that the possibility of Mark are higher than what we see here in Malaysia.
Davide, thank you very much. Exactly what I wanted to know. I'll hand you back to Jack for the sign-off.
Davide, thank you very much for joining us. Terrific insight as always. We don't want to take too much time away from your lunch break, so please go and enjoy the rest of the lunch break, please. So Davide there confirming, I think what we all were already thinking about Marc Marquez, that there's more to come.
Oh, yeah. We all kind of knew it. He was methodically working away, like I've been reporting, and just the pure volume of work he was doing, like yesterday, for example, I think it was 72, 74 laps, and the long runs that he was doing in the hot times where a lot of other people have parked up, you know. So he's doing the proper homework, and I think it'll all come to a head, and we'll see by Qatar race. He'll be there.
I think one thing that a lot of people were looking forward to this year was a return of Enea Bastianini. I think we've got it. Absolutely.
Definitely.
We, of course, are at Sepang, where he won, and really it was his only good race in 2023. But this feels like much more than just a flash in the pan and someone that's feeling good at just one track. I'm sure that when we go to Qatar Test, if I get that one out, we'll see the same pace and consistency that we're seeing here from Anaya.
Well, you know the Anaya we saw at the race here in Qatar. I mean, he won.
Incredible.
Day one on the bike here for this official test, that was the Anaya that turned up, you know. Watching out on track, I was just like, wow, he's straight away on it. You know, where some of the riders took half a day to, you know, get the rust off, as Brad Binder said. He needed a night's sleep, and the second day he was back. Anaya just turned up and was like, bang, it was really impressive. I believe the new engine he's made friends with straight away. He didn't make friends with, or nobody did, last year straight away, and the new bike seems like it suits him better, so all of that's come together. The big thing for me about Ducati, the new bike, is they seem confident with the whole package, meaning all the new parts. It's only going to be little tweaks better, but it looks like it works.
Yeah, it really does look like it works. Interestingly, we heard this morning, excuse me, from Gino Borsoi, the Pramac racing team manager, that Jorge Martin, after yesterday in his debrief last night, saying that he wasn't so sure on the new Aero, that kind of halfway house with the downwash ducts and also the big bulging side fairings. He wasn't so sure on that yesterday, but this morning seems to have made friends of it a little bit better and is more convinced that now it is a step better.
You know, watching from pit lane, Jorge's been really fast. He, like, from the beginning of the test, jumped on the bike and was like, wow, just like Anaya. He was back. But when it comes to the machinery, it doesn't look as clear-cut when you watch. Doesn't look like he's as confident in the choice as Pecco is, you know. And for example, he's still got the 23 bike there. Maybe he's only got 124, not 2, like I think Pecco has. Well, at least from the outside, that's what it looks like. And so maybe he's only got one, but he's still going back and forth. Like he did the time attack on the 24, did that 56.8, was it? 56.6, 56.8, whatever.
56.8, I believe.
Yeah, 56.8. And then he didn't look totally happy and jumped back on the old bike, which is the old fairing, exhaust, engine, the whole. And I'm like, he's still unsure. And it'll be really interesting to see the debriefs if he now has made up his mind after the back-to-back.
Is there any chance that is just him verifying things, going over the 23 just to do a double, triple check even?
Yeah, you're right, but we're on the last day, and Pecco's past that. He's already confirmed it, you know, and where it seemed like, I mean, Jorge said in debriefs the last 2 nights that he wasn't as sure. He didn't like it on the first day. He wasn't as sure on the second, and that's what I'm saying. That's what it looks like. He's still going, you know, and it looked to me that he was hoping to jump back on the 23 bike and prove that it is faster, and it didn't work out like that. So maybe the lap time says the 24, even though the field's not quite there, but we'll see from his debrief. But just as a summary before we get speaking about Honda, is the 23 machine riders, so the Gresini and VR46 riders have to adapt to that different engine, which took everyone a while to adapt to last year. And Alex Marquez looks like he's really doing the job.
Yeah, he looked incredible. His sprint sim yesterday was incredibly fast, and then this morning, his time attack, I think he was the third of those 4 riders that got straight away down into the 56s. So Alex Marquez certainly living up to some of the expectation that was placed on him for this year after a really strong ending to 2023. Now, we are down at the LCR Honda garage because our next guest is Lucio Cecchinello. Can't quite see him at the minute, but hopefully Lucio will be with us very, very shortly indeed.
We're right on time. So, and here's the lovely Irene, and she's with Lucio, so we should be good.
Let's go wander in then and see if we can get Lucio, because Honda, as we do say, very, very interesting talking point, and Lucio's actually just brushing his teeth at the minute, but he's waving us in, so we'll go all the way in. Very interesting talking point, and we both said yesterday we're impressed with Johan Zarco, how he's doing, stepping into the LCR team and also the Honda team. We're being waved in further. Are you sure that we're allowed in here, Lucio?
So yes, we over yesterday's. Right, maybe we have to come a little bit closer to the
It
phone.
is,
but
yeah.
After yesterday's
step in a minute,
summary, Lucio, thank you for spending the time with us. After yesterday, we touched on other manufacturers. It was time to speak to someone that's working close with the new Hondas. And Lucio, the day one, it looked like the riders had a bike from Valencia, looked like there, and then another bike that was newer again. And it looks to me, only looking from the outside, that the new bike works because the riders are staying on that machine and the lap times are impressive.
Yeah, we must say that we are quite impressed about the work that they have performed during the winter because they improve a bike which already gave us positive feedback in Valencia. They brought out a new bike here, and then definitely both riders on our team, as well as far I know, HRC riders, they've been quite surprised with the better performance, more top speed, better handling, a little bit corner speed. We are still missing some drive, but let's say that for the moment the package of this year compared to last year is better.
Lucio, the LCR team's relationship with Honda has always been very close, and it seems like that relationship is strong still and always has been all through those difficult times. For 2024, with Honda restructuring things maybe behind the scenes and applying new ways of working, has it changed anything with the relationship to the team? Do you work even closer now?
Let's say that I must say that we are very pleased. We always been very pleased to work with Honda because the relationship was always very close. But I can say that now is closer than ever because they really need for riders selecting the parts and try to give to provide them the feedback concerning anything. So they kind use us. They use us more compared to the past, and we have more engineers here because they are in total. I don't know. I think there are about 80 engineers in this test. So we are pleased and quite impressed about their effort.
One last question for you about the team is Johann Zarco. When I first heard Johann was going to Honda from Ducati, I couldn't help but think about the tough time he had at KTM, and I was like, oh, and the Honda's not in its best, form right now. But I'm so pleased to see his smile at all the debriefs, and he's really talking about being competitive, and it's more further on than he thought. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, honestly, we knew that we could have the risk that maybe once he would have tried our bike, we say, oh, what's going on here, But in fact, he arrived very calm. He was not really, let's say, appreciating the 2023 bike, but as soon he tested on he jumped on the 2024 model in Valencia, he said, oh, this is, a bike that definitely has some positive point compared to Ducati, and also some negative point. Let's continue to work with it, and then the fact that also we offer him a 2 years contract, and we are open also to renew the contract for the future because we need experienced rider like him to develop the bike. I think it give him some kind of he's more calm and more relaxed, secure as well. Yeah, relax to work step by step, and we know that we have a long path to recover. If you look at today lap time on the other riders, we are still missing several tenths, but let's say that we are just at the beginning of a new journey.
Great stuff. I saw a second faster than you were here at the race, so it's a good step forward. Lucio, really appreciate your time. I'll hand back to Jack.
Yeah, Lucio, thank you very much for joining us, and wish you all the best of luck through the rest of testing, and also hopefully we see Honda a bit more at the sharp end in 2024.
Definitely. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lucio.
Thanks, Lucio.
So, Lucio Cecchinello there. I think what's really nice about the whole situation with Johann Zarco coming into the team is there's a clear understanding of what role Johann is playing there. He's not a rider that's going to go. I mean, he still is a rider that's capable of getting race wins and podiums. We saw that last year. He had one of his best seasons in MotoGP. But in the Honda organisation, the operation there in LCR, he's purely there to use his knowledge, his now matured persona, and provide that calm and considered feedback. And I think we've already seen that he has no trouble doing that now.
Well, I really didn't know how it was going to play out, because you do need a little bit of luck that you have a confident feeling from the bike, and without that it just doesn't work. And he if we can get through to pit lane, I don't hear any bikes, so there's not much point. He might as well sign off here. I was hoping to see who was working out in this heat, but we won't do that. No bikes circulating at the moment, and no rain, so we're lucky. It was meant to rain about now. So quickly back to Johan Zarco. I think there's a bit of luck there that he's clicked with the machine, because that's the first thing you do need. The new machine is better, as Lucio was saying. He didn't like the 2023 one. Does the 24. He's being really positive about it. But if you look at it, Joan Mir 1.1 seconds faster this morning than he did on his crazy time attack lap. He was faster than Mark here at the race, and that was 58.4, and now he's done 57.3. I mean, 1.1 seconds faster is a clear, on paper, massive improvement from Honda.
Yeah, I mean, when was the last time you saw a bike take a 1.1 second leap in pre-season testing? Never. I don't think we've ever seen a leap that big, at least in modern MotoGP times. Now, from Honda, let's ramble through the rest of the manufacturers. We're outside KTM, actually, so let's talk about KTM. Actually, if you pan over there, you can just see Brad Binder having lunch with a couple of the engineers and Paul Espargaro as well. Don't want to disturb them too much, but anyway, we'll poke the camera in and see if we can see
I don't
what
know
we
if
can
they're going
see.
to appreciate they realise there's cameras on them. But Paul, lovely guy. He's been supporting them. He did the shakedown test, which the shakedown test really is making sure all the machines are glitch free, because you can't afford the factory riders to lose track time with an electronic problem or something silly. So he ran through all of the machines ready for and tested a couple of things, but ready for the factory guys to turn up and push on, which they've done. And it's what I wanted to bring up about KTM. I mean, there's all the technical stuff they've brought. They always bring lots. I mean, we've seen an amazing amount of aero, but they've had 2 engines as well, upgrades to test. The carbon fibre chassis for everyone now. Everyone's on the newer engine, of course, because they have to check that all the riders are happy with it before they homologate it. And so heaps of work. But then I'd like to say, testing, the thing that's difficult to judge about testing is there is people that you don't notice or appreciate doing a massive amount of work. And I think, from what I've seen, Jack Miller's one of those guys. Remember last year, everyone was saying, oh, Jack's a second off the pace, but he was going through everything for KTM ready for the first race, and the first race he turned up, that's what we're talking about, bang, I'm fast. And I think, from what I've seen, that's what Jack's doing again. He looked so tired last night. He's just doing everything the engineers want, and they all say, oh, Jack's happy to work for us, he does what we need. So there's a lot of that in the pit lane that people don't see on the timesheet.
Absolutely, yeah. Jack's a grafter, there's no doubt about it. We saw on day 1 he was the first to go out with the new aero that they had. Then on day 2 he's the first to start using the little front fender wing that they've got. So he's been the first and kind of the guinea pig in lots of things for KTM that they've had down the line. Now, under the KTM banner, I do want to push on to Pedro Acosta. We'll also talk about Aprilia later, because this ties into one thing. Pedro Acosta did a sprint simulation earlier that was only 1 second slower than Aleix Espargaro's sprint simulation. The reason why that's impressive is because Aleix Espargaro's sprint simulation was about 6 seconds quicker than the race winner's sprint simulation here last year, Alex Marquez, when he won that Tissot sprint at the Grand Prix. Pedro, over 10 laps to be 1 second slower than Aleix already is remarkable.
So people will know, whenever we've been talking about Pedro Acosta I have been playing it down because I don't want any pressure on Pedro, and purely because I genuinely care. I don't want him to get hurt, and there's lots to learn before you go racing a MotoGP bike, and then when you do race, you've got all these buttons to control and maps, and as the tyre wears down, and you know, fuel and torque and engine brake, and to manage all this and to try and go fast with all that crazy horsepower, brakes, tyres are all different, and to try and go fast and not hurt yourself. That's why I don't want to put pressure on him. But what he's done, and I'm trying not to build him up, just give him some time, bro. But what he's done at this test, to me, is the most amazing thing I've seen at this test.
Yeah.
Really. Pedro has turned up here and he's looked from day one like he rode last season.
Yeah.
He doesn't even look like a rookie out there. He doesn't talk like a rookie, and the mechanics say he doesn't work like a rookie. He's giving them feedback, mature, good answers. It's clear and accurate. He's absolutely blown me away with all that, and then you look at his lap times and just go, wow, oh, he's unreal.
I think one of the remarkable things with him as well is he's still got that switch for when the business is done, he just turns back into that kind of cheeky chappy, has a laugh, all this sort of stuff. I was watching one of his debriefs earlier, and as soon as they were done and everyone took the headsets off and put their tools down for 10 minutes, Pedro was sat in the chair. And
back to a kid.
Yeah, exactly. And that's brilliant to see from someone that, I mean, really has a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but at the same time, no, but yeah, he does have pressure on his shoulders.
Massive, and I imagine his teammate Augusta is really feeling that right now. I feel sorry for Augusta this one, because you've got a starry teammate rookie move in, but also it hasn't gone to plan from day one for Augusta. So let's hope at the next test at Qatar, Augusta finds what that was and away he goes.
Let's quickly round up about Aprilia and Yamaha then, because we are running out of time here. Aprilia, as we say, that sprint simulation from Malaysia was impressive, but there's a big question mark over Aprilia. Miguel Oliveira not entirely happy, and Maverick today using the 23 tail unit instead of the 24, clearly not happy with something.
Yeah, and it looks like Alicia's the only one that is happy. Like, again, I want to hear his debrief tonight, but he is using the complete 24 bike, unlike the other two, unlike Maverick, his teammate, and he's fast. His simulation's fast. His one-off lap is impressive, first to the non-Ducatis and fifth last time I looked anyway. And Alicia's looking good, and that is still with the 23 engine, so really the bike he's riding is similar to last year. It's mainly aero, swing arm, electronics, but it's only a small step. For the rest, the other half of the step comes in Qatar. But yeah, the worrying thing is, obviously Maverick didn't feel completely comfy with and you can kind of see it in his runs. He's doing a couple of lap runs, and like you said, doesn't have that aero tail unit, 24 one, so not completely found his way with it. And Miguel, well, at least last time I looked, didn't seem like he'd found it either. Didn't seem like he'd clicked with the bike. So let's see when the new engine turns up in Qatar, and let's hope the rest of that package comes together.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Miguel Oliveira saying he was lacking some feeling, some rear grip entering the corner, so some issues to figure out there for Aprilia. Now, lastly, onto Yamaha. Looks pretty good, to be honest, but there is still that one question mark. Fabio Quartararo raised in his debrief last night that they're still struggling on the time attack.
They are obviously different than Honda, but it's like they've taken the same step forward.
Yeah.
They have taken a step forward. It's clear the bike accelerates better, and as we heard from Mayo Mirigali yesterday, it's the whole package that helps it accelerate and get that top speed, which is impressive now.
Yeah, really.
The main thing, I mean, their race pace, just like last year, is impressive, but they haven't got the one-off lap time yet. Neither have Honda, but they haven't got the one-off lap time yet, which means Fabio will be further back on the grid if it's like this. And when the first race comes around, and the same problem as last year. If you're further back on the grid, you can't overtake, and so they really have that last problem to fix still, and that's the one-off lap time, because race pace is good.
Right, well, I think we've taken up enough of your time here at the Midday Live. There's not too much track action at the minute, but hopefully in 10-15 minutes or so, the timing screens will be lighting up again. Day 3 then for the Sepang test, halfway through, halfway done. just a couple of hours remaining, and in about 3 hours' time we'll be live with After the Flag once again. Lewis Sotheby and Elliot York hosting that for the final time here for Sepang, and of course Simon Crafar will be joining them, and maybe me as well too. In about 3 hours' time it'll be live, so 5:30 local time here in Sepang, 10:30 GMT +1 back in Europe. So thank you very much for watching then. That will do it here from us, and we'll see you a little bit later.
I mean, it's 9:30 GMT +1, would then be 10:30, because we're actually in the time zone there, so they can't even get that right. Anyway, fantastic to hear from that test then. We're going to stay actually alongside, because there's a couple of things, because they are on a lunch break, so there's nobody going out the circuit right now, and there's no time set. Now, everyone's been asking what's happened with Martin, Bastianini, Rins, and everybody else. Well, I think Pirro has actually gone out on the track, so I think Pirro might be actually out there. I don't think he hasn't crashed as far as I know. Oh, yes, he did. Yeah, hang on a minute. Pirro did go down. So the only two that have actually crashed are Pirro and D'Antonio. But for Martin, Bastianini, Marc Marquez, and Alex Rins, it's a timing issue. So it's a timing glitch, if you're wondering what's going on there. It's not actually them losing out on it. But I'm just trying to get it working, because we're going to have some interviews now. They touched upon Honda there and what they've got. Honda have been really surprising everybody in this test. Mia's in 9th position, and admittedly Luca Marini down in 18th, but first time on an actual bike. Quartarara's just ventured out, by the way, on the circuit. So we're going to hear some interviews and some times now, finally, to get it all running. But let's have a word with both, I believe, Repsol Honda riders. What they'll have. And just to answer your question, I don't know. I don't know what. I'm not Dorna. I don't know what Qatar's going to be. I know that we're covering it same as this. What they do, I'm not sure. Quartarara's on a lap time though. But let's hear quickly from the Repsol Honda, starting with Johan Mir.
We had an opportunity to push a bit in the morning. We made a good lap. Honestly, I'm happy for that. It's faster. A lot faster than the lap of the qualifying last year, so means that we are getting into the competitive lap time, so this is great, but well, the truth is that we have to be cautious. We are still a bit far. There's some areas that we are still struggling with our bike, but you know, the truth is that every time I'm feeling better. Looks like today we made a step in terms of what I need, confidence and speed. So that is a good step. Let's see if tomorrow we can make another small one. But you know, we have to be sure that the steps that we make are, even if they are slow in terms of time, but good steps. You know.
Good day too. Yes, things are going quite well, and much better than what we could expect, and what also was expected, because I got a really good feedback on the bike, and I can almost enjoy a bit more. Clearly, we are still not at the high speed for like the top guys. The Ducati are working well. Bastianini and Martin did an incredible lap time. And also some KTM are doing the low 57 is quite impressive. But I feel that we will be able to do it. So don't get too much stress, but to get this feeling and play with the bike, that's already a big step.
Well, yeah, definitely we made the small step, and yeah, you can see we improved the lap time, but yeah, still quite far away where we want to be, and yeah, but definitely we are improving. And also this afternoon we decided to do a long run with Malini and Zarco, my teammate, and me. The three riders go out together to see how much affected, you know, the tire pressure behind the riders, and how much affecting the aero. And it was impressive. I mean, you know, I was behind Marini, and we can see some benefit on the bike, and also can see on the data and where we need to improve, and for the long distance. But yeah, for qualifying laps, still we are missing the rear grip, and it's not easy to fix it, but anyway, once again, the engine performance is quite much better than last year's bike. So we try to keep working and we try to new things and to improve the performance.
Happy about the information that we collect. Sure was a really interesting day, another busy day, but we understand many things on the bike and we try to find a better setting for tomorrow, because now it's the moment to try to improve lap times, to improve the setting of the bike. In these 2 days we are trying many things on the bike, many new parts, and now that more or less we have complete our plan, we need to try to find a better performance, because also the bike with new tires looks a little bit easier to ride, but during the race simulation the feeling was a little bit with too much struggling, sincerely, on the riding. Mir and Zarco have a little bit better touring in this area, so their lap times for now are faster than mine. So we need to focus and watch our mates and try to at least be with the same time as them, and then try to focus on the other manufacturer and try to beat them.
I'm going to have a go at Dorna eventually, because the amount of times I'm having to explain this for people coming back in is really annoying me, because it's annoying everybody else as well, because, right, Dorna's systems have failed, but then they did emergency reset, so it's back on, but the riders who were coming into the pit lane when the server crashed, the timing screen think they've gone through the first sector. So Rins, Marquez, Bashin and Martin, they're in the pit lane, they're on lunch break, and the computer thinks that they're in Sector 1. It doesn't know where they've gone. But the two who have actually crashed, Fabio Di Antonio, he crashed turn 9, Michele Pirro crashed turn 9. So they have actually gone down. And the only rider that's actually out there doing lap times is Fabio Quartararo. It's confusing me trying to keep up with it. But yeah, Aprilia have been doing some really interesting things. As we can see, Aleix Espargaro a bit up in P5 as well. A really strong performance from him across this test. Let's hear what they have to say at Aprilia.
Happy with the improvements. Feeling better with the RSGP 24. It's not an easy bike, because we have a lot of downforce and it makes our life a little bit more difficult in terms of physically and to move the bike, to understand what is the limit is not easy. But definitely I feel that this bike is more competitive in compared of the 23. So I still need to understand many things during tomorrow, but I'm getting used and I'm happy.
You have been doing a run with all your teammates in Aprilia all together. What was the goal of that?
Try to understand the temperatures, try to understand the front tire pressure. We had a lot of problems last year in the hot races, so the engineers want more information to understand how we can improve it, and hopefully for the second part of the year, when we're gonna come back to Asia and it's gonna be very, very hot, we can have some solutions.
Still, I think it's not time to do a time attack. I didn't feel it. We need to work a lot on the setting. Still, I don't feel really good with the bike. Obviously, if we try to find a lap time, I will be fast, but that's not the target. My target is to be strong all the year, so I prioritize a lot of other things about working. I don't know if tomorrow we're also gonna do a time attack. I need, first of all, to be on a good balance, and then to see what we can do, because right now I didn't feel myself to push. And yeah, I started yesterday with the 23, I felt really good. Then on the 24, I struggled a little bit more, so still we are working on it.
Yeah, long day. We had short stints, trying a lot of things just to get an understanding of the bike. Finally, to sum up the end of the day, not a lot of feeling with the bike. I'm getting a hard time to understand how I can push and go faster. But anyway, I think I gave a good feedback in the garage. We'll sit down tonight and see what we can improve for tomorrow. For sure, one of the strongest points for me with this bike was the corner speed, and that's where I'm losing the most time. So we'll get into that. Right now, the important thing is that we also know how to go fast, because we have a good lap from Aleix. So in terms of pace, not so far. But yeah, that fast lap, the time attack, yeah, we really lack. We didn't. It's true, we didn't try a lot the time attack, but still we miss a good second to the front.
Just been told as well, as I've been finding out, that the timing screens apparently have been fixed. So once Martin, Bastianini, Marc Marquez and Rins go back out on the track again, it'll reset. So the sector times will go back together. So because they haven't left the pit lane since the crash, since the timing screen glitched and crashed out, is because they're on a lunch break. So once they go back out on the circuit, it'll rectify. So just have patience, and that's the last time I'm going to explain it. It is pinned. Right, one more. Should we have a word with the man who was fastest yesterday on day 2? Enea Bastianini as well, taking the shine a little bit off from his teammate, the world champion Pecco Bagnaia. I think, personally, well done to him. He's talking now yesterday evening.
Enea, new unofficial lap record today, 57.1. Pretty good lap time. Just tell us from your side how the bike felt today.
Well, I'm happy also about the second day. This morning, some little problem have taken me out to the time attack, and was important for me to do a time attack today because the qualifying is really important, and you know, many times I'm starting from behind, and it's difficult to close this gap in the race. But during the afternoon, my approach with the team has been really good, and we have adjusted a little bit the setup, and also we have tried the new solution, the new aero, and a new exhaust. And well, the bike was good. A nice step also with the new aero. I'm happy about this. And at the end, I made the time attack, and has been not bad. The second one was better, but I bring some risk at the turn number 9, and well, I decided to stop.
Okay, I did wonder why you pitted on that lap. As you say about your qualifying there, this last season, it was sometimes you were starting a little bit further back than what you'd liked. Does the 24 bike allow you to be better in one lap pace, or is it that you're now just riding a little bit better anyway?
Yeah, for me this 24 bike is better everywhere compared to the 23, but it's early to think about this, and it's necessary to arrive also in Qatar and in another track to confirm that sensation. But for me today has been a good day in the time attack, and also for the rest, for the paces was nice.
So the last day is coming up here in Sepang. What's the plan for tomorrow?
Yeah, also for tomorrow we have to do some time attack, but I think the work is completed, because tomorrow will be have to be a little bit relaxed, because we are a little bit tired. To come back in this beast is really hard, but well, let's see. We work probably during the morning of tomorrow.
Nice to hear from Enea Bastianini as well. Nothing's wrong with Marc Marquez. The timing screen glitched. It has been fixed. Once they go back on the track again, everything will be fine. Not explaining that again, because it's driving me up the wall. Literally, it is driving me up the wall. Right, now it's time for our first launch of the day here, because we've been showing them all throughout the testing, and I think it's about time we have another, because there is a few riders out on the track right now. So we'll cut back up to the box and get ready. But first up, time attack this afternoon session? Yes, it will be. A lot of time attack, so we're gearing up for that. Riders heading out there, Luca Marini going out too. So, first up then on the launch day for us, it is Gas and their 2024 team launch. And they have the company as well over there. Now I'm just going to press it on and mute it quickly until we can hand over to Jack Appleyard, who started talking us through all of the action for this launch. So it's time to head over and do the talk and do the Gas launch.
Today it is time for the Gas Factory Racing Tech Twa squad to officially unveil their new look, lineup, new look, potentially bike for 2024. One thing we do know for certain, that it is a new look lineup. Raul Fernandez back once again for a second MotoGP season. And now, welcome to the Premier Class for the very first time, Pedro Acosta, the two-time world champion, the man that has made such a splash in the Grand Prix paddock. Can you believe his first year in Grand Prix racing was, 2021? Won the Moto3 World Championship in his rookie year, was able to pick up a handful of wins in Moto2 the following year, and then won the World Championship last year as well. And now, in the space of just 3 short seasons, he's on the MotoGP grid. The likes of Valentino Rossi, Marc Marquez, Casey Stoner, Jorge Lorenzo, the list goes on, have tried but failed to have made an impact quite as big as Pedro Acosta. What can the young Spaniard do this year? We're going to be talking a lot and previewing what is going to be an exciting campaign for the young man, as well as Augusto Fernandez as well. Went under the radar, I think, a little bit last year. Of course, was Rookie of the Year, but was the only rookie out there. But had some pretty impressive performances, including, of course, that 4th place finish at Le Mans in what was only his 5th Grand Prix at the time. So I'm sure bigger and better things to come for the Mallorcan in 2024. Right, let's take a look at what's to come then over a busy week. 3 Ducati squads in the form of Gresini Racing, the factory Ducati Lenovo squad, and the Pertamina Enduro VR46 squad. If you were with us on Saturday, Trackhouse Racing were officially welcomed to the MotoGP grid. Now time for the Gas Factory Racing Tech 2 squad. Before then, our attention switches to motorcycles actually being on track, which is always good to see. It means that the season is coming round thick and fast. 3 days at the Sepang Shakedown on February 1st, 2nd and 3rd. Our team will be flying out there tomorrow, and we're bringing you, hopefully, some interviews at the end of each day, which you'll be able to check out on MotoGP.com. Then, this time next week, an early start for us here in Europe, when the factory Yamaha boys officially pull the covers off their 2024 M1s at the Sepang International Circuit. And then it's time to go testing properly with all 22 official MotoGP riders. We will be live for After the Flag, 10:30 local time here in Europe, 5:30 out in Malaysia. 90 minutes where we'll be bringing you exclusive analysis, interviews, post-test reaction from the likes of Simon Crafar and the MotoGP grid as well. Don't miss that. 3 days of After the Flag will be coming to you live starting on February the 6th, 10:30 local time here in Europe, 5:30 in Malaysia. So set your diaries for that one, but of course I'll remind you this time next week when we're here for the Yamaha launch. Let's talk today then. What have we got coming up on today's show? We'll just warm ourselves up before we get the livery officially being unveiled in 25 minutes time, and we'll be able to take a look at what the number 31 of Acosta and 37 of Fernandez will look like this year. Before that, we'll be chatting to Carlos Perez of DAZN, a man that has got a very close working relationship with both Pedro Acosta and Augusto Fernandez, and will be able to give us a bit of a feel of the hype surrounding Acosta in his native Spain ahead of his debut MotoGP year. Then once the bikes have been unveiled, don't go anywhere, because we'll be chatting live to both Augusto and Pedro, plus team manager Nicolas Goyon as well. And as ever, you guys at home can get in touch with the show. Let us know how excited you are for the Gas boys to get on the gas in 2024. What can Acosta do in his first year? Will he be on the podium? Could he take victory over the 22 Grand Prix? And for Augusto Fernandez as well, a Moto2 world champion in his own right, is this going to be the breakout season for the young Spaniard? Do let us know in the chat where you're watching from and what your expectations are for the two Spaniards in 2024. Right, shall we take a look at some bits and bobs that have been floating around the web in previous days, and just remind us firstly of a pretty impressive performance from Augusto Fernandez at Le Mans earlier in 2023, May 2023, which seems a long time ago now. This was our unseen videos, which if you haven't watched them before, then make sure you do. Check out MotoGP.com. Following most Grand Prix, well, every Grand Prix, and our cameras, our microphones are there to try and pick up that instant reaction from the riders and the teams, and they always do provide some real nuggets, and there's no better insight than seeing the riders themselves with the adrenaline still pumping, with the sweat pouring down their face, having that raw emotion filter through is always great to see. And this is what Augusto had to say, and the team, after his career best MotoGP result earlier in 2023.
Augusto Fernandez there, just coming through. Absolutely phenomenal ride by him.
And Augusto Fernandez, he's keeping Aleix Espargaro firmly at bay. He's still clawing, fighting to try and hold off Aleix Espargaro.
Augusto Fernandez takes a stunning 4th place.
He's proven that he is an elite MotoGP rider with a performance like that this afternoon.
We have the guy, we have the guy. We have the guy. Dije que le mandas a la cosa. Oh, bravo. Amazing boy, amazing boy.
That, of course, Augusto's dad in the centre of shot there, Augusto Fernandez Sr.
Yes. Yes. We knew you had the potential. Aleix put pressure. Aleix TBM. It was difficult. He gave everything behind you. Everything behind you, but sector 4. You could really the gap. Not one. Yes. But one he was catching. Then 2, 3 same. Sector 4. Whoa.
I felt it. I was struggling I started to struggle in 2.
Eric.
I knew I was going slow. But that close right. So I said, here it's possible because I was braking hard enough.
¿Qué carrera no has hecho? Ni un error.
Lo he intentado con todo ahí.
No, pero iba rápido.
Sabía que tú venías muy rápido al final y digo, no tengo nada
al
para
final lo
apretar.
puede intentar, pero tío, lo estás haciendo tan bien
oía,
y tan
te
justo
oía.
que digo, no le puedo arruinar la carrera.
Digo, voy a intentar
tío.
frenar,
No,
tapar.
no. Has conducido
Gracias,
muy bien,
macho.
de verdad que...
Gracias, tío. Gracias.
Pero vas que no le pasaba la fuertísimo, le pasaba a uno su tuyo, está una hora pegando rápido. No le podía estar dando Dorna para un poco. Pero luego más rápido, La mayoría con las frenadas, pero acelerando imposible que no salga. Pero frenando sin embargo, pero bien, muy cagado en la final. Muy bien.
Always good to see the camaraderie between the fellow MotoGP riders. There's no real jealousy, or certainly not on show there, like the likes of Aleix, Jorge Martin, even Marco Bezzecchi seemed really pleased for Augusto's result. Of course, Bez was the victor on that day. Interesting what both Aleix and Jorge were saying, that area to improve, or there was gap to improve on braking, and I think that's something that Augusto himself said throughout the course of the year. But that Le Mans race was a huge example of probably his strongest trait that he proved throughout 2023, just how well he was able to look after that rear tyre. At the end of races in particular, I remember at Mugello or later in the year, at places like Malaysia, for example, his late race pace was absolutely phenomenal. So I'm sure that's something he'll be hoping to carry on through into 2023, as well as building on, which he admitted, and it'll be interesting to chat to him and see if he agrees as well, that one lap pace in qualifying. Although he made some Q2 appearances in the back end of the year, which was a considerable step forward, he'll feel the need to do that again, take another step in 24. Right, okay, as ever, opportunity for you guys at home to get involved. We've always got some polls. Interesting to see and hear what you guys think is going to happen in 2024. This a big one. Who will be higher in the 2024 MotoGP World Championship? Will it be Augusto Fernandez, or will it be the rookie Pedro Acosta? All you need to do, say in the chat A or B, and we'll let you know what the results are in a couple of minutes' time. An interesting one that I think could be one of the tightest and closest inter-team battles that we see throughout the year. Certainly Augusto will want to make the most of that experience, but we've all seen throughout Moto3 and Moto2 what Acosta is able to do. A fast learner, is he going to be able to implement that in MotoGP as well? A for Augusto, B for Pedro Acosta, and we will give you the results very, very shortly indeed. Right, shall we have a look at another of our unseen videos. This one's slightly longer, but it is a good one. This is the first day from Pedro Acosta in gas colours at the Valencia test earlier this year. Watch this and try not to smile. His personality shines through. This is something that Jonathan Hawkins from CNN, who joined us on Saturday, said he'd watch this and couldn't help but have a grin on his face. I think that this man is going to bring quite a lot to the MotoGP grid this year, but I'll let you be the judge.
Come vai? Claro adesso, dai, manca poco.
Good morning and welcome to Valencia. Welcome to the Ricardo Tormo circuit.
Yeah, you go to check now? Yeah, I will.
MotoGP 2024 starts now with one of the most eagerly anticipated winter tests in well over a decade.
Buongiorno. Morning.
How are you?
Good. You? Hi, kid.
Yeah, not so bad. To be honest, I sleep better which I expect.
Your voice is not so much better.
Don't worry,
Don't worry.
No, y el mono con el negro que iba se lo ropa. We have to start from zero. Let's see how a MotoGP team, MotoGP bike is working around. Viene. Primera vez tan de rojo. Después de 5 años, entonces todavía me veo raro. No, o así por lo menos durante el día se va acostumbrando el tiempo.
The time is now. The time is now. The time is now. The time is now.
Pues vamos.
Más grande, There is so much hype, so much anticipation, so much expectation surrounding Pedro Acosta ahead of his MotoGP debut.
It was a difficult first day as well. Weather conditions not ideal.
I am the baby of the class.
Yes, not for long, Michael.
Exciting times, because I think we've all been looking forward to see Pedro Acosta on a MotoGP bike at last. We will now see him on a MotoGP bike for the first time, and I, for one, cannot wait.
Start time, it's game time, it's go time. There's no time like right now, we gon' shine. All day, been up working all night. Been waiting on this moment my whole life.
Pedro Acosta then has made his MotoGP debut. There's going to be a massive smile under that helmet. His eyes will be popping out in a minute when he comes out of that final corner and starts to find out what it's like to have 300 horsepower in your right hand.
This on his second run now, and this is where he really raised a few people's eyebrows.
Area will go up and down, depending on what you do with the brakes. So when you brake the when you do the acceleration, when you start really,
course, the ride height device, as you can see, being activated there. A completely new thing for MotoGP riders to get used to now when moving up from Moto2.
The thing that you don't race in the straight, I mean, you are, until you put 5, you are still playing with the bike, and it's true that I expect that the bike go much more fast, but the thing that all the people is talking you about power, but at the end you feel the acceleration, not the top speed. Not the top speed, exactly.
That's Paul Trevathan as well, who of course had a great working relationship with Paul Espargaro, very experienced man.
Welcome to MotoGP, Pedro, as he goes side by side.
I love that. 6 laps into MotoGP and Pedro Acosta's trying to race Maverick Vinales out of the final corner. Love it.
Yo me ha pasado Maverick, Jorge, en 3 curvas y digo, al ser la moto más estrecha que la Moto 2, puede hacer algo más de fuerza con las piernas, que eso, bien, para no tanto lo que da todo. Todo lo que tienes que hacer durante la recta para llegar a frenar es el lío de todo. Porque por lo menos si tú fueras recto, tú te pones recto y ya está. Pero el tema es que salgo de la última curva y es que si caballito, que si me pongo, que si el que si lo otro, y llega al final de la recta y ya no es lo rápido que llega, es que se te ha pasado el tiempo. Pero está guay porque es de carrera, o sea, se nota que la moto está hecha ahí. Mucho, hay veces que no me da tiempo.
¿Cómo está, Luis?
And that gentleman there that he was just
Penso che
chatting
ieri a
away
laboratorio che 10 anni
has made the move across from the IO squad with Pedro Acosta. Often you see that riders like to take at least one familiar face with them, and that was the case for Pedro as well. He'll be able to look up and see someone that he's worked with for at least a couple of years now in the Moto2 squad.
We enjoy a lot. I think the thing is happy also I want to think about, but anyway, I'm super happy about the first thing.
Pedro, welcome to MotoGP.
Thank you.
So a long and tiring day, no doubt, for Pedro Acosta, learning how to tackle a MotoGP bike, and he's got a busy week to 10 days ahead of him. 3 days at the Sepang Shakedown, another 3 days at the official test. In those testing conditions in Malaysia as well, it's going to be tough for Acosta. Right, this is what you guys think at home, and look at that, 65% of you, nearly 2/3 at home, think that Pedro Acosta will finish higher in the 2024 MotoGP World Championship than Augusto Fernandez. So a lot of you at home are expecting big things from El Tiburon, the shark. Let's see if he's able to make a splash in MotoGP in 2024. But you guys at home certainly think he will be. 2/3. It's quite an impressive margin. I thought it'd be close, that one, maybe 50-50, but a lot of you thinking that Acosta is going to be the man to do the business inside the Gas squad this year. Right, as you know, MotoGP, the start of it anyway, is certainly coming into the rear view mirror now. The Sepang Shakedown gets underway on Thursday, February the 1st. 3 days of running there before it's time for the Sepang test to start on February 6th. 3 days of running there as well. And if you want to stay completely up to date with everything that's happening, all of the latest news, latest interviews as well from the riders participating, then the best way to do that is to download the MotoGP app. There's a link in the chat now on iOS and for Android. Of course, you can check out the MotoGP website as well, where I say from February 6th, 7th and 8th we'll be live for After the Flag, 90 minutes of exclusive coverage from the Sepang test. Right, we are officially 7 minutes away from seeing what these brand new Gas factory racing machines look like, and no better man to come and join me than Carlos Perez of DAZN. Hello, how are you, sir? Good to see you.
I think
we'll bring the chair in, bring the microphone across, and we can chat away, because this is a big season coming up.
You you are customizing everything, no?
We're trying to. This is normally your set, I think, right? For some streams with DAZN.
Yes, for the Thursday of press conference, I used to use that one.
So I hope you don't mind us borrowing the set for a little
don't
bit.
worry.
But it's, as I say, a big year for MotoGP in Spain for a lot of reasons. Jorge Martin so close last year. Marc Marquez now on a Ducati. But let's talk about these two guys. Firstly, Pedro Acosta. 2 World Championships in 3 years. It was fascinating. I was watching some TV the other week, saw DAZN's advert to promote MotoGP, and the man that features most is Pedro Acosta. Is he already a big star in Spain? Are you expecting big things?
Yes, because if you take a look in the first seasons of Pedro, winning 2 titles in the first 3 World Championships, that's unbelievable. That's astonishing because not Valentino Rossi, not Jorge Lorenzo, not Marc Marquez achieved that. For example, Rossi achieved the second one in the 4th World Championship, or also Dani Pedrosa, the same. Not for age, because for age more or less is there, but yes, so for that maybe in his first less than 100 races, winning so much. Last year with 7 wins, 14 podiums. It's too much for being in the intermediate class. He has to come to the MotoGP class.
Yeah, for sure. It's fascinating just how he's been able to adapt, learn so quick. And we mentioned the comparisons with Marc, with Valentino, with Jorge, with Dani, but MotoGP now, certainly in Moto3, Moto2 and MotoGP, is very different to what it was even 10 years ago, say, when Marc made his debut in the World Championship. It's a lot tighter, it's a lot closer, a lot more competitive.
Yes, I think that for the next week in the shakedown test, the main goal for Pedro is to be used to the dashboard, the buttons, the whole shot. There are something that he's not used to did in the intermediate class or the Moto3, no? For the reason the next 3 days is very important for him. But in the first look in Valencia, it's used to. It seems that he knows the bike. It's not I don't know how to say the powerful of the bike, of the engine, of the brakes doesn't impress him.
Yeah, we were just watching the video there, and his comment coming away was that the top speed wasn't surprising.
No.
It was the acceleration, the power out of the corner that surprised him the most. It's going to be a busy 6 days. He's got 3 days of testing at the shakedown, 3 days at the official test. But after what we saw in Valencia, 1.5 seconds more or less away, what do you think his target will be?
I was talking with Jorge and Jorge Lorenzo, and also Jorge has talked with Pedro, and he were betting if it's going to be in the top 14 in the first test, more or less. Pedro said, I will be out of there. But they are going to, we are going to see Pedro maybe in some race be fighting for the podium. I don't know where he's going to achieve the podium, but maybe 1 second of the first one in MotoGP in a track as Sepang that is more than 5 kilometers track. It's for me would be perfect. Would be okay for him, for Pedro.
Yeah, definitely. I think.
But 1 second in MotoGP nowadays it's been the 20th.
Yeah, it's on the back row of the grid. It's crazy. You mentioned it there. It's the big question that I'm sure everybody at home is thinking. What can Pedro do this year? Can he get some podiums? Could he take a win? What can he do?
If he wins in the first 10 races, in one of the first 10 races, he would be the youngest guy of being winning in the Premier class. So that's
more than Mark.
More than Mark would be the first one to be to win with less than 20 years old.
Wow.
Okay, from that until the summer break, he could be also the youngest, because Mark did it in Austin 2013 with 20 years and 63 days. So Pedro is of May, I think.
Yeah, back end of May or June.
May, I think. So I don't know if he could achieve that, but I'm sure that in the last races of the season would be there.
And for Augusto, I think it's going to be a very important year for him. He got the 1 year contract extension last year, was in that fight with Paul Espargaro. Of course, us as journalists, as reporters, our interest and a lot of our talk is on what this superstar Pedro Acosta can do. So not a lot of people are talking about Augusto Fernandez at this current moment. Will that be motivation? Will that be something to try and push him forward throughout the year?
Yes, he knows each other. You know, when they were in the first intermediate class season of Pedro Acosta,
yep,
in the same box. So Augusto knows how to manage the media impact of Pedro and how Pedro could do in the track. No, in that sense, I think that Augusto did a really good rookie season with taking points in the first 11 races. Is something that we never seen in the. And then we will see. We will see after that. After Pedro first good result, how Augusto is going to react to that.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, because Pedro is going to arrive. It's down to Augusto on how he reacts. But he had, as you say, some very good performances last year. We looked at the result in Le Mans in fourth, but in the back end of the season was able to get to Q2 more, was able to compete for the top 10. I guess it's important now to take that next step and do it more regularly. Right, okay. What time is it? 11:30 exactly, which means it's time to take a look at the 2024 Gas Factory Racing machines.
So this is the launch of the Gas bike for 2024. I wasn't even in the commentary box. I had to run back in as well because we were playing it to have a look. I was having some breakfast. So this is it. It's a long launch, isn't it, when they weren't in? There's a few drivers going out there on the track right now, which is great news. But this is why we show the launches. We always want to see them. And there it is. The new Gas bike for 2024. Always like to get a look at it. It does look good. Lots of new aero features on the front of the bike as well. We've been seeing in testing. Gas currently at the moment. Augusto Fernandez 21st, but we've got right up there Pedro Acosta in 8th position. I think everyone can agree he has been the absolute star of this launch. He's been absolutely fantastic. He's actually out on the circuit right now. We're getting into the time attack now with just under 3 hours to go. So everyone now is going to head out there, change up, get going again, keep focused and go. But let's hear from them now.
We make a good team together to can level up the team. So I think are going to be a nice season together.
Desperately trying to control the audio levels one-handed is not that greatest.
How big is the change from Moto2 to MotoGP bike? The concept of 44 races are quite difficult, for a rider. But at the end, I think for us are gonna be good to have more time on the bike.
You need to be very, very, very patient and trust the process. GasGas in combination with Red Bull. The brands are could fit together with the two young riders in the team. This makes a lot of sense.
It's still a team to watch out, but not just in 24. I mean, it's still a young brand in MotoGP, and we want to build up something great for the future.
Our lineup 2024 will be even younger.
I felt ready to face this new season with all the knowledge from last year. My target is to be at the front, and we have the possibility to be there.
Just be focused in racing, that is the important thing at the moment.
The team is ready.
So yeah, it's very nice from GasGas. Good bike this year. Back to Jack Appleyard.
So it was the GasGas Factory Racing Tech 2 squad. It's now the Red Bull GasGas Tech 2 squad. Welcome on board for 2024, Raul Fernandez and Pedro Acosta. A new livery. You can see more Red Bull branding on there. The splash of blue alongside that signature GasGas red. Carlos, first thoughts? We're going to ask the guys at home. What do you make of the brand new livery? Do you like it? Yes or no? Let us know in the chat. What do you
Yes,
think?
a lot with that blue.
You like it?
Yes, and make us the easiest thing, no, to distinguish between the Ducati and the GasGas now. Once you are commenting, so it's useful.
Very true, yeah. You can see Red Bull with a little bit more back in there, as we see for the GasGas squad in Supercross, for example, where they've always been the Red Bull GasGas racing team there, and now it's the same in MotoGP as well. Quite right that now it was difficult last year. We had two very red bikes on the grid, so at least it makes our job a little bit easier.
Yeah, and now it's going to be a little bit difficult to distinguish the 37 of Augusta, the 31 of Pedro, because Pedro just cut the 7 to make it to make one.
He's telling us it's 31, but it looks a lot like the 37 that he's used before. But of course, he can't take the 37, just like we saw in Moto2 when they were teammates in 2022. Augusto keeps hold of the 37. Back then in 22, Acosta went with 51.
51.
Didn't have much luck, didn't have much success with it, so decided that number was banned, so has had to change it to go for 31 and keep the same design pretty much of what he had last year, and of course when he made his debut in 2021 as well. And look at that, already 96% of you at home are big fans of this brand new Red Bull GasGas Tech 2 livery, so another fan favourite. We've been pretty good so far of all the new bikes. We've got the yellow with the VR46 squad, which is nice. Trackhouse with the stars and stripes. We've got some really interesting and dynamic liveries for the new year.
Really different, no?
Exactly.
In the
Which is good to see. Right, let's continue our chat on Augusto, because we touched on Pedro and what he's going to be able to do this year. He mentioned there in that presentation video that the relationship that he had with Pedro in 2022 and how much he might be able to help him throughout the year, but he's also got to concentrate on his own job. And we said the expectations. What can Pedro achieve this year? Is it going to be the same for Augusto? Is he going to be looking at podiums, maybe even by the end of the year challenging for a win?
In Le Mans, he was really close for the podium in the fourth place, but I think that Augusto just has to look in himself. Just to have that seat, it really cost him a lot of to be there, because Paul Espargaro has the contract, and then KTM has 5 riders for places, and that Augusto knows that he achieved that for himself. Now he has to be calm in the sense that he just take the first season in a really good shape. Okay, and now it's going to be a challenge to have Acosta, but I don't think that he's going to just look to Pedro a lot. He's going to look to the KTM of Brad Binder.
Yes, yeah.
In the sense of the factory, and also I want to see how it works, the job of Paul and Dani Pedrosa. So I think that with a lot of races in front, it's going to be really important to have a balanced bike, a base to race, because you don't have a lot of time. They don't have the same concessions as Honda or Yamaha. They have some concessions, but not for factory riders.
We know that Danny is going to be there in Sepang. as is Paul as well. This time last year was a huge change for KTM and Gas. The bike was a real revolution, but this time around it's about finding those small steps in the right direction to get closer to Ducati. And when they've got Paul on track for 3 days, Danny on track for 3 days, Pedro, who I'm sure by the final day of the shakedown they'll be asking him to try and take the bike in a certain direction. They're in a really great shape. Those two test riders are phenomenal riders that,
absolutely,
if they wanted to, and if they were competing on a full-time basis, could compete for the top 10, you would have to say. I mean, just look at Danny, what he was able to do in Jerez and Misano last year.
Yes, it will be impressive if is there Danny Pedrosa in Jerez wildcard, for example. But more of that, I think that the feedback that could have Pedro with Pedrosa and with Paul, it's going to be really interesting, in the sense that Pedro has matured a lot in that kind of work, no? Because in the first season everything goes easily, and he took the championship, and in the first season of Moto2 he just, whoa, that's not easy as I thought, no? Or
it's not normal.
It's not normal and win a world championship to win the first race, no? And he learned a lot about that, about the first season, more than in the second one. So in the first races, when Pedro is going to be at 1 second, maybe 1.5 at the end of the session, a normal session, he has to manage that. And I think that he's ready. I want to see also the involvement of the factory once he has Pedro Acosta, because it's the young, the more talented rider in the last 10 years.
Yep.
How the involvement of KTM in the second team, because I think that it's going to be higher than the last season.
Yeah, so at the end of last year, a lot of people were speaking about the new carbon chassis that both Brad Binder and Jack Miller had. The Gas boys didn't have that at all. I think Augusto, if I'm right in saying, was able to try it for the first time potentially in Valencia, but now it sounds as though that both teams are going to have that carbon frame, which hopefully should make them take a step in the right direction. Just finally, 44 races this year, 22 rounds, 22 Grand Prix, 22 sprints. There is, I think it's fair to say, it's the most difficult time to ever be a MotoGP rookie, because you have no time basically to get used to the bike. So how tough is that going to be? And as a result, should we keep our expectations maybe a little bit lower for Pedro, just knowing how difficult it is?
Yes, because he has to manage the physical demand also. In the video we have seen Pedro with more muscle, with maybe 5 kilos more of muscle, or not that much, but it's going to be really demanding mentally and physically, because once you get on Saturday you have the sprint, but tomorrow you have the long race. It's going to be exciting.
Carlos, thank you for your time. Great to get the viewpoint from DAZN.
Thank you.
Good to see you.
Good
and
luck.
have a good season as well. We'll be catching up with the DAZN guys as we go throughout the year as well. Right, why don't we chat away? Have we got a live interview? I think we shall, yeah. You head out the way. We'll do a quick little tease of what's to come later on. Thank you very much. And then we shall join live some MotoGP riders, shall we? I think that's probably a good idea. So, MotoGP coming to you very soon indeed, 9th and 10th of March. We'll be there in Qatar. You can go to motogp.tickets.com to have a look at your nearest and dearest circuit and make sure that you secure your seat for the upcoming campaign. As usual as well, we were asking you guys at home over the weekend to put your questions in, which we'll be posing to both Pedro Acosta and Augusto Fernandez very soon indeed. The Instagram store will be going up shortly for Yamaha, so you can get your questions in for Fabio Quartararo and Alex Rins this time next week, and this could be you.
Hi, Augusto. I have a question for you. What is your best moment with Gas Factory Racing Tech 3? Aprilia from Malaysia.
Hello, Pedro. I am Irfan from Malaysia, and I have a question about you.
What is your favorite corner on the calendar, and describe the feeling riding around it? Thank you.
Hi guys, I'm Michelle from Indonesia. I have a question for both of you. Do you have any ritual before the race? Thank you. Good luck for 2024.
So thank you very much to It's Your Boy, Mar Chianvara and Kiz as well for sending in their questions. We'll be putting them across to the stars of the Red Bull Gas Tech Twa Squad. Let me get the new name right. Very shortly indeed. In fact, let's do it right now, because I'm pleased to say that we are joined by the 2022 Moto2 World Champion, the 2023 Rookie of the Year, Augusto Fernandez. Augusto, hello mate, how are you?
Hello, how are you?
Yeah, all good, all good. How was your winter? Are you relaxed? Ready to go?
Yeah, ready to go. Too long. I'm training a lot, and yeah, can't wait for next week being in Sepang.
You say it all kicks off in Sepang in just over a week's time. How excited are you to get back on the bike again?
Yeah, a lot. Really looking forward to try the new bike with those new awesome colors, as you could see. It's a huge honor to be part of this team, and yeah, can't wait to get it started.
We've got some questions to put to you in a second from some fans that have sent them in. Before that, though, don't answer this one just yet, Augusto. It's one for the guys watching at home. What technique do you use to manage tension? Do you like playing the guitar, or do you like doing some yoga? Don't tell us just yet. We'll find out the answer. We'll let you answer it in a couple of minutes' time and give us an explanation. We've seen brand new lineup this year alongside Pedro. You had great success when you were teammates with him in 2022. How excited are you to form that relationship again?
Yeah, a lot. But because he's a very strong rider, and as I said many times, he will push me to the limit as he did in Moto2. So I expect him to be as very competitive since the beginning, and that will reach up the level of the team, and for sure will be good for me, and to get the result that we want.
4th place in Le Mans. We were watching the behind-the-scenes video of that earlier on. Was the highlight of last year. What's going to be the target for this year? Do you think we can be looking at maybe a podium or two?
Yeah, of course, this is my target, to be at the front more times, and be the first KTM bike on the grid. If it's Pedro, if it's Brad, if it's Jack, we are all very, very strong, and I think this year we're gonna be even more. So yeah, the target is to be the first one of these 4 riders. It's not an easy task, but that's the target for the season, and of course looking forward to get podiums and wins. That will be awesome. So but yeah, feeling ready as a rider, and also as a team, and with the bike we have this year, I think we can be very competitive.
Just before we ask the questions from the fans, Augusto, it's a big change from being a rookie to now the most experienced man inside the team and being the team leader as well. Mentally, how does that change things? Has that changed your approach now that you've got 12 months of experience of being in MotoGP?
Yeah, well, in the end, I was for the first half of the season alone in the team.
Yeah, true.
So yeah, I was kind of leading the project. But no, of course, yeah, it's different. Because on my first season, I didn't expect to be that, I won't say difficult, but different from Moto2. So, and also the new format, as it was a sprint, and to qualify on Fridays on the Q2, and was difficult and different from what I was used to. But yeah, just having the knowledge from last year, and approaching every weekend with the experience that we have also with my group and with my crew, I think we can have what we can see since the beginning.
We were chatting earlier and said that, well, I'll let you answer it. What I thought was your biggest strength last year was the way in which you managed that rear tyre in the longer races. Is there one area that you feel that you'd like to take a step forward with this year?
Yeah, my pace, I'm happy with my pace on the race. Was not my weakest point since the beginning, and I could lap as the fast riders especially at the end of the races with the very used tires. Also was my strongest point in Moto2, so it's kind of my character as a rider. So I've been working a lot on those qualifyings, on those first laps to get on the pace a little bit quicker. So that was my weakest point last year. So I've been focusing a lot during the winter to improve that area, and I think I hopefully we can, and it will be key for also the new format and how MotoGP is working right now. First laps on quali is a lot. So yeah, let's see.
Right, let's put some questions from the fans. They're not too difficult. Don't worry, you don't need to be concerned. First one coming from It's Your Boy Ma, who says, Augusto, what has been your best moment so far with Tech Trois? And he sent that one in from Malaysia.
Well, I think the fourth place in Le Mans, also being at the home GP for my team in France, so was incredible. In the end, it ended up as the best result of the season. So also was a very good moment for us. And as I said, being in the home GP for the team was incredible.
The next one comes in from Chian Vara, who asks, do you have any rituals before the race starts?
Well, I have a routine warming up. Like I do some exercises, always the same ones as a routine. It's kind of a ritual for me, but yeah, it helps me to get into the racing mode and concentrate myself.
And just finally, we asked the guys at home this quiz question. I hope you know the answer to it. What you like to do to relax. Let's have a look at that quiz question one final time, and then we'll get you to tell us exactly what the answer is. We're asking whether you manage tension through playing the guitar or by doing some yoga. So which one is it, Augusto? Do you like to play the guitar or do you like to do some yoga?
I don't know if the woman is...
Is it upside down? Is that a woman playing a guitar or someone doing some yoga? No. I think it's yoga, right?
I think it's yoga, no? Yeah, it's yoga.
And where did that come from? How did you get into yoga?
Well, my mom is a yoga teacher.
Oh, really?
And, yeah. I said it when I won last year the title. I didn't want to get into yoga. My mom always told me that could be useful for me, it could be helpful for me. But when I was very, very like in a bad moment of my career, I started to introduce some kind of yoga that with her, and yeah, it helped me, and in the end we got a title. We started winning again, and from since then I've been practicing a little bit.
Well, Augusta, I hope you have a zen and successful 2024. Thanks for joining us. We'll catch up with you in Sepang. Safe flight out there.
Thank you. Bye.
Great to be able to chat away with Augusto Fernandez, who I'm sure has got his bags packed and he's eagerly waiting to get on that flight to Malaysia to jump on his 2024 Gas RC16. Of course, the newly rebranded one, now with Red Bull colours on there as well. And from one side of the garage, we can quickly jump across to the other side and introduce Moto3 and Moto2 world champion and MotoGP's newest rookie, Pedro Acosta. Hello, Pedro. How are you?
How are you? Everything good?
Yeah, all good here. We can see that you're already in Malaysia, getting ready for the first day on Thursday. How excited are you to get going?
Super excited at the end. First time after Valencia in a MotoGP bike, new track, long straights, heartbreaking for this. I'm gonna be quite curious to wait for the MotoGP guys after the first 3 days of sit down.
Now, just with Augusto, we've got a question for the fans at home to answer. We don't want you to give the answer away straight away here, but why do people call Pedro Acosta the Shark? Is it because your dad is a fisherman or your favourite movie is Jaws? Don't tell us just yet. We'll let the guys at home answer it and then you can reveal the answer shortly. A big change from Moto2 to MotoGP. Over the winter, what have you done differently to make sure that you're ready for the season ahead?
Well, just to try to be focused in the areas that we see on the test that we have shown space to improve. Also in the physical aspect, I think we make a big step also after taking out the pain from my femur from this injury from 2022 for this. I think we make a really nice step in this short winter.
In terms of your training as well, if I can say, in that video, it looks as though you've put a little bit of muscle on. Have you been lifting a few more weights than normal?
A bit. No, at the end, we know that this is necessary for a MotoGP bike be a little bit more strong. Also, we can see how strong Jack at the moment, how strong guys like Martin, for this. I think the physical aspect are going to be an important thing in this MotoGP era.
Now, we were speaking earlier about what a busy schedule you've got ahead. 3 days at the Sepang Shakedown, 3 days at the official test, all in arguably the most challenging conditions of the year in Malaysia as well. What's the plan going to be for the next 6 days of riding?
Well, to be honest, it's not a plan at the moment, just try to have some flow, have some good laps during this shakedown, because I think it's on a bike using the worst condition of all the season are gonna be tough. But anyway, let's see. At the end, are gonna be quite important to have a good speed on the bike, just understand how a MotoGP bike is going to play in Malaysia, and be ready for the ultra tests.
Now, it's the question a lot of people at home are asking. What can you do this year? Carlos, who was just with us earlier, I wasn't aware of this. Apparently, you've got 10 races at the start of the year to become the youngest ever MotoGP race winner and beat Marquez's record. Did you know that? Is that something that you're sort of striving to try and achieve?
I listen many times, but it's not the moment to think about that, I only have 1 day on a MotoGP bike, and talking at the moment to beat records like that are quite, it's not the moment to think about that for this. Let's try to enjoy, and that's it.
Right, we've got some questions from the fans for you, Pedro, before we let you go. The first one comes to you from Kiz, who says, "Hi, Pedro, what is your favourite corner on the entire calendar?"
Well, if we talk about whole calendar, it's quite difficult to talk about, but if we have to think only one, the first that comes to my head is 10-3 Philippine. At the end, I think it's one of my favorite tracks in whole season for this. I think 10-3 are going to be a good one.
Stoner corner. We already saw you through the penultimate corner at Valencia on the test, trying to get it sideways and smoking it up a little bit. You're looking to do the same when we get to Phillip Island?
When we arrive to Phillip Island, we have to be competitive for this. First, let's try to be competitive, and then try to have some good sides.
The next fan question, Pedro, we asked this to Augusto as well from Chian Vara, who wants to know if you have any rituals that you always do before a race.
Not, to be honest. I'm a person that don't believe too much in this type of things. I just try to go to the track, enjoy the bike, and that's it.
Right, just finally, before we let you go, we asked the question to the fans at home, why your nickname is the Shark. Is it because your dad's a fisherman, or because you love the movie Jaws? Which one is it, Pedro?
The problem that both are correct, It's not my favorite movie, but also I have a shock in the luggage about the film. But no, the name became because my father is a fisherman. It's true that since I was a kid, I see many times my father go to the sea just to take some some fishes to can eat for this. I think was quite similar, you know.
We can see 75% of people at home got that one right, but the 25 that said Jaws, I think, given what you said, we have to let them off, right? Because that's also kind of true.
You want to see the socks or no?
Yeah, 100%. If you've got the socks with you,
Wow.
let's see this.
Yeah,
Let's see the
one
Jaws
moment.
socks.
Abre la maleta pequeña y ahí tiene unos calcetines con un tiburón. Wait. Sí.
And these are
Guys,
socks that you've bought specially
arriba,
for today.
Está arriba. No. Abierta ahí. Esos que llevan rayas azules y rojas. Esa. No.
Let's take a look at these socks. I hope they're good now.
Wait. You're gonna see it. Many people. It's the one that they use for the races.
Look at that. Are they going to be your?
These ones,
Are they going to be your good luck charm for the upcoming season?
We hope. At the end, I remember that my girlfriend gave to me this like a present when I fly. I don't know, before fly to Indonesia or whatever, and it was quite nice. And from this moment, I start to use it for this. Anyway, we will try to give some laps.
Well, I'm glad you've shown us them now and not in a week's time after wearing them for 6 days in Sepang, because I think that the people in the room might not be too happy for you to get them out after 6 days of riding. Pedro, thank you for joining us. Good luck on Thursday. Excited to be able to catch up with you out there.
Thank you, boys.
Great to be able to chat away with Pedro Acosta as ever, who, of course, is going to be making his second debut, can we call it? Well, his first couple of laps in 2024 in 48 hours' time. It will be early on Thursday morning here in Europe. Our team, as I say, flying out tomorrow to be able to get all of the inside line from the Sepang shakedown, where, of course, Pedro will be on track with the likes of Pol Espargaro, Dani Pedrosa, the other test riders, plus now, given the new concessions, we'll have Fabio Quartararo, Alex Rins, Luca Marini, Joan Mir, Taka Nakagami and Johan Zarco all on track along with Pedro Acosta. And don't forget, as we said, MotoGP coming to you very, very soon indeed. What are we? I think 41, maybe 40 days now away. I saw Alicia Spargo telling us it was only 41 days away over the weekend. And if you want to make sure that you have the best seats in the house, I can personally guarantee it, MotoGP Premier is the best way to do that. So go and check out the links that we've put in the chat to be able to see how to get hold of the best seat with MotoGP Premier. Right, we've caught up with Augusto, we've caught up with Pedro. Now time to chat to the Red Bull Gas Tech Trois team manager, Nicolas Goyon, because he's got a busy and exciting couple of days ahead of him. Nicolas, hello, how are you?
Hello, I'm good, thank you.
So, you're in Sepang, as we can see, along with Pedro. Excited to get underway on Thursday?
Yeah, we're looking forward to start the season. As you said, we just arrived in Malaysia. It's still hot and warm here. The weather hasn't really changed. So we made the plan earlier on in January. We all meet together in Imperial Mobility Factory in Austria. So we made the first meeting. We prepared the bike as well, and then we send all the freight here in Malaysia for this first test. So as you know, we have these 2 tests in a row. We first had this shakedown test where Pedro will join, and then 2 days later we're gonna have the main yet test, as we said, the main test with all riders. So it's gonna be 6 days on track. Yeah, I'm sure it's going to be an exciting moment for everybody, and a lot of question marks going on from this season.
It's a young team this year, a fairly inexperienced team as well. Augusto into his second year, Pedro is a rookie, of course. How much of a challenge does that make your job?
Well, yeah, it's true. It's young. I think I've checked the average age, and it's about 4 years younger. So it's quite a young team. Augusto's got only 1 year experience on a MotoGP, but for sure he learned a lot last year, and we try also to give him a few keys. One of our main job is to try to give all the keys that we can to our rider to help them to achieve the real level. We know it's tough now, especially with this new format. All the rookies, especially, they have less time to learn the bike. Straight away on a Friday afternoon session, we ask them to push maximum, to try to score in the top 10, to have a better qualifying. Anyway, I really think that nowadays rookie's job is one of the toughest, and all these new guys, they need to get all the keys as possible to be ready. And I think that what we've tried to do with Augusto last year, and in some way we succeed. We'll try to apply the same with Pedro this year, and I'm sure these two guys, as you know, they know each other from the IOS year, and I'm sure Augusto will help Pedro as well to achieve this target.
Now I know that you will know that whether it's us in the media, the fans at home, are all talking about what can Pedro achieve in 2024. Some talking about podiums, some talking about victories. How much of your job is it going to be keeping feet on the ground and making sure that the team, Pedro, doesn't listen to the much anticipated debut this year and all of the talk that comes with it?
I've already done a few interviews with this, and this is one of the main questions: what can Pedro achieve this year? And I really think, especially after a period after COVID time, it's getting more and more difficult. Riding a MotoGP bike is not like 10 years ago when you could fight straight away for some podium. Now the period is really competitive. The bike is tricky to understand. You need to understand that you have device in the front, device on the rear. You have a lot of different buttons. All this takes quite a while to understand and to get the real notice of a MotoGP bike. So I think we especially need to give some time to this rookie. We need to give them time to learn the bike, to understand how we should ride the bike. If you just look at the bike, look at all these aerodynamic appendix. So this pull the bike, so you have more weight in the front. On the braking, now you start to have weight on the rear. These are all the things that you need to integrate. The electronic is also another area where you have a lot to learn. So my message for the fan would really be patient. Let's give him the time to learn the bike, to improve, to know the people he's working with, and I think around the top 10 position is already a great target. If you look at in the last couple of years before, even somebody like Marco Bezzecchi, who did a great rookie year, I think he ended up P9 in his rookie season, and it's Marco Bezzecchi. So let's give this guy the time to learn, and we'll see what they're able of.
Just finally, Nicholas, before we let you go, looking ahead to the shakedown and the Sepang test itself. Back end of last year, you guys in the Gas squad didn't have the carbon chassis that both Brad and Jack Miller did. Will you have it for Sepang? And also on the shakedown, we know that Paul Espargaro's going to be there. He's going to be an important part of the team this year. Could you just talk to us about his role over the next week?
Yeah, it's been a big topic last year. Will we have the carbon chassis or not? I can tell you that yes, we will try it. I don't think we're going to start straight away with it. We need to go through a couple of different test items before to test this one. But yes, definitely we'll have it, and we're all delighted to be on the same level as the KTM squad. This was one of the main key, and this for sure we will all start on the same level, and yeah, we're quite pleased with this. Paul will be there testing the bike during this shakedown. And of course, also because he was with us last year, for sure he will share all the comment and all the feeling that he's got. We're gonna have 2 test riders probably and Pedro, so all 3 riders on track together. For sure, we will already check the data and rider will talk each other during these 3 days of shakedown.
Nicholas, thank you for your time. As ever, good luck over what's going to be a very, very busy and, from what it sounds like, a very hot week in Sepang. Hope it all goes to plan.
Thank you very much. Bye. Bye-bye.
Great to chat with Nicholas Goyon there and give us a little bit of insight. There we go. The Red Bull Gas Tech Trois Squad will have that much talked about carbon chassis for Sepang, and I would imagine for the start of the year as well, it made a big difference for both Brad Binder and Jack Miller. So both Augusto Fernandez and Pedro Acosta look set to start the year on equal machinery to the full factory KTM boys, and interesting on the role of Paul Espargaro. I would imagine he's going to be doing plenty of exits with a certain Pedro Acosta following him. I'm sure he may well be following Pedro as well and trying to help him adapt as quick as he possibly can do. Right, as ever, lots of you have been getting in touch as we go throughout the show. Make sure that you do. Let us know where you're watching from. Give us some opinions, give us your thoughts, give us your preview for the year. What can Pedro Acosta do? What can Augusto Fernandez do? Ratra Weeze is saying hello from Thailand. Great to be able to hear from Ratra. Looking forward to getting back to Buriram later on this year. Who else have we had getting in touch with us? This one from Ormeu from Brazil. Great to be able to hear from Ormeu from Brazil, as we say. And of course, one of my favourite things when we go to Argentina is the amount of different number plates you see from countries throughout South America. It's a bit of a pilgrimage is getting to Termas for a lot of South American MotoGP fans. Hasif saying, good evening from Malaysia. See you in Sepang this February. Yeah, you certainly will. That is only, 48 hours away. Looking forward to getting some action going in Malaysia. Matt, the mad botanist. Matt, do you actually have a job? I mean, he is a huge fan of these team presentations in the MotoGP. I don't think he's missed one yet. Please, buddy, do some work. You can do it, Pedro. I love Mark, but his records are made to be broken. I'm sure Mark would be proud if he does it. I mean, that would be a massive, massive moment if Pedro Acosta was able to break Marc Marquez's now, 11-year-old record. Previous to that, it was Freddie Spencer that held it for coming on to 30 years. So it would be a massive moment if Acosta was to become the youngest ever Premier Class race winner. As Carlos said, he's got 10 Grand Prix to be able to pick up that historic achievement. Rizal asking, what is a shakedown test? A good question. Well, the shakedown test is an opportunity for MotoGP rookies like Pedro Acosta and MotoGP test teams to be able to, as it suggests, shakedown, to be able to get the bikes ready for the official test, which starts 2 days later. We've seen in previous years when MotoGP teams have got concessions, they are allowed to take part in that test and are able to use up more allocated testing time. And as a result of the new rules that were introduced at the end of last year, we'll see both Japanese manufacturers, the factory Yamaha and the factory Honda squads, being able to take part in the Sepang shakedown, which means that they will have 3 days more testing compared to the likes of KTM, Aprilia and Ducati with their official riders. So that's why you'll see Fabio Quartararo, as we said, Alex Rins, Joan Mir, Luca Marini and the LCR boys getting a chance to spin some laps in Sepang ahead of the rest of the grid. Ricardo in touch from the Dominican Republic. Good morning to you, Ricardo, as well. Thank you for joining us. Great to see that so many of you are watching from all these different parts around the world. Do we have any more? Ricardo was watching on Facebook. Of course, you can join us on Twitch, on YouTube, Twitter, Instagram as well. Lots of opportunities to do so. And with the Sepang shakedown coming up in a couple of days' time, as we've told you before, make sure you do get the MotoGP app, the brand new MotoGP app, the new and improved one. downloaded on either iOS or Android. That is going to be the best place, for me, the only place to be able to find out exactly what is happening in Sepang over the next week. And that is going to be where our attention turns to next. A busy week to 10 days coming up. One more MotoGP team presentation in the middle of it. The factory Yamaha boys, the Monster Energy Yamaha squad of Fabio Quartararo and Alex Rins, will be unveiling their brand new colours this time next week. But sandwiched in between that, it is time to finally see bikes on track. The 1st, the 2nd, the 3rd of February, the Sepang Shakedown with Pedro Acosta making his first laps of 2024 there. Make sure you check out MotoGP.com for interviews and reaction to that. And then the big one, all 22 official riders officially being back on track together for the first time in 2024. The Sepang test kicks us off in just over 1 week's time. The 6th, the 7th, the 8th of February will be live for After the Flag from 5:30 local time in Malaysia. That's 10:30 here in Europe. You can adjust your times wherever you are as a result of that. Make sure that you do join us and watch that for the only place to be able to hear live reaction to everything that happens in Sepang with Simon Crafar. He has his bag packed. He's ready to go to bring you the latest ahead of what is going to be a fascinating 2024. Thank you very much for joining us for this latest team presentation. The Gas squad, well, they're rebranded. The Red Bull Gas Tech Twa squad are ready to get on the gas in 2024. Will it be a historic one as Raul Fernandez looks to try and jump onto a MotoGP podium for the first time, and Pedro Acosta looks to set to break yet more records. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you in a week's time.
Very nice as well to hear from a nice launch there, back there with Gas. Good one, short, sweet. Interviews always the delight. So, 2 hours remain. You're back with JB Motorsports here live. We're seeing a few riders out there just getting ready. According to information, the rain is starting to blow in. I know, Mohammed, you've been in there. Your track side, apparently it's blowing in towards the last corner. I know you're standing there. I'd love to get your opinion if it is actually coming in and starting to rain there as well. Hello, everybody. Welcome up. So, we've got Dijantonio out there on the track. Alex Marquez out there too. Several of the riders decided not to go out just yet. We saw this yesterday in the session after lunch. So we've been, well, it's an hour since the start of the lunch break, so it's fine now. But Bagnaia is still top at the current moment. So what we're going to do now is actually hear from the boss of VR46, not Valentino Rossi himself, but he admits to outside interest. And of course, with the rumours that the VR bikes are going to switch over away from Ducati machinery in the future, this is what they had to say.
Last year we make almost a perfect season, no? We was fighting for the championship in almost until then, so we have to be very, very happy, but already done. So we have to think about this year. It's important to see the difference between the bike 22 and 23. It's true that the difference, we thought that it wasn't not so much, but it's true that the difference are quite bigger, but the potential are bigger than last year. And then it's the bike from world champion, not from Pecco. So I think for that one is a good step for us. We saw him the potential that he has last year in the end of the season. It's true that it's the first time that we are working together, so we have to know each other, because in the end it's really important that get that relation with the chief mechanics and all the team. But the bike, he knows already, so this is important. It's true that our contract is finished in the end of the season, but we have the option to continue 2 more years with them. So we are happy now with Ducati. This is clear, but also it's true that the other manufacturers are looking for us, no? But this is good for us, because that means that we are making a very good job. When some manufacturers come to you and say, if we are able or interested to change, that means that we are making a very good work. But at the moment, our idea is try to continue with Ducati.
So they want to continue on with Ducati. We want to see them continue on with Ducati as well. And don't mind me just having a mini heart attack about something I was trying to get sorted up here in the comms box as well. We've just lost the Wi-Fi, but we're connected via cables. So that's all okay. Coming forward. So riders starting to head back out onto the circuit then here in the third and final day of pre-season testing for the Sepang test. Of course, we've got a 2-day test coming up at Qatar. We are going to be live for that as well, so you can join us right here. But we've got a few hours to go, so right now let's kick over and throw it back over to Jack Appleyard with the Yamaha launch that took place at Sepang just a few days ago.
Machines on the MotoGP grid. Yamaha stick with the inline 4 and will be the only 2 bikes, as they were last year, with that configuration of engine. But does look as though they've made a positive step, as have Honda as well. We'll speak about that in more detail with Jack Ghost in just a second when we cross live to the Sepang International Circuit. But before that, I promised you that we'd take a look at the teaser for There Can Be Only One Season 2. As I said, available now on MotoGP.com, and we'll be able to view completely for free on YouTube this coming Sunday. And this is what you can expect.
These guys are not better than me. I am the best.
We are lost.
We are not friends anymore.
Mi girano I coglioni. Solo puede quedar uno 2023.
22 of the world's best and fastest riders, all with one big goal: to take the #1 from reigning world champion Pecco Bagnaia.
My dream is to continue winning title for many years. He has the best bike. The main rival is the #1. We have the #1. I would like to be one of the greatest of the history.
20 rounds, 40 races, and a new thrilling era with the arrival of the Tissot Sprints.
Ahora Rita.
Marco Bezzecchi is the MotoGP winner.
Uno spettacolo. ¿Cómo puede tener tanta mala suerte?
I was not enjoying my life.
Tutto il dia stata ogni volta
The riders have a big ego.
Possiamo mettere ancora nervoso al socio.
Need to be more focused on his job.
This championship is very long, so wait.
Come metterei presión.
What a way to bounce back.
A mí no me intimida.
Oh, they touched.
If I'm not safe in first row, where I have to start?
Se va a quedar dentro por mucho.
Just interrupting for a second, look at that. Takiki Nakagami has crashed out at turn 6. Ryder is okay, but considering they're just currently showing a preview, so Nakagami's crashed out at turn number 6. That's at the bottom of the hill.
There we go. If that hasn't whet the appetite and wants to make you sit down, of course, after the show is finished and watch all 5 episodes, then make sure you do. Absolutely brilliant, detailing the full story of the 2023 MotoGP season as we followed all of the key championship contenders. As I said, available now on MotoGP.com and will be available on YouTube this coming Sunday. Right, we'll be heading across to Sepang very soon indeed. Before we do, though, the start of the new season just around the corner. Perfect time to remind you that head to MotoGP store to make sure that you're fully kitted out for the season opener in Qatar. Of course, today is all about the Monster Energy Yamaha squad, and you can see there's plenty of opportunity to make sure that you're looking resplendent in blue by the time Qatar rolls around. Right, let's chat away then to my good friend and colleague Jack Ghost, who's made the trip out to Malaysia to bring you all of the happenings there over the Sepang test. He'll be live with Simon Crafar for After the Flag. But Jack, let's talk the Sepang shakedown, shall we? You were there on the ground. There's plenty of storylines for you to take us through. First, Yamaha on track, and as I said, looking to be taking a step in the right direction. Honda, a lot of positive vibes coming from there as well. And of course, Pedro Acosta dazzling everybody. Just run us through all of the key storylines from the Sepang shakedown.
Yeah, it certainly was a shakedown that had a lot of storylines, as you do say, Jack. Good time to come to us, as courteously the Aprilia has just shut off behind me, which is very nice of them indeed. But of course, we'll start with Yamaha, because Yamaha are the main topic of this presentation live here. They're still kind of the biggest mystery in terms of the information that we know about them. We didn't really hear too much of them. The riders didn't speak after the shakedown test at all. What we did see into the timesheets and also the top speed trap is that Fabio was pretty quick through those top speed traps. So whether that's the engine or they made progress with their electronic setup to get some more rear grip and better drive out the corner. But anyway, better top speed with Yamaha has always been the name of the game in recent seasons. We've seen that Fabio has been pushing for that a lot, and mainly because he also wants to run bigger aero, which was another thing that we saw. Test rider Cal Crutchlow was certainly busy testing different aero setups. One particular one that he seems to be mainly focusing on with the big wings out the front, kind of like a mustache, kind of like the Aprilia actually, just over there behind my right shoulder. So there's definitely good feelings, at least for Yamaha. There's some positive indicators. There's also some change that we haven't seen in a long time. They updated the tail unit, which I think is the first time in 3 or 4 seasons, but also the whole seat unit is updated too, which I'm told is the first time in quite a while that actually they've done a full remodel in that area of the bike. So whether they've gone for the Ducati route with a mass damper in the tail, as Johan Zarco rides past on the Honda, we'll see anyway. But good segue onto Honda, actually, because Zarco, particularly in his debrief with the media, extremely positive about what he's seen at Honda, actually saying that between the 23 bike and the Valencia test bike that he rode, 7/10 improvement, he reckons, at least 7/10, he actually said. So a massive jump from Honda, if that is the case. We will see, obviously, throughout these next 3 days, then also going on to the Qatar test and, of course, more importantly, the Qatar GP. I mean, it's also backed up with Luca Marini, who's been positive about the Honda since jumping onto it. He says that the project is in not such a bad place and there's real optimism there. Joan Mir is the same, although Mir seems to be perhaps a little bit more conflicted as to which kind of setup in terms of engine specification that he prefers yet. We do know that they have a couple of different engine specifications, and Taka Nakagami was very complimentary of one that he said was much easier to ride and made the bike faster as well. Of course, Pedro Acosta was the biggest headline, the shakedown test, and it goes with all the pundits for that, because that 58.1 lap time was only about 6.5, 7/10 off the outright lap record round here, a pole position from 2022 or 23, I can't remember which year now. But a massive lap time, incredible statement lap, and we had our colleague Emilio Vasquez actually ask Raul Fernandez, Pedro's teammate, earlier on what he thought of it, and he just said impressive. We knew he was going to be fast, but yeah, that was very fast indeed. We'll have a quick wander over towards the Yamaha, because they do actually have the garages open for now. But certainly on Pedro's front, I mean, watch out for him. As you said, Jack, he's got 10 races to beat that record for Marc Marquez, with the youngest ever winner in the MotoGP class, and you really wouldn't bet against him. Back to you, Jack.
Thank you very much, mate. Looking well. Make sure you stay dry, stay as less sweaty as possible in Malaysia. Look as though those grey clouds were looming just behind you. What a lovely shirt that was as well. I wonder if he's been down to Kuala Lumpur and got a nice little silk number. He's looking fine, is Jack Gorse, as he will do throughout the Sepang test as well. As I said, both him and Simon Crafar on site there to be able to bring you all of the analysis over the next 3 days of running. Right, it is, of course, time to focus our attention now on the Monster Energy Yamaha squad. As ever, you guys can get in touch with us in the chat. Make sure you put your comments in, what you think that both Alex Rins and Fabio Quartararo are able to do this year. And we'll kick things off with a poll. So you guys just need to put in the chat A or B. I think this will be a very fascinating inter-team battle. Who will finish higher in the 2024 MotoGP World Championship? Will it be Fabio Quartararo, of course, the 2021 World Champion, or will it be Alex Rins, who is aiming this year to become the first MotoGP rider ever to win with 3 different manufacturers? Interesting one, that. What do you think? Will it be Fabio? Will it be Alex? Let us know in the comments. Of course, After the Flag is going to be absolutely key to our Sepang test coverage. 3 days, 5:30 local time in Malaysia through to 7 o'clock bringing you the best analysis, live, exclusive, on-site reaction as well from the riders and key team personnel as well. And it will be expertly anchored by this man, Lewis Sotheby, who joins us now just to have a very quick chat ahead of us swapping across to Malaysia to, I believe it's actually Simon Crafar that's going to be doing the launch today. And I've seen a little snippet of the show as well, and he's done an excellent job. Good old Simon. Nice to see that they're keeping him busy out there. Lewis, how are you? Good to see you.
Very well.
Before we touch on After the Flag, Yamaha presentation coming up. We just heard from Jack there. Looks as though they are taking steps in the right direction. A big year ahead of them, and I think if you're looking at sort of inter-team battles and the strength of teams out there, you're going to have to search very hard to find a team with less might and less power than Fabio Quartararo and Alex Rins. They are two of the very best in MotoGP.
Yeah, pound for pound, you could argue that Yamaha have the strongest rider lineup on the grid. Alex Rins up there with the most naturally talented riders on the grid. He's won for Honda, and of course he won for Suzuki. We all know what Fabio Quartararo can do. He's a proven world champion. For Yamaha this year, they've got to try and reverse a worrying trend over the last couple of years. They've been in steady decline for the last couple of years relative to their competition, from Fabio Quartararo's 2021 title win. From the point that he was 91 points clear in 2022, he hasn't led a MotoGP racing lap since. And Yamaha, of course, haven't won since. They went winless for the first time in 20 years last year, and of course that's a trend that they'll be looking to reverse. There are a number of factors why that could change this year, and of course you've already alluded to they're running at the shakedown, which is one of the concessions available to them. And it is important that Yamaha use those concessions to their benefit to try and close the gap to Ducati.
Yeah, absolutely. As we said, both Rins and Quartararo definitely got the ability to be competing up at the sharp end. You do feel it's about the motorcycle that they can bring for them. I guess as part of the concessions, it's going to be the job of Lin Jarvis, Maio Meregali, to let the riders know that Rome wasn't built in a day. This isn't going to be an overnight success. It may well take some hard work. It may well take some difficult days. But as long as they buy into the project, you feel as though they can definitely grow from this baseline, shall we say, after the disappointment of last year. Just before that, though, let's have a look at the poll results. No, we won't. Will we? Won't we? In fact, whilst we wait...
I'm expecting it to be pretty close, to be honest, because as you say, Fabio Quartararo and Alex Rins are evenly matched. Wasn't close at all, as it turns out.
Really? I can't believe that. Surely.
Where are the Fabio Quartararo fans?
I know, surely there's somebody out there that thinks that Fabio Quartararo will beat Alex Rins in the World Championship this year. In fact, I'll put my hand up. I'm one of them, so we can change that. 99% to 1%. I fancy Fabio to beat Alex in the inter-team battle this year. Questions over Alex's fitness. Of course, had that nasty leg break last year, and even at the Valencia test, he wasn't 100%. He's had the winter off, so there's going to be a lot of people just looking at how he's able to come back throughout this pre-season period, because I think at the end of last year, there were some concerns. Is he ever going to be able to get back to his best? It was such a horrible injury.
Yeah, to try and put that into context, Alex Rins had the crash in the Tissot sprint in Mugello back in June. Broke his tibia and fibula. He had to have an external fixator on his leg for a long period of time after that. Such was the damage to his leg. He wasn't really the same at all for the rest of 2023, was he? We did see him fleetingly through the second half of the season, but he was clearly not riding at 100%. He was in pain. He then had to have further treatment after Australia because he had a hernia on his leg as well. So Alex Rins wasn't really fully fit for any of the second half of last season. So that is, I guess, the big unknown from a Rins point of view, because I think many of us thought that Alex Rins, from a stylist point of view, was born to ride a Yamaha.
Yeah.
We just need to see whether he's fit enough to ride it 100%.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it was a big surprise on other people at the time when he signed for Honda this time last year, that it had signed for Honda, because you just felt moving across from the Suzuki, it was a perfect match. But anyway, it may well be 12 months late, but it's finally happened anyway. Right, Lewis, stick with us for now, because I don't think we're too far away from the presentation getting underway. An opportunity to cross back live to Malaysia, are we? Are we going to chat with Jack Ghost? No, not yet. In fact, Lewis will stay with us, just because you might as well. There's no point getting rid of you just yet before we move across to Malaysia, and he is ready now. Let's hear from Jack Ghost, shall we, just to sample some of the atmosphere before this Yamaha presentation officially gets underway. The garage door was down, it's now up, the covers are on, the covers are about to be off. Jack, tell us what it's like down there.
Yeah, it's quite nice down here. It's a nice event that Yamaha have put on They put on a special event just for the journalists and professional photographers that have made the effort to travel out here for the first test of the year. So as you can see now, it's slowly starting to fill up with those journalists that have made their way down from the media centre. And this is, of course, the main attraction behind me that they're all here to have a look at. Those two Yamaha YZR M1s underneath the covers. Will they be a little bit different colour scheme? We don't know. We hope so, but I mean, the livery is still quite nice. Anyway, it's going to be a big year anyway for Yamaha, of course. As you mentioned there, with Alex Rins coming in, also the questions about his leg. It's definitely quite a massive year for him on his side, but also then for Fabio as well. And that all translates to Yamaha making sure that the bike underneath those covers is as competitive as it can be, and preferably more competitive than it has been in last year's. But as you can see, just to the right, if we do spin around a little bit, you can see that all the journalists are starting to come in to grab a quick look at these bikes, as well as the riders, of course, themselves. And there will be an opportunity after this where they're going to cart everyone across to the hospitality that we have just at the back of the garages here. And there'll be a little Q&A session with the riders there. So it's all starting to kick off here, Jack. Not too sure how long we've got left to go, but I'll pass back over to you. And it should be a good event to enjoy anyway.
Yeah, Jack, if you can, I think you can still hear me okay. Do me a favour. I don't want to get you in trouble here, but could you just give us, just before we go to the live video, just lift up the cover just a little bit, just to see maybe just a flash of the new livery, can you? Are you able to do? Go on. I'll take the blame for it. Run across and just do it quickly.
I would. I would, but I know that Lin Jarvis likes his rugby, so I might get rugby tackled by him. So I'm not going to try that, actually, Jack. Maybe if you come here next year, you can do it.
It wouldn't be my job if I didn't try and get you in trouble. And good decision in the end. I've not seen Lin Jarvis tackle anybody, but yeah, I'm sure he's pretty fierce in a rugby tackle. So cheers, Jack. Thank you very much indeed. Great to chat with you. We'll catch up with you to hear some live interviews once the presentation's done.
Yeah, cheers, boys. See you later.
So there we go. Right, officially, I think we should get 2024 underway, shall we, for the Yamaha boys. New lineup for this year, Fabio Quartararo and Alex Rins, and this is it, the team presentation for the Monster Energy Yamaha squad in 2024.
So now we're going to see the launch of this year's this year's Yamaha bike, as you can see, the official season launch.
Hello everyone, I'm Simon Crafar. We're in Malaysia, inside the paddock at Sepang Circuit. This is a very important moment because the tests that mark the beginning of the new MotoGP season are scheduled to start. Yamaha has an important mission this year: return to winning. And it's a desire that can be felt throughout the team. You can tell by looking at the work of every team member, engaged and focused in preparation for this season. With the attention and sensitivity that this moment requires, I will introduce you to the protagonists of this season for the Monster Energy Yamaha MotoGP team. Let's go.
So this year as well, we've got Fabio Quartararo, who's, of course, a world champion, but also joining them, Alex Rins, which is a really interesting situation to be in.
Where Abe, Checa, Biaggi, Laconi, and myself, 25 years at the highest level. That's some experience. And here he is. Hey, Lin.
Hey.
Always good to see you.
How are you? You well?
Really good, really good. Oh, I was wondering if you have some time for us.
Sure. Why not? Let's take a walk.
Okay. Lin, you have experience with many MotoGP race season preparations. Mm-hmm. On the eve of the start of the 24 MotoGP season, please give us your personal feelings.
Yeah, indeed. The beginning of every year is always a moment of big anticipation, I would say. And, especially, it's quite typical we begin here in Sepang. And this is the first moment when everybody's here together. So whatever we've done in the winter, we get to the moment of truth that's coming up soon. So indeed, I've done quite a few. I was remembering even this morning that my first one here was with Max Biaggi back in the day when we were Marlboro Yamaha. But every year is different, but every year it's exciting. The anticipation is there, and I'm really curious how we're going to feel in 4 days from now.
Lin, we can see you have a very focused and determined team. Can you tell us about the internal changes within Yamaha's organisation, including the arrival of Massimo Bartolini?
Yeah, we've made some changes in our way of working. I would say this process started in reality in the middle of last year. We knew we needed to get some fresh, should we say fresh blood, fresh input, new ideas, and we needed to change our way of working. So in that period of time, I would say really since the third quarter of last year, we've taken a couple of engineers, in fact key engineers from the paddock, from other competitors. They've joined our team, and the one, as you mentioned, Massimo Bartolini's name, the interesting thing there is that he was being brought in as technical director. So it's the first time we've really seen a European on such a high level within the Yamaha factory racing MotoGP project. He will be working alongside Masuda. Masuda-san is formerly our testing leader, and he's now joined us as the project leader. So we're going to see the project leader and Massimo Bartolini basically combining their efforts together to change our working methods outside of Japan by working much more with the European expertise, but then Masuda's job is to make that work inside Japan. So the target at the end of the day is to be more fast, more aggressive, more adventurous, and really to get rid of that conservatism. And so this is the plan.
Speaking of the technical side, tell us how you think the concessions will affect Yamaha.
Well, I think that there'll be a big assistance. It's of course not only Yamaha, it's also Honda and Yamaha. We have the possibility to do a lot more things that we couldn't do without having the concessions. In particular, of course, the testing. So we're allowed to test on many more circuits than normally you're restricted to work on a limited number of tracks. We're allowed to do those tests with our factory riders and not only with the test team riders. We're allowed to change the specification of the engine throughout the season, obviously still within the rules, but we can change the engine design as the season progresses. And we have also one extra aerodynamics package that we can bring. So the concessions give us the opportunity to work. It's up to us to make the maximum effect of that and to make sure that we keep making progress. So it allows us to not be, in a way, not be stuck with where we start at the beginning of the season. We should be able to continue to make progress throughout the year.
Fantastic.
So let's hope it works.
Both riders' contracts expire at the end of 2024, and the performance of the new Yamaha M1 will influence their decisions. What are your expectations?
Yeah, it's absolutely like that. I think that the action on the track is going to be very exciting this year, but I think the action off the track is going to be equally intense, because it's true that our riders, both contracts expire at the end of this season, but it's the same for so many other riders in the paddock. I think probably 20 out of the 23 riders contracts expire. So for keeping our riders, it's very important that we show what we can do, how we've been able to bounce back, how we can be more competitive, but also more than that, what is the expectation, the hope for the future. It affects the confidence our riders have, but also it will affect the choice of satellite team, because of course we want to come back in 2025 with a satellite team as well, but in order to do that, same story, we need to be competitive. So it's a super important season, and I would say the first half of the season is really crucial for many things.
Finally, Lin, it looks like you have consistency with your sponsors. Any news?
Yeah, indeed, as you've seen, anyway, the look and feel is very much similar to last year. and this is thanks to our title sponsor. We've been with Monster now 12 years as team sponsor, and this is the 6th year of title sponsorship. So I'm super grateful to have Monster with us. And indeed, all of our other sponsors stayed with us, and we have one addition, which is the Call of the Blue. And that is Yamaha Motor India's marketing phrase. And we can thank that to the expanding championship, where now we go to India for the race. And the importance of MotoGP in the Asian markets is super important for us, and I think for the championship too.
Lin, as always, thank you for your time and best of luck on the mission.
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Massimo, just the man I was looking for.
Nice to see you.
You too, buddy. Do you have a moment for us to ask a few questions?
Yeah, sure.
Let's do it. Massimo, I'd like to know how your winter was and how hard you and everyone at Yamaha have been working in preparation for this season.
Yeah, definitely, I think it has been the shortest winter ever, but I would like also to say very productive, because we have been able to do a lot of work, in both headquarters in Japan, but also in Italy, with the result that we could prepare a lot of material to test in Sepang during the first test of the season. And furthermore, we have been able also to improve the structure of the team with the arrival of Max Bartolini, and also Alex Rins joined us, and for me it's another step in that direction.
You also mentioned Alex Rins, your new rider. What are your first impressions of him?
Yeah, you know, we did only one day test in Valencia, but the impression has been good. At the beginning, we tried to gather information from him, from his previous experience. You know, for them it takes not so much time to get used of the new bike. So the 2 runs were the most important. Then we didn't put on him any pressure, and from that moment he started asking questions to us to adapt himself to the M1, and we didn't even force him to try time attack, because you know, he had a really bad injury, he had a really long break during the season, he could not ride the bike. He did the last race in Valencia, but his physical condition was not at 100%. So we really wanted to take the most of this day, but without putting on him any kind of pressure.
Finally, it's a very important year, 2024, for Yamaha. On the eve of this new season, please give us your thoughts.
You know, all the seasons are very important, but especially for us, after 2 difficult seasons, it's the real moment to come back where we were used to be, because it's an important year. All the rider agreements are expiring at the end of the season. As you know, the importance to have a satellite team is fundamental, and in this moment we need to show to everybody that the way that we started now it's a good one. We need to show the performance of our bike.
Massimo, thank you very much for your time. I can't wait to see your new bikes.
You're welcome, mate.
Interesting launch of the bike then as we await to see it.
The atmosphere is full of energy and concentration. Next, I would like to speak to someone who, probably more than anyone else, wants to return to winning. Excuse me, Mark.
Hey,
oh, yeah.
Good, how you doing?
Good. I was wondering, can you tell us where Fabio is?
He was here earlier, but you can bet if he's not here now, he's probably in the gym.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
See you, mate.
It's exciting times for the Monster Energy Yamaha team and all their fans because they have two of the most talented riders on the planet. I think it's clear for everyone to see. Fabio was fighting for the win in MotoGP from when he first arrived. He's continued to have that ability, and he does it crashing so seldomly. It's something not many riders can do. Then you look on the other side of the garage. This year, it's Alex Rins. On what is arguably the least competitive machine on the grid last year, he won in Austin. Truly amazing. Can you imagine what these two riders could achieve on the new M1? We're at the hotel Fabio is staying. Now we only have to find the gym. As expected, Fabio is in full pre-season training mode. Hey Fabio.
How is Simon?
Really good, buddy. Sorry to bother you. Do you have a few minutes for us?
Yeah, in 10 minutes I finish and I will come to you.
Thank you. I'll wait out by the pool.
Perfect.
Just waiting for the copyright music to disappear. Half the time, of course.
Thanks for joining us, buddy. Really good. Fabio, tell us, how was the winter period for you? Recovery from a hard season last year and training in preparation for this season?
Yeah, I think that as everybody knows, 2023 season was tough for Yamaha, for me. But I think this winter was really productive. I think that I've trained better than ever. I'm feeling super well. And yeah, I think that, you know, it's really a motivated way to start the test. And of course with new people. So I'm really looking forward, and I think that, you know, training hard on the winter will help a lot.
The 2024 season is about to start. How do you feel about it?
You know, before to start the season, you always feel super, you know, you really want to be back on the bike. We will have a lot of testing, a lot of races. So we will take it step by step. Hopefully here in Malaysia, we'll make a step forward compared to last year. And from this moment, I think we have to build up our confidence and start to get the result like in the past.
Speaking of confidence, how important will it be for you personally to return to winning?
Personally, it's my main goal. I mean, I only see this in my mind. Of course, maybe it will be a short process or a long one, but this is what I want, and I will achieve it together with Yamaha this year. And I think that is important to always, to never skip some steps, you know. We have been, like I said, 2023 was really tough. We cannot expect straight away to be fighting for the title and for the victory. I think we have to build up step by step with solid top 5, then fighting for the podium, then for the win. And I think this is the steps we have to manage. Of course, my personal goal is always to be world champion, to win every race. But we have to think that we have still a lot of job to do, and hopefully we are on a good way to do it.
You have a new teammate. What do you expect from Alex Rins?
Well, Alex is a really fast guy. I know him since a really long time. I think one of the first riders I've ever met when I go to Spain. I had maybe 7 or 8 years old, so it's a really long time. He made some really good races, some wins. So of course, I think myself and especially Yamaha have a lot of expectation on Alex. And I think it will be great to have him and heard a little bit about his comments about the bike.
Thank you for your time, Fabio. We'd also like to hear from Alex Rins. Do you have any idea where he is?
Well, for sure Alex will be at his office trying a new leather, seeing his new helmet or something like that, so you will find it there.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you. See you, Simon.
See you, buddy. Hey, Oleg. How are you,
Hey,
buddy?
Simon. How's it going?
Really good, mate.
All
Good
good?
to see you.
Yeah,
we
good,
heard
thank
you had
you.
a new suit.
Yeah?
Yeah.
New colors you like?
Yeah, beautiful. Does it fit?
It fits properly.
Perfect, perfect. Awesome, buddy. Look
Yeah.
forward to see you in it. Hey, do you have a few moments for us to
Yeah,
ask you
for
a few
sure. Yeah,
questions
take a
about
seat.
this year?
Take a seat with me.
Cool. Thank you. So, tell us, are you ready for the Monster Energy Yamaha experience?
I'm fully ready. I'm so excited to start this new adventure because it is a dream come true to be here in this team, a team with a lot of name and a lot of history, on the past. So I'm super excited to start this new season, this new adventure with the Yamaha Monster Factory team.
Yeah, with a factory behind you.
Yeah, exactly.
So, the first question has to be, are you recovered? How you feel after surgeries and the tough year last season?
I'm feeling ready. I'm feeling recovered. Still, sometimes walking, the change of the pressure, change of the weather, is affecting me a little bit on the leg, on the injury. Still recovering since the crash, because as you know, and as I explained, I lost a lot of bone, so this one takes time. What I'm talking about. It takes a lot of time to recover. But yeah, this winter I start to do a normal life, normal trainings. Also, I jump on the R1M, on the street bike, prepared for the circuit. I jump in Almeria and Valencia, and I didn't feel any pain, any extra pain on the legs. So this is so important.
Great news. You had the chance to work with a little, for the first time, your new team at last year's Valencia test. Can you give us your first impressions of the team?
Well, my first impressions of the team, of that test that we did in Valencia after the race, it was so good. I felt so comfortable with the team. They looks like they want to improve the bike, to improve the results. So more or less same dynamic as myself, no? So I'm ready to bring all my experience with the MotoGP bikes to them, and to see if we can do this Yamaha bike competitive again.
Speaking of that, have you seen the new M1? The new M1. Have you seen it?
I've seen it. I've seen it.
And the first impression?
It looks amazing.
Oh, cool.
It looks spectacular. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Your new suit, we saw it a little on the way in. Can you tell us about it? Can we see it?
Yeah, for sure. So, as you can see, I will use different colors for this season. I'm wearing the Alpine Star ones that I'm with them since 2017 when I jumped in MotoGP, and I'm feeling super well with the suit. I don't know in the past when you were racing, but right now
they look lighter.
Looks so light, yeah. And also when it's brand new like this one, when you fit in, it is perfect.
Immediately.
Immediately.
Not like needing to run in like
Exactly. I remember in the past when I was more young, also some leather suits you
need to get them wet.
Exactly. So right now it fits perfectly, super fast. And yeah, this one is the suit with the airbag. That helps us a lot on the crashes. When it deploys, it covers all the shoulders and also the ribs.
Yeah, they've come a long way.
I'm just as a new member on the team, I'm discussing with my guys. What do you think, black or white? The new slider.
Good question. I would say if I had an opinion, but to be honest, I don't care. It looks good. It will look good either way.
It looks amazing, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, really appreciate your time. Thank you for talking
Thanks
to us.
to you.
And we look forward to see you soon together with the new M1.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
Catch you soon. Oh, I believe we might have the opportunity to see Fabio's new helmet. Here he is.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, good, buddy, good. Would you mind showing that to us?
Yes.
Explaining it?
So this is a 2024 race helmet, much more clean and aggressive devil face. We add some graffiti on the side, on the back. The back of the helmet is white, but in the past used to be more dark. And I think it's a really cool helmet. I think one of the best I ever had. So hopefully it can shine on top.
Thank you. I look forward to see you with your new M1 really soon at the unveiling. See you there.
See you there.
Thank you to Yamaha for giving us the opportunity to witness the atmosphere of this important moment. We've spoken with management, we've met with riders, we've been inside the garage at the start of a new season. And now it's time for the moment you've all been waiting for, the unveiling of the new Yamaha M1.
So let's take a look then at what this year's Yamaha looks like. If you haven't seen it already on the track, this is the 2024 Monster Energy Yamaha bike as well, and it's looking quite good. Fabio Quartararo running in 11th, Alex Rins running in 15th, but they had a better day 2 and day 3 of the test as well, so they are still up there, getting better and better. So it's absolutely great as well. What will Rins actually bring to the team back on with Fabio Quartararo? Definitely, I think these two could make a good pairing. Both world champions. Rins in 2020. Sorry, that was me. I don't know where my brain's going there.
I have to say, both
Rins, though, as a race winner, could be looking good.
look fantastic.
My brain's gone.
Fabio,
Yes, Simon.
we'll start with you. Please tell us your first impressions of the new M1.
Well, first impression, like I said, for me the most important is how fast it goes. But of course, Yamaha livery is always super nice. So yeah, really looking forward to start the season.
Thank you and best of luck. Alex, tell us what you think of your new Yamaha.
Well, as Fabio said, the bike looks unbelievable. So I'm more ready than ever.
We wish you luck as well, Alex. Thank you all for following this exclusive Yamaha preview. Please continue to follow this fantastic team because a new chapter in MotoGP is about to be written.
To Simon Crafar there, a whistle-stop tour of Sepang from the circuit to the hotel, back to the circuit, and then just in time to be able to see that brand new 2024 Yamaha M1. Well, brand new, unchanged Yamaha M1. The livery, some very, very small changes here or there, but let's be perfectly honest. It's exactly the same as last year, but I liked last year, so that's fine. Right, quiz time for you guys before we head across live to the Sepang International Circuit to speak to Alex Rins, and this one is about Rins here. What's his favourite TV show? Is it The Simpsons? Is it Family Guy? Let us know, A or B, and we'll tell you the answer in a few moments' time. But let's hear from the man himself, shall we? Of course, this his third factory, his third team in the space of 3 years, making the switch from Suzuki to LCR Honda and now to Yamaha. And as we said, this could be a historic year for the Spaniard as he looks to become the first MotoGP rider in history to win with 3 different manufacturers. He's going to be fighting for that alongside Jack Miller, who of course has already tasted victory for Honda and Ducati, and now he's looking to do it this year with KTM, and for Maverick Vinales as well, who has managed to taste victory with Suzuki and Yamaha, but he's still awaiting that first Aprilia victory. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if all 3 of those guys are able to take a Grand Prix win this year, but which one of them will be first and which one of them will be the man to set history and become the very first to have won 3 Grand Prix with 3 different factories? We'll be hearing from the 42 in just a few moments' time, but a couple of tidbits, a couple of snippets to take away from that, in particular the chat right at the start with Lin Jarvis spoke about the arrival of Massimo Bartolini. He's come across with one other Ducati engineer, with Max Bartolini now fronting up the technical department for Yamaha. They've managed to go out into the market, swoop up a couple of Ducati engineers, which of course we saw KTM do this time last year so successfully. Now Yamaha doing the same as well. But before we talk about that in detail, let's head across live to Malaysia. Jack Gorst is there with the number 42, Yamaha's new arrival, Alex Rins.
Yeah, here with Alex. Obviously, Alex, an exciting time here unveiling the new bike and also in new colours for yourself this year. Firstly, you of course had some days on the bike already. Just tell us, how did the shakedown go?
Yeah, the shakedown was quite good. We were able to ride 2 days, so we tested many things. Unlucky in the afternoon, it was coming some rain, so it rained a little bit. But overall, we are quite happy because we anticipate a little bit of work. As you heard, we have many new parts behind these panels. So yeah, we did it a good work. We are following the same line. So yeah, I'm happy.
One of the big concerns, Alex, for fans of yours is just how your leg is after that big injury last year. You say that it's not too bad now, it's almost there, and you had no pain on the bike during the shakedown. So just tell us, how does it feel out there?
Yeah, my leg is more or less fine. It's much better than before, than the last time I jumped on the bike in Valencia. So I was a bit scared because we tested with another bikes during this pre-season with the street bikes, and it's not the same as the MotoGP bike, no? But yeah, on the first day, I jumped on the bike and immediately I didn't feel pain. So this are good news.
And Alex, we just have 2 fan questions for you, actually. The first one comes from Hugo da Costa, and he asked, Alex, how would it feel if you won a race with another new manufacturer?
Well, it will be a dream come true. In the end, right now we are in Yamaha, and for sure, if I get a victory in this team, it will be a really, really grateful, no?
Of course, you're going for that record as well, the first to win with 3 different manufacturers in the MotoGP era. The second fan question, Alex, comes from Tiana MD. Which track are you most excited to race at this year?
Well, mostly in many races, because as you know, last year I missed like 10 races or something, 10 races, or something like this. So yeah, I'm really excited to jump on the bike and start racing again.
Well, good luck to see you on the bike tomorrow, Alex, and good luck for the test as well.
Thank you so much.
Good to hear there from Alex Rins in a confident mood ahead of his new campaign getting underway with the Yamaha squad. You saw the fan questions there that were submitted on Instagram. This is a good time to remind you. Of course, if you're not following us on Instagram already, why not? But this is a perfect time to do it. We're going to be getting lots of videos on our stories from what's happening in Sepang. Plus, we'll give you the opportunity on one of our stories to suggest some questions for the 4 4 team presentations we've got next week coming up. KTM, Repsol Honda, LCR Honda and Aprilia. Check out MotoGP's Instagram stories to be able to put your questions in. And, of course, with Qatar, now, what are we, about a month away, 5 weeks away? If you are wanting to have a bucket list trip to a MotoGP rounds this year, then check out the MotoGP hospitality options, which will be the perfect way for you to get up close and personal with the likes of Alex Rins and Fabio Quartararo. Right, we asked you, which TV show is Alex Rins a big fan of? There we go. The correct answer, which 2/3 of you got correct, was The Simpsons. A big Bart Simpson fan, I believe, is Alex Rins. I imagine as he tries to pass the time on the flight across to Malaysia. He may well have had a couple of episodes downloaded, but it was nice to see that Alex was in a confident mood there. Of course, we'll be looking at his progress throughout the test just to see how that leg holds up. Fingers crossed. I think I speak on behalf of most, where we hope that Alex Rins is back to his very, very best this year, and he has a motorcycle that's competitive enough for him to show it. Next, quiz question have we got, or are we going with a poll? Going with a poll. This one going to be an interesting one. Can Yamaha fight for the World Championship this year? Yes or no? Of course. Their first winless MotoGP season in, what was it, 2 decades last time out, which would, to me, indicate very unlikely that they are going to be world champions this year, given how much of a struggle it was in 2023. But we've seen stranger things happen. As we said, one of the strongest lineups on the grid. If we can get that bike right, of course, the arrival of not only a former F1 engineer in Luca Marbarini, but Max Bartolini as well, now heading up the technical side. Technical director, I believe his new title is, working alongside Sumi-san, who was the project leader. So they've got the right brains there. They're not afraid to go out and headhunt and try and bring some new ideas to the table. So maybe that is going to be the fresh start that Yamaha need to get themselves back to fighting for the World Championship, which of course they won in 2021. How long ago does that feel now? Lots of you have been getting in touch. Please continue to do so, including Silver Suzuki. I'd love to get to ride an R1M, the Oregon Raceway, and then the Ridge in Washington as well. A couple of American circuits. Yeah, I'm sure. I'm aware of the Ridge, not of Oregon Raceway, but yeah, the R1M, of course, which is the superbike, the top superbike that Yamaha provide. This coming in from Belgium. Nancy, just saying, from Belgium. Great to see you, Nancy. Thanks for joining us. Hope you're enjoying it. I'm sure you are a big Fabio Quartararo fan, like I am as well. Before we cross live to Fabio Quartararo, let's just throw another quiz question in your way, this time about the 2021 World Champion, the Frenchman. What tattoo does Fabio Quartararo have on his right arm? Is it Rihanna's phone number, who of course he caught up with in Paris a couple of weeks ago? Not jealous. Very, very cool indeed. Or is it his first MotoGP win? Well, we're going to cross live. We might be able to see the right arm of Fabio Quartararo. Get your notepad and pen ready, because if it is Rihanna's phone number, I think there's going to be a few of you jotting it down, me included. Right, let's head across to Sepang then and hear from the 2021 World Champion Fabio Quartararo. He's alongside Jack.
Fabio, thank you for waiting around for us. Firstly, you of course had a few days on the bike already. We know that Yamaha are bringing lots and lots of new parts, some new improvements. How was your first feeling with the 2024 M1?
Yeah, I think was great. We had 2 days, not a lot of laps, as the weather is pretty bad here in the afternoon. But first laps was good. We could try some things positive. Of course, I think the potential is there, but we have to find our way to find the potential to be really used on track.
And we heard from Lin as well that Yamaha have been reacting a lot to changing the way they work, their structure. How positive is that for you to see from your side as a rider, knowing that there's more possibility now for improvements with the bike?
I think it's important because the reaction time now looks like it's much shorter. Like we said in the past, we try to change a little bit the Japanese mentality in more European, and I think is working quite a lot. But like I said, we need time to really be back to the top, and hopefully soon we will see our potential and feel it on track.
And Fabio, we just have a couple of fan questions for you as well. Firstly, comes from MS Rush River. What's the one thing you couldn't live without whilst travelling during the season?
I think my headphones. I'm listening music all the time when I wake up, when I'm traveling, when I'm on the plane. So I think this is one of the most important things that I'm using.
And the second one, Fabio, it comes from Kev. If you could eat only one more thing for the rest of your life, what would it be?
Eat? Not thinking about healthy or whatever.
Whatever you like.
Yeah, of course, if I have to keep me healthy, I would say, chicken, rice, and vegetables. But if I have to say only one thing, I would say pizza pepperoni.
What was it?
Pizza.
I thought you would have said McDonald's.
Yeah, but pizza is, I feel it's one step better.
Okay, thank you, Fabio. Thank you very much.
Great to hear from Fabio Quartararo, just like Alex Rins, confident of the changes that have been made at Yamaha, talking about that culture change from a Japanese mentality to a European mentality. Of course, we saw in MotoGP last year, the European manufacturers, Ducati, KTM, Aprilia, able to react that much quicker. And of course, the Japanese, if they want to try and get themselves back to the summit of the World Championship, are having to adopt that kind of mentality themselves, which Fabio has been pushing for. We've heard last year from Marc Marquez and in 2022 as well that he was pushing for the same thing at Honda, and it looks as though they are reacting, they are changing to try and see themselves a little bit more competitive in 2024. Right, quiz results. I hope most of you got this one right. 26% of you saying Rihanna's phone number. Maybe they were just hopeful, like me, but no. He may well have Rihanna's phone number. That's one for us to ask next time we see Fabio. But of course, he has a tattoo of his very first MotoGP win, Jerez 2020. Who can forget that fateful day, of course, when Marc Marquez had that huge high side, which certainly changed the complexion of the World Championship right up until today. Very memorable day in the history of the MotoGP World Championship, and Fabio has that photo tattooed on his right arm. Right, let's talk to you about trying to get yourself booked in to come and watch MotoGP in 2024. 21 rounds coming your way from the start of March all the way through to the end of November. Qatar to Valencia, plenty of trips in between over to the US, and then we'll be across in Southeast Asia, in Malaysia, of course, come October and November. Now, the best time for you to go and grab your tickets. There's some good discounts in there as well, including for Portimao, I believe, up until the next couple of weeks, I believe. You can make sure that you get your seats sorted for the Portuguese Grand Prix round 2 of the year, where I'm pretty sure there's going to be quite the atmosphere as Miguel Oliveira looks to make amends after everything that went down last year. Some comments have been flowing through as well. Alex Rins will have the same influence as Quartararo in developing the bike. Is that a question? Is that a statement? If it is a question, then yes, he will. And if it is a statement, then well done, Mr. Is Motorsport. You are switched on and know exactly what is happening. Yeah, Alex, of course, will be very much helping develop this Yamaha. It will not be Fabio completely taking the lead. Fabio, of course, I think we can safely say will be the number one rider, but only just. I think it's going to be a joint effort for them throughout 2024. Matt, the mad botanist, is at it again. I tell you what, you are now, what are we, 6 for 6, 5 for 5? I forget how many we've done now. Matt clearly is at home and should be spending more time looking to try find a job than watching these team presentations, because he's got too much time on his hands. But I think the concessions are going to be big for both Yamaha and Honda this year. I hope we see some more competition for Ducati. 2024 is on. Yeah, completely agree with that. And I have to say, from what we've seen at the Sepang Shakedown, Pedro Acosta being able to go as fast as he has done on this 2024 KTM is a great sign for them. Aprilia are going to take a step. That is for certain, now that Miguel Oliveira is on a full factory bike. And Honda are definitely going to be there. Will Yamaha be? Let's find out. The main man himself, the big boss down there, Lin Jarvis, is now alongside Jack, talking live.
Yep, we're here with Lin, obviously the big boss of the Yamaha MotoGP team. Lin, you said there in the presentation that this wasn't like starting from zero, but it's a very important part in Yamaha's timeline. Can you just expand on what you meant by that? Is that to do with kind of the restructuring that we've seen recently?
Yes, in fact, as I mentioned, it's the beginning of a new period. We need to recover, I would say. Last year was a very difficult year for us. Just a couple of years before we were champion, then we were second, and last year we struggled. It was really difficult, and it was clear and obvious that we need to, in order to become competitive, we need to change many things. So we started probably middle of last season with restructuring and having new ideas, new partners, new collaboration, and changing our internal organization as well. So really this shakedown test that we just completed and this first test is the first time we start to bring it all together. And we know it's not going to be instant, but it's the beginning of a fight back. It's the beginning of a recovery.
And of course, your rider lineup this year has changed with Alex Rins stepping in alongside Fabio Quartararo, two of, well, as everyone agrees, two of the best riders in the paddock as well. What's it like having those two characters and managing them and making sure that both of them are happy whilst attempting to not only bring Yamaha back to winning, but also winning themselves and beating each other?
Yeah, anyway, it's still early, so I can't say exactly how it is to have both. But what pleases me is instantly there's a very good chemistry between them. So I really have the feeling that they're going to collaborate together, they appreciate each other, and they're on the same mission. You know, they understand that they need to work together with us, and we have to do whatever we can to come back. Alex obviously is one of the most fastest riders in MotoGP, has been a little inconsistent in the past, but in the last couple of seasons, both on Suzuki and then on Honda, he's been winning races. Fabio, we know his capacity being a champion already in 21. So I think we have a great combination, and they're on a mission, and so I'm very optimistic that we should work well together.
Well, that's my last question really, about the optimism and the confidence within the team with the restructuring, a new rider pairing. How do you feel about the Yamaha team coming into this year?
I'm positive, I'm optimistic, because I've seen the changes, I know the changes we're making, but I'm also not unrealistic. There's no quick recovery. To arrive in the situation where we were being uncompetitive is a gradual process. We have to not make it a gradual process to recover, but we do not underestimate the level of our competitors. If you look especially at Ducati, you look at KTM, and then we have Aprilia and Honda and us. So it's not easy. It's a super competitive series, but I think we've made good changes, and if we can all make it work together and speed up, more than anything, we need to speed up the way that we work. And anyway, the challenge is on us. We have to deliver.
We look forward to seeing it, Lin. Thank you very much.
Always fascinating to be able to hear from Lin Jarvis, a man with so much experience, so much success in the paddock. You feel if you want anybody inside a MotoGP team to try and spearhead you forward after a couple of difficult seasons, then he is definitely the man. And he spoke about there what a big year it is for Yamaha, not only to try and find themselves being a little bit more competitive, but as he referenced in the team presentation as well, for two reasons. Not only does Fabio Quartararo and Alex Rins' contract come up at the end of the year, with Quartararo already throughout last year saying that he won't be afraid to look at other options if Yamaha can't bring him a bike that's competitive. But also, they still only have two bikes on the grid. They've made it no secret. They want an independent team. And that really comes down to the bike being competitive. There was a lot of talk about the possibility of VR46, maybe making a switch across for 2025. But fascinatingly, at their team launch, Uccio Salucci said that he's hoping to sign a Ducati extension before the season gets underway. He said 10 to 15 days are going to be absolutely vital for the future of that team. And, well, 10 days have passed. We're still awaiting news. Maybe we'll hear something at Sepang. I'm sure the journalists there are going to be sticking a microphone under the nose of Uccio Salucci and some of the Ducati key men as well, just to find out where those negotiations are at. And on that point, can Yamaha fight for the World Championship this year? Let us know. We teased it before. Now an opportunity for you to put in the comments in the chat A for yes if you think that one of Alex Rins or Fabio Quartararo, or maybe even both, can compete for the World Championship this year? And no, if you think that it's going to be a step too far in 2024. Lots of you, well, I'm sure, will be responding to that, just like you've been getting in touch in the chat. Let's have a look at what a couple of you are saying. For me, oh, thank you, Rizal. Very kind of you. Arsenal badge as well. Very happy man, I imagine, after last night's result. What do you expect of this team for 2024 MotoGP World Championship? I imagine we're talking about Yamaha. Good question. Do I personally think they can fight for the World Championship this year? No, I don't think they can. I think it's going to be a step too far for them to bounce back in that greater success. Can they win races? Can they be regular podium contenders with that lineup? Absolutely. And I think if by the end of the season they've got both riders inside the top 10 in the World Championship, with maybe Fabio Quartararo challenging to get back inside the top 6, top 5 in the World Championship, I think that has to be deemed as a successful year as they look to rebuild and refine that path towards World Championship glory. Jerry asking a question as well. How confident does Yamaha feel against the Ducatis this year? A difficult one to answer when we've not seen any Ducatis on track in 2024 just yet. I mean, all the indications are that Ducati, Gigi Dall'Igna, Pecco Bagnaia, Jorge Martin and Abe Bastianini, the list goes on, are going to be taking another step forward, which means they're going to be very, very difficult to stop this year. So if I had to say right now, I think that confidence levels of them beating Ducati may well be quite low, but as we go throughout pre-season testing, let's see how everything unfolds. Let's see who has got the pace. Of course, after the flag, the best way to be able to find out who is in the best shape heading towards round 1 of the year. Cypress Sad asking a question as well, or is it? Oh no, just a statement. Rins will not only be the first rider to win with 3 different manufacturers, but also in consecutive years. Well, look at you, say Prad. You've been doing your research over the off-season. Congratulations, of course, was victorious in the final race of 2021 with Suzuki. Then was victorious last year. No, sorry, final race of 2022. There we go. It all blends into one year with Suzuki. Then at the America's Grand Prix in 2023 with Honda, and we're hoping to try and do it in 2024 with Yamaha. That a question I'm sure that my good friend Jack Gorse will be firing away of team boss Maya Merigali, who's there in Sepang to chat to us live.
Maya, firstly, thank you for your time. Of course, we have to talk to you about a couple of things. Importantly, one is Alex Rins coming into the team and forming this new pairing with Fabio Quartararo as well. What are your views on that, and how do you think that those two riders will do this year?
I really believe that this year rider lineup is very good. I actually have been impressed about Alex 2 first days, because he did one test in Valencia in November, but for sure he was not fit. The day in Valencia was not ideal, but as he started here and as he kept working and riding, has been a really nice surprise for us, because the comment, the way to work, very calm, explaining things very well. It has been good. So what we really, and I'm really hoping, is that they will work together. I know that at the end, you know, they have always to beat each other, but in a really good way. I hope that they will push the other one and raising the level of them, but also to help us to develop the bike.
And that's the big question, really, the level of the bike this year. Of course, we've already had a couple of days on track thanks to the new concessions this year with both Fabio and Alex. What was their initial feedback on the updates that Yamaha have brought?
Yeah, so far we had good feedbacks, mainly from the aerodynamics and also from the engine. Unfortunately, we could only ride in the morning, because in the afternoon we had big rain in both days. But the feeling we got from them and the data we have been able to gather has been good. You know, also the track was in a good condition, because lap time were quite fast. And now I'm really curious to see what will be next, because from tomorrow to Thursday, all the rider will be here. So I'm seeing that maybe the limit will be even more move higher, and then we will see exactly where we are.
That's quite a nice record as well for Alex to chase. He could become the first rider in the MotoGP era to win with 3 different manufacturers. Do you reckon he'll achieve that this year?
Sure. No, but you know, last year he has been the only one that he was able to beat the Honda, the Ducati, sorry, with different manufacturer. And no, we didn't have any doubt on him. Our decision has been only on him. We started discussing with him the year before, and for us it's really important to have 2 riders in the same level, because having only a factory team without satellite, already we have an additional amount of job that we have to do by ourselves. And with 2 fast riders, this will help a bit.
Thank you, Maya. Thank you very much.
So there we go, Mayo Merigali previewing what's to come for Yamaha in 2024. I will be crossing back live one final time to Jack just to get a little bit of a roundup of what he feels that the general consensus is, what the mood is down there ahead of a big new season getting underway, and of course what the atmosphere within the paddock is like. Jack has been chatting to some of the riders today ahead of the Sepang test getting underway tomorrow. And right on cue, if you do want to follow the Sepang test, of course, as we said, we've got After the Flag coming your way at 5:30 local time. You can watch that through the MotoGP app. Also on there as well, there'll be a live text updating you with all of the happenings from the Sepang International Circuit. Live timing is available on there as well. We'll be posting plenty of interviews and reaction to all of the key stories from the Sepang test. So if you haven't already, on both iOS and Android, you can download the new MotoGP app now, ahead of the new season and ahead of the Sepang test getting underway tomorrow. A man that is going to be extremely busy for the next 3 days, trying to keep up to speed with everything that is going on, is a man that is going to be fronting After the Flag for 3 days straight. 90 minutes of the best analysis and reaction. He'll be helped, of course, and quite brilliantly as ever, by Elliot York, Simon Crafar and Jack Gorst as well. It is Lewis Sotheby, who we spoke to beforehand. So we'll bring Lewis in to preview what to expect on After the Flag. It's going to be 3 busy days, Lewis. Looking forward to it?
Very much so. We've already had the appetite whetted, as we mentioned earlier on, by Pedro Acosta's performance already in the test, setting low 158. But this is the first time since the Valencia test that we've seen all 22 riders on track together, or certainly we hope so, once Frankie Morbidelli arrives and hopefully he's declared fit to run. There are so many stories to look forward to going to this season, whether Ducati can maintain their dominance and whether the rest can close the gap. And speaking of Yamaha specifically, one thing that I think we want to try and learn in this upcoming test, the 2 tests that we have, is whether Yamaha can get a grip on their qualifying performance. I think that was the main thing that really held them back last year, and it became apparent during the Sepang test last year that Yamaha just did not have the single lap performance in qualifying. Fabio Quartararo just could not put a time attack on the board that was anything like comparable to the Ducatis. Their pace in race trim was pretty competitive, but of course when you're starting down the grid they couldn't overtake, so that's a big area that Yamaha will be looking to improve this week.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going to talk about that in a little bit more detail in a moment, but for one final time, let's just get the thoughts of Jack Gorst live from the Sepang International Circuit. Jack, you've had the opportunity to speak with all of the key men associated with Yamaha ahead of this big 2024. What's the general consensus down there?
I think the general consensus might be kind of cautious optimism. It's always a little bit difficult to try with Yamaha because, of course, Lin Jarvis is always kind of positive about the brand, but also does accept when they have work to do. As you've heard from him today, he said that they're not starting from zero, but that they're building up. It's a very, very important time in Yamaha's timeline right now. So, you know, we've seen, you can look at the bike itself here, and we can see all the different parts. It's the most change we've seen on a Yamaha M1 in several years, probably for 10 years or something like that. So whether it's going to work or not, we'll have to wait and see. Of course, we do have 3 days on track now in Sepang to get a measure of that, and of course the riders themselves said there that they feel optimistic as well, and that the feelings were good on the bike. Again though, they're not screaming, yes, we're here and we've made a massive step forward. I think we're going to have to wait and see with Yamaha really. It's always a little bit tricky to tell with them, and I don't think it's any less tricky yet, but hopefully after 3 days on a track here, we'll have a bit more of a tell of where they're at.
Jack, thank you as ever. Great work. We appreciate your efforts and good luck throughout the next 3 days at the test. Looking forward to your work.
Thank you, Jack.
Yeah, very good. Nice to chat away with Jack Gorst, who, of course, you're going to be connecting live with from Sepang. Does know his stuff, does Jack? He's got a big old brain inside that head. Right, here's the question that we were asking you. I'm going to put it to you, Lewis, as well. Can Yamaha fight for the World Championship this year? What do you guys think? Yes or no? Not a surprising result, I don't think that. 81% of you feeling that no, it's going to be a step too far for them to be fighting for the World Championship this year. Very optimistic, glass half full, 19% of you. I like your outlook on life. Well done, guys. Lewis, for you, I said I don't think they can this year. I don't think winning races or being on the podium is out of the question, given the concessions that they've got, given the updates they can make throughout the year. But to fight for the World Championship, that's a step too far, do you think?
Yeah, my hunch is no, they can't. Jack Gorst alluded to the cautious optimism within Yamaha, and I think that's the kind of tone they have to sound. In terms of whether Yamaha can challenge for the championship, I don't think we should be expecting them to.
No.
It's a process, I think, for Yamaha to get back to where they want to be. I think Yamaha should realistically be hoping to try and challenge for victories, try and be a regular podium threat this year. I think that's a realistic expectation for them. We've already discussed the riding talent that they've got. There's no question that they have the riders to convert if the bike is good enough to fight at the front. So I think that's where Yamaha's expectations need to be. And of course, the concessions will hopefully help them try and close that gap. Of course, Ducati were able to benefit from concessions 10 or 12 years ago to bring themselves back towards the front, and Yamaha will be hoping they can follow a similar path, although, as Ducati will be able to tell us, it didn't happen overnight for them either.
Yeah, absolutely. It does take time, it takes hard work, but it looks as though they've got the right minds there to hopefully be able to do it. I would ask you about the livery, but it's exactly the same. So.
Yeah, why fix something that's not broken, I suppose? They did subtly change it last year, didn't they? They
went
with
the
sort of camouflage look, which I thought really worked. So I guess they decided there's no reason to change that after a year. It worked pretty well for me.
Let's talk, shall we, about the upcoming Sepang test. We've covered Yamaha a lot. We'll continue looking at those images there of the brand new bike for 2024 in case you guys haven't seen it just yet. Lots of storylines. We mentioned Ducati there. They were the real juggernauts of 2023, and their rider lineup has somehow managed to get even better this year as well. For the Sepang test, what are we going to be looking out for in particular down at Ducati? What do you think are going to be the key things for the guys at home to keep an eye on?
Well, they've promised new aero. They've promised sort of new aerodynamics around the bike, which we've had a sort of sneak peek of what that might resemble at the shakedown already. We might get a better idea over the course of the next 3 days. It's almost going to be a test of two halves for the 8 Ducati riders, because, of course, 4 of them are going to have 2024 bikes, the 2 factory riders and the 2 Pramac riders. Once, as I say, Frankie Morbidelli hopefully gets there and is declared fit. And as far as the Gresini riders and Pedro Enduro VR46, they will be on the bike that's just won the championship, the GP23. So expect the GP23 riders to be particularly competitive early on, because of course they're riding a motorcycle that's already very much fettled, very much refined at the end of last season, because it won the final race last year. Absolutely.
Good to see Matt get involved again. Can't wait for After the Flag. Love MotoGP. Not going to let Jack shame me out of watching 2024. It's going to be Ops. And I was only pulling your leg, Matt. Don't worry. Glad to have you on board once again. And yeah, I'm looking forward to After the Flag as well. Altab saying hopefully Yamaha will be better in the 2024 season than last season. Yeah, I'm sure there are a lot of people wearing blue that are hoping for the same thing as well. We touch on Ducati there. Are their nearest rivals this year going to be KTM, do we feel? I mean, they're financed so well. They've put so much effort behind it. Of course, another year now with that involvement with the Red Bull Formula One aerodynamics team to try and take them the next step forward. You feel as though this is a big, big year for KTM. They're not pumping all of the money into this MotoGP project to not win a race, which they didn't do last year. You feel as though they have to start showing some results this year. Otherwise, there's going to be some frustrated faces in the top hierarchy.
KTM haven't won a dry weather full-length MotoGP Grand Prix since midway through 2021 at the Catalan Grand Prix. Their only wins in 22 were in the wet with Miguel Oliveira, and their only wins last year were sprints. So that's something that KTM have got to try and get on top of. It's notoriously difficult in preseason testing to know what KTM are up to. We saw last year, we thought for so much of preseason testing that KTM were in big trouble, but they were just working to a plan. They were working through all the different parts that they wanted to test out and then put that all together for the first Grand Prix of the season in Portimao for the full package. And it certainly worked, didn't it? Once we got to the first race of the season, Jack Miller was already setting all-time lap records in Friday practice. So don't necessarily get too concerned if KTM aren't up at the top of the timesheets in testing, but from what we've seen so far at the shakedown, particularly with Pedro Acosta, there's a fair chance they might be.
Yeah, a slight change in atmosphere, I would imagine, this time around at KTM. Things very different to 12 months ago, where it was all about revolution, a wildly different new engine, new aero, new chassis. There was huge changes going down there, and that's why it took them so long to piece all of those pieces of the puzzle together. This time around, I spoke with Francesco Guidotti a week or so ago, and he said it's all about evolution, finding those last little bits to be able to take the fight to Ducati. David has been getting in touch. Hi from France at Le Mans. Go Fabio. Yeah, unsurprisingly, plenty of Frenchmen out there, and French women as well, hoping to see strong stuff from Fabio Quartararo and Johann Zarco this year. Camshaft thinking that Rins' victory may well come at the Sachsenring. Well, Camshaft, I admire your optimism there, but Marc Marquez on a Ducati? Surely no one's going to get near him at the Sachsenring.
You wouldn't have thought so. Marc Marquez, I think, will be highly motivated to try and put that one right. He probably reached his ultimate low at Repsol Honda last year at the Sachsenring, so Marc Marquez will be keen to put that right. But I think Alex Rins is a fair shout to take victories this season. As I say, if Yamaha are competitive enough, we've seen enough from Alex Rins to know that he's good enough to convert that. As we discussed earlier on, fitness is a real question mark, I suppose, for Alex Rins, but given the mileage he's already done at the shakedown test so far, there haven't appeared to be any ill effects, and he certainly didn't suggest that there are any ill effects there in the interview he gave with Jack. So from Alex Rins' point of view, you would expect the adaptation to be fairly seamless. So he's only on the Honda for a year, and of course he's been riding motorcycles that you'd expect to behave quite similar to the Yamaha he's jumping on in the past with the Suzuki for so many years. I guess he'll be hoping, much like Fabio Quartararo will be, that the Yamaha behaves a little bit better than it did last year, because of course they tried to find more power last year, more top-end speed. They found it, but they found it at the sacrifice of Yamaha's great strength over so many years, which was turning and stability.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was a key point that Cal Crutchlow, whenever he was on site in Japan in particular, I remember where he was speaking to the media. Well, I think he could have sat down and done 6 hours with us. And then in Valencia, I was able to catch up with him as well. And that was his key thing that he's been pushing to try and get the guys to understand, that although the speed sheets, the time sheets might look a little bit better, that doesn't necessarily translate into lap time. This one from Eliud. No, Ducati will take it as Marc Marquez is with the right bike. As we all know, his performance is mental. Yeah, difficult to disagree with that. You would have to feel that Marc is going to be a key contender this year. Just to continue our chat on some of the key things to look out for and after the flag at the Sepang test. Aprilia is going to be, again, a big year for them. I think at the end of last year, they held their hands up and potentially felt as if they maybe bit off more than they could chew with the addition of the independent squad. Now that Miguel Oliveira is going to have the full factory RSGP alongside Aleix Espargaro and Maverick Viñales, you feel as though that they're in a strong position to maybe have that consistency, which they didn't have last year. Aprilia was the bike last year. When it was good, it was absolutely fantastic. When it was bad, it was an absolute disaster. They didn't have that middle ground at all.
And I think Aprilia left points on the table last season. There were some key errors that they made at various stages, perhaps choosing wrong tyres, particularly Castellman back to Indonesia, and Aleix Espargaro looked to have the performance to win that Grand Prix. Went for the soft rear tyre and just plummeted down the order in the second half of that race. I guess a big, obvious shortcoming for Aprilia last year was their starts. Maverick Viñales in particular struggled with the starts. He did speak in the latter stages of last year saying that he hopes for a magic clutch for Aprilia coming to this season, because that was one area that they were quite literally left standing against their opposition. They were slow off the line. No matter how well they qualified, Viñales and Espargaro couldn't necessarily convert that in the race because they were slow off the line. So that will be one key area that they'll be looking to improve upon. So don't be surprised if you see quite a lot of Maverick Viñales in pit lane doing practice starts over the next 3 days.
Yeah, that is, if you've got your bingo card at home, that is one of them for the tests. And after the flag, see Maverick Vinales doing practice starts. I think one of them as well is him ending fastest. He is the testing world champion after all. This one comes in for you, Lewis, from De Banza. Not a question for Quartararo fans or anyone, but what do you think in general Rins will be able to do on the Yamaha? Will he be close to the Frenchman?
Close to him, yes. Whether he'll be ahead of him, I'm not too sure. Fabio Quartararo is so phenomenally talented and has spent his whole career on a Yamaha, so I think to expect Alex Rins to go straight into that team and beat him immediately, I think is too much to ask. But as we've discussed already, we know how talented Alex Rins is. If the Yamaha behaves more like the Yamaha we've been used to speaking about prior to last year, you'd imagine that will suit Alex Rins' style. And we've seen in various circuits over the years that Alex Rins is phenomenal. Silverstone, he goes very well. Austin, he goes very well, as he's proven twice in the past. The only rider to beat Marc Marquez on a Honda at that circuit, of course, winning there last year. So I think Alex Rins will be there or thereabouts, but I wouldn't expect too much too soon from Alex Rins. It will be a learning process for him. So I expect as the year goes on, Alex Rins to get stronger and stronger, but I think as the year goes on, he'll close in on Fabio, but I think Fabio will certainly start the year ahead of him.
And for his teammate as well, Fabio Quartararo, as was mentioned in the team launch, and I'm sure there's going to be lots of questions as we go throughout the year as well. He's a free agent at the end of the year, and one of the most high-profile free agents at the end of the year. He hasn't been scared to let Yamaha management know that if this bike this year doesn't provide me the opportunity to be competitive, I will look elsewhere. And I'm sure that has pricked up the ears of quite a few team managers in wearing different colours.
And we generally see those decisions made fairly early, don't we? So in some ways, that might be the most important element of this Sepang test for Yamaha is Fabio Quartararo will want to see clear signs of improvement. I don't think Fabio Quartararo, as much as in his heart of hearts he'd want to see the silver bullet and to see Yamaha back up at the front again, I don't think in his heart of hearts he'll be expecting that. He'll want to see clear signs of progress, not just only with the competitiveness of the motorcycle, but also the working methods within Yamaha. We did hear Lin Jarvis sort of allude to that they are sort of updating, if you like, their methods and trying to be much more like the European manufacturers, which of course have dominated MotoGP, particularly over the last 18 months. So I think Fabio Quartararo, if he sees signs of progress and sees signs that Yamaha are going to get back towards their old form again, he might be convinced to stay. But certainly with the talent that Fabio Quartararo has and seeing the competitiveness of Ducati, you do wonder if Yamaha don't make that progress, how quickly that patience runs out.
Yeah, and where he may well end up if he is to move on from Yamaha as well. Aprilia, potentially. Honda, Ducati, who knows? Lewis, just before we say goodbye, the floor is yours. 30 seconds after the flag coming up tomorrow. Why should people tune in?
Well, you'll have all the best reaction and analysis from the Sepang test. So we're on air 30 minutes before the checkered flag comes out. So adjust that accordingly as to whatever time that will be where you're watching in the world. Myself and Elliot York will be analysing everything that goes on in Sepang. We'll be crossing over live as well to hear from Simon Crafar and Jack Gorst, who are on the ground in Malaysia. And we'll also be bringing you live reaction from the circuit from the very best riders in MotoGP, as well as bringing you various features that have been filmed on the ground in Sepang. So we'll be hearing from some of the key team personnel as well. So 30 minutes before the checkered flag, we'll be live, and we'll continue for an hour after the session finishes on all 3 days of the Sepang test.
Perfect. I'll be there. I'm looking forward to it. Lewis, thank you for your time. Good luck tomorrow.
Pleasure.
And looking forward to watching after the flag. Right, if you want, you can jump outside the screen now. I'll let you go and crack on with your notes. Of course, the studio is actually, if we did be able to turn the camera, it's just over there is the studio where we're going to see after the flag. Be coming to you live tomorrow, as Louis said, half an hour before the checkered flag comes out, which is 5:30 local time in Malaysia, 10:30 here in Central Europe, 9:30 in the UK. So make sure that you set your alarms, make sure you watch it for the best analysis and insight of everything that's happened in Malaysia. Right, just before we leave you, let's remind you of what is to come over the next week or so. Our focus now will switch, of course, to the Sepang test, and after the flag, which kicks off tomorrow, the 6th, the 7th, the 8th of July. Little bit of a break then, we'll have the weekend off, and then look at that. That is a monster of a week for team presentations as we tick another 4 off on Monday. This time next week, time for the Red Bull KTM Factory Racing launch, where we'll be hearing live from Jack Miller Taylor and Brad Binder. 24 hours on from that, it's time for the Repsol Honda boys to officially get their campaign underway. Then it's LCR Honda, and then on Sunday we'll be live at the Losail International Circuit in Qatar for Aprilia's launch. And then it's time for the Qatar test, and then it's time for Prima Pramac Racing to finish off presentation season, which then means it's time to go racing. But for the moment, we'll put that one in the locker. We'll save that for a couple of weeks' time, because right now it's time to go testing. Yamaha are officially underway. Fabio Quartararo and Alex Rins, a brand new lineup for them. What can they do this year? A lot of optimism there. Maybe we'll see them up at the top fighting for the World Championship again. Excitement levels are at an all-time high, because tomorrow it's time for the Premier Class Grid to officially kick off 2024. Thanks for your company this morning. Make sure you tune in to After the Flag tomorrow. 2024 officially starts in less than 24 hours' time. Can't wait.
And that was, of course, 3 days ago. Now we're at the end of testing as well for the Sepang test. Hello everyone, JB back up with you. 34 minutes to go then here at Sepang, and that means it's time for us to get into the analysis phase. Shortly we'll be hearing from Simon Crafar as well as Lewis Sotheby and Elliot Page over for After the Flag, the opening 15 minutes that always seems to get shown. Then we'll go through the social media posts and hear some more interviews as well. Right now though, let's hear from collaborating with a champion, what Gresini are expecting of Marc Marquez when he comes into the team.
So far so good. Obviously we haven't had much time together, a little bit of time over the winter, we had some time at the presentation, the test at Valencia. I mean, it's going well so far, but it's like any relationship, you need time for it to develop.
The first impression was quite good, because you know, work with an 8-time world champion is something different, because you know, a lot of experience also to learn from him for our experience.
You're not an 8-time world champion for nothing, so obviously there's a lot of motivation, a lot of drive. Also from our side, without going into specifics with the goals, we have a similar, almost identical plan, so let's see if the plan works. The goal is always, whatever you do the first race, the next one's better, and then so on and so on. So obviously the better, the higher you start in the first one, the better the year will be.
Yeah, and I just saw Gamer Hive says 3 days of testing and Marc Marquez never crashed once. He did actually. On day one, he stopped twice with technical issue and then crashed at the last corner. That was on the first day. So he has crashed once. But other than that, he's been pretty consistent about where he needs to be. And that, I suppose, is the best thing. Right, we've already heard quickly, it's got a minute or so before. Concessions are coming in as well for MotoGP.
We have a new concession system. And the manufacturers with full concessions,
here's Mike Webb.
D in the concessions, that's Honda and Yamaha. They have a lot more testing available. They're allowed to test with their factory riders. So we got all Yamaha riders plus Pedro Acosta are allowed to join this test. Similar to the previous concessions system, where they can, depending on their ranking, they get extra engines. They can have engines that are not limited in specification. They can try things during the season. Extra testing. Some with factory riders, and extra tyres available for testing, which means the test riders can do more testing during the season. Also, extra opportunities for wildcard entries. Okay, the concessions has been updated. Before it was yes or no concessions, and it was based only on podium positions. Now it's based on the position in the Constructors' Championship, so it's much more accurate. It's also a grade of 4 rankings, so there's 4 different style amounts of concessions a manufacturer can have. And one really good thing, it's calculated twice a year, end of season and mid-season. This means it's much more accurate reflection of how the manufacturer is doing. Okay, as far as changing the ranking, they have their ranking now based on last year's results. The next ranking window is at the last GP before the summer break. So mid-season is possible that a manufacturer can change ranking. And then we'll check again at the end of the season and do the rankings again. So twice per year they have the ranking. and the review of the whole system at the end of the season. We'll talk again and see how it's working. But I think we're going to stick with this for some time.
So, as you've all been pointing out just quickly as well, that Mark apparently didn't crash. He went wide into the gravel grass area. Now, I do remember hearing that, but I forgot it. 3 days. Sorry about that. You're completely right. He hasn't actually crashed. He went off the track. Yeah, it came up as a crash, but it wasn't. In fact, that's happened a few times this weekend as well. Thinking about it now, let me get my notes back out. Because Bagnaia, originally we were told that he dropped fluids and crashed to turn 11, and Raul was the next one to meet it. But that wasn't what happened. Bagnaia didn't drop fluids. He just lost it on a damp part of the track. And Raul was next around and just high-sided, trying to avoid it. So that's what happened there. But yeah, Mark didn't crash. So, again, pushing to the limit. But he did stop with 2 technical failures, which I suppose is quite interesting for him, considering that Ducati was very reliable last year. It didn't usually stop it as much as it did to have problems. But it's time for After the Flag, which means I'm going to shut up and hand over to Lewis Sotheby as well. It's all going to go fun, isn't it? It's okay. We all forgot. Yeah, it's after 3 days, my brain has gone like into mush right now. 30 minutes to go then. Let's hand over for 15 minutes to After the Flag. We'll have then some more interviews from the test and wrap up both with the current and the combined times to see who was fastest here in Sepang.
Yes, this is After the Flag. The Sepang test is drawing to a close. Just under half an hour of running to go in Malaysia before everybody packs up, heads home and gets ready for 2 final days of pre-season testing in Qatar in a week and a half's time. My name's Lewis Sotheby. Alongside me once again is Elliot York. We're going to bring you all of the analysis and reaction over the next hour and a half from out there in Sepang, where it's starting to get a little bit nearer to knowing who's hot and who's not in the sweltering heat of Sepang ahead of the new 2024 MotoGP season. And as mentioned right up at the top, Elliot, we promised that yesterday we were expecting the first ever 156s. We didn't just have one of them, did we?
No, 4 riders into the 156s now at the top of the timesheets. All of them Ducatis, it has to be said, and 3 of them on the 2024 spec Ducatis as well. But yeah, the times have really, really hotted up. And the top 10 as well, Lewis, are all under the official lap record of Pecco Bagnaia. So the factories have clearly been working hard over the winter. We did expect today that we'd see that 156 barrier broken, and we have. So exciting times. The riders have been pushing on time attacks and doing some sprint simulations as well, some longer run pace. Interesting to read into them as well. But yeah, the times have tumbled.
Yeah, we'll try and take a deep dive through the lap times for you and try and give you an idea of who's looking particularly good and maybe who is playing catch-up ahead of the Qatar test. But we can head over to the Petronas Sepang International Circuit and link up for the first time this afternoon with Simon Crafar, who's out there ready to talk to us. Simon Crafar, of course, will be answering your questions during the course of this show. You've been sending them in on Instagram, and we'll be putting those to him very, very shortly. Simon, welcome along once again. First of all, just a general overview of the day, because it was an electric start to this final day of the Sepang test. It's calmed down a little bit since then, but the hard work continues. Just what has been going on as the days unfolded?
Okay, as you expected, so did I, some real time attacks today, but I didn't quite expect the atmosphere that was here first thing this morning. The riders wanting to take advantage of the cooler track early on to do their time attacks, and it was the first time since the race at Valencia that I've felt that atmosphere, that the red light was still on and riders were lining up at 10 o'clock this morning to head out, which is not usual at a test. And then they got up to speed on an old set of tyres, all of them, and then rolled in, banged a new set in, and you really saw sometimes like the amazing ones all in the 56s, and then that was all done then. And the time was sort of between 10:30 and 11 that all that happened. After that, it got harder and harder. By 12 o'clock, the track temperature soared because of the sun, and it made it very difficult. Then you saw people doing, and still is actually happening now, doing long runs like sprint simulations, 10 laps, their boards going out 10, 9, 8, 7, and some amazing sprint simulation times. A lot of riders have been doing that.
Simon, lots of things going on track, of course, but one breaking news story we've had today, this morning in Barcelona, obviously this morning over in Sepang as well, was Davide Brivio is joining the paddock again at Trackhouse Racing. A great coup for Trackhouse Racing, proves how seriously they're taking MotoGP. What's your thought on Davide joining the paddock again?
Yeah, it just shows how serious that team is taking it, because how good Davide is, but also he's not going to come cheap, you know. So for them to want to invest in that, they want results, you know. I've known Davide. I first met him properly in '94 when I joined the World Superbike paddock full time, and he was the Yamaha team manager at World Superbikes all through those Haga years. I only worked with Davide when I joined Haga '98 to ride the 8-hour, and really got to know him over that week in Japan. And he's a great guy, great communicator with an incredible history, you know. For Trackhouse to bring him on, like I said, it shows how serious they're taking it.
Yeah, couldn't agree more with that, Simon. We're all excited to see him back in the paddock once again. Thanks very much for the moment. We'll catch up with you again a little bit later on in the show. So Davide Brivio is back in MotoGP. We'll discuss Trackhouse and the Aprilia quartet in general a little bit later on. But we're going to start with Ducati, who remain the class of the field, certainly if the first 3 days of testing are any indication. And Elliot, the factory team are going to be our immediate focus, but I have to say, when we woke up this morning and took a look at the immediate early lap times from Sepang, I just got feelings of late 2023 again. Bagnaia and Martin, the battle's rejoined.
Certainly has done, yeah. The battle is rejoined between those two. Sort of what we expected coming into Sepang, isn't it? The top two from last year, hitting the ground running early doors. In Sepang, looks like Ducati have made a significant step forward with the new package as well, which is exactly what they'd have been searching for, not what the competitors would have wanted to see so early into testing. But yeah, Ducati have clearly found a new direction with the GP24. But Lewis, more importantly, I think for the championship in general, it's Enea Bastianini's return to form. Great to see the Beast back up there, obviously topped the times yesterday, and it's just good to see the Beast sort of back to what we know he can do best. We heard from Davide Tardozzi earlier saying Enea's over the moon. He's back to his sort of 2022 self. Obviously, we know how Enea's year went last year. It was a disaster. Missed 9 races through injury. Only scored 1 podium. That was, of course, the win here in Sepang. So great to see the Beast joining Bagnaia and Martin, at the top of the timesheets, and Ducati looking really, really strong. But it's great to see Enea up there with his teammate and Martin.
As you can see left-hand side of your screens, Bagnaia and Martin first and second. Bastianini and Alex Marquez, they're in fourth. We're also in the 156s. Davide Tardozzi, who we're going to hear from shortly, spoke in pre-season at the team presentation, saying that Enea comes across to him as a lot more serene this year, a lot more calm, a lot more at ease with things. And I guess in some ways it's a bit of a new lease of life for him, isn't it? Because he must have gone to the final round of the season cheering on his teammate Pecco Bagnaia for a couple of reasons to win the championship, not least because it was going to preserve his place at the factory Ducati team. And I guess he'll be looking to try and prove that 2023 and the struggles he had were purely down to just a cruel lack of track time in the first half of the season, because any time it appeared as if Enea Bastianini's 2023 season was going to get up and running, another injury hit.
Yeah, through no fault of his own, obviously in Portimao got taken out, unfortunately, by Luca Marini in the sprint. That was his shoulder blade injury, missed a few races, and then, of course, the Barcelona crash was sort of Enea's fault, went in too hot into turn 1, picked up left hand and left foot injuries there. But coming into pre-season, I think he'll have been really happy to see the back of 2023. I think Sepang really this time, well, last year at the Malaysian GP where he won and finished 4th in the sprint behind Pecco, he had the pace to beat Pecco in the sprint, but played the team game. By all accounts, that probably secured him the ride for this year, with obviously how well Jorge Martin was doing. There was a lot of talk about Enea's future, and sort of rightly so, with the contrasting seasons that Bastianini and Martin had. So for Bassini to go and do that at the Malaysian GP was super important for him, just to sort of know going into the winter after such a difficult season, okay, I can still win. I've got the package underneath me, a few months of good training under my belt, and I'm going to be ready to go. And it's great to see that he's doing that so far.
And then Bassini's sprint simulation that we saw earlier on today was very comparable with the fastest. He wasn't the absolute fastest, but he was on average within a tenth or two of a second from the very, very best. To get an overall summary then on Ducati's first pre-season test of 2024, let's get a word with their team manager, Davide Tardozzi. How happy is he with their first 3 days of running?
Yeah, I think that after 3 months with the new bike being 8/10 below the pole position of last year's race is something amazing. But what's on top is that first, second and third are the 2024 Desmosedici, so we are really happy about that result.
Vinales has stopped at turn 12 with a technical issue.
Works very good during the winter. The package, it seems that it works for all the riders, and that's why it makes us very happy.
I knew they'd cut it off there at the end of the interview. I just knew it. 10 minutes, leaving me 20 minutes to fill things. I knew that would happen because that was on their social media platform on Twitter. So we don't get all of After the Flag. I only get like a little bit of it, and then that's it. So, yeah, and then it's all the rest of it behind their paywall stuff, which really annoys me because then we were lucky that they put day 2 on and we were able to hear it. So at least we got to see something. But still, we've got some more things coming through as well on the platform. We've got more and more interviews, so don't worry about that. To start with, let's have a word with Pecco Bagnaia, our world champion as well. And this is what he said about how do you remember I said he had a crash on day 1 that put him out a little bit on his testing plan. He's topping the test now. This is what he said a few days ago.
Pecco, first day done here in Sepang. Obviously this morning started out a little bit dramatic with the small crash. Just talk us through what happened there.
Nothing, a wet patches on the asphalt. I didn't saw it, but as soon as I touched it, I lost the front and I crashed. I had more lucky than Raul, that his crash was heavier, but maybe it was better to wait a bit more on the box. But my angriness of riding was too much.
Did that crash affect the plan today at all? Did it put you back a little bit from what you wanted to do in the morning?
A bit, because the tires of the crash was cooled down and then warmed again, and were not working as we were expecting. So the first 20 laps were a bit useless for that, but it's something that can happen. Apart that, we started to work a lot, and I'm very positive for what happened.
And as you say, very positive with how the work went today with the new bike, with the 24 engine and other parts. How did you feel on that new bike again?
Overall, I'm happy. For sure, I have a great, good point, but also weak point. So the work was positive. We managed to improve a lot the situation, and in the last laps, with used tires, improved the lap time. So this was very good, and we had to continue like this.
We know that at the end of last year, you were sometimes struggling with the feeling of the front end, particularly in braking. Is the new bike helping with that?
A lot, so I'm happy for that.
Yeah, and that's one thing you complained about last year a lot, Bagnaia. The front end of the bike just wouldn't turn in, it wouldn't brake, and it was causing loads of amount of issues. So definitely good that they've got that sorted. Is there any more of interviews or anything to note that's been popped on since? Oh no, actually, that's a disappointment. I thought we'd have some more interviews, but there hasn't actually been that many to come through. Let's have a think, though, first of all, because we mentioned earlier on about we heard from the MotoGP race director, Mike Webb, about these concessions. Now, what they mean is concessions. It's where you finish in the championship determines how much extra development time and testing you can get. So Yamaha and Honda this year, because they had a bad 2023, have more testing and more development time than any other team. That is also the same for Pedro Acosta, as he is a rookie. But it has upset many of the teams because they are a fantastically well-organised run, Yamaha and Honda, in terms of the amount of money they can throw at it. So saying that they want that, well, this is what the other teams had to say.
Having the two Japanese factories with these kind of concessions, it will help a lot to have them back on the top of the grid. But anyway, we have to underline that they was on the podium last year, but we accept this situation. We have to complain a bit to the fact that helping the other doesn't mean that you have to take something over to who is leading the championship. We have to think about our testing this year, because having 70 tires less for the test is a big step down. But anyway, we accept it, and we would like to show that we will be competitive anyway.
For us, it didn't change a lot. We just have few more tire available compared to last year. But I think for the D class, they have big help. So for sure they will use in the proper way. And yeah, it's just we have to be focused on our job. We haven't to look around to know what they do or what they don't do. We have to be focused on our job daily, and that's it.
Yeah, for sure the new regulation system will help the manufacturer that has to recover a technical gap, and there are many new rules that will help them. But also
Gresini's down at turn 5.
Having in track many bikes with a closer technical level will help the show, and we hope that the fan at home will enjoy much more.
It's a clear help. I mean, this system has not been created now for us. It was created in the past for others. So now we are getting a benefit from it, and of course we will try to use it as much as possible. And yeah, I think it's there, it's in the regulation, and we will try to use it as much as we can with the advantages or let's say the possibilities that the regulation gives with at this moment.
They will for sure help us to speed up the procedure to improve the bike. We already started. We did two-day testing here in Sepang. We will try also to prepare races in advance where is feasible, like Mugello, like Misano, maybe Jerez. So we will try to exploit the concession as much as we can. The plan is to try to introduce 2 steps of engine during the season. This is another extra advantage that the concession are giving us. In this moment I can see only positive things about the concession. Just the only bad point is an extra work.
So that's how the teams feel. Repsol, Honda and Yamaha absolutely delighted about it. Everybody else a little bit on the fence, but they can understand why they're going out there. It looks like the timing tower might be having a few glitches again, but I'm seeing Brad Binder's time is going back up there. Yep, so I think they've fixed it. Dorna have been having problems today more than ever. They've been having problems with their timing screen. Earlier on this morning, they had one of their systems fail, one of the servers fail trackside, so it went to backup power, and they've repaired it during the day, but still some riders haven't come back out. Martin hasn't come back out, Bastianini hasn't come back out, so they're still registered in the pit lane for some reason. Coming into it, the computer says Bezzecchi crashed. Is he? Where is he? Bezzecchi is Sector 2 at turn 5, but Drixie says that Bez and Vinales didn't crash. They ran wide. So but Bezzecchi he's gone down at turn 5. That's what the computer said. So we'll wait to see on that one, where it develops later on. So yeah, it's going to get one of those. It's going to get tricky, isn't it? Without a timing, without TV pictures, it's very difficult to actually say, is this actually working? Is it not working? What's going on there? Many people say no, he didn't crash. The computer says something's happened to him down at turn 5, because he's actually stopped on the sector graphic as well, and he hasn't come back in. Many riders stopped. Many riders sector stopped. Dorna. No. Right. Okay. To explain this again, Martin Bastianini and then there was a few others were in the pit lane. So that was during a glitch earlier on in the day. So they fixed that now. So Vinales hasn't gone down. So maybe that's a glitch coming in. But Bezzecchi, it flashed up on the monitor that he went down. So we'll wait to see what they'll do if they reset it coming into it. I don't know. I've never seen Vinales went down. He hasn't. Nothing in my notes says he's gone down. So why he's come to us halt, I don't know. Anyway, should we hear from Marc Marquez? Many people in the chat are fans of Marc Marquez. And this is what both of them said about when they had to come to the help of Franco Morbidelli. Now, Morbidelli hasn't been in this test, and he won't be at the Losail test either in 2 weeks' time after his crash at Portimao. And this was the road bike accident as well that put him into a concussed state. Marc Marquez and Alex Marquez were the first on the scene when the red flag came out, and they put him in the recovery position. So this is what Marc and Alex had to say.
Between the riders, we know that we are opponents on the racetrack, but in the same thing, always we realize what we are and what the risk we are taking, and yeah, in the end we are mates of MotoGP, of motorcycles, motorbikes, and we love it. So yeah, when you see somebody that is suffering, in this case Morbidelli in the run of area in a private test, that the staff, the ambulance maybe are not like in MotoGP race weekend, like is normal. So if you can help, you help. That time we help, and if I need in the future, sure, another mate will help.
So it has
anybody.
We see the red flags on turn 5. Then when we arrive, exit of 8, in the change elevation, the big one, he was there down before the turn 9. So just he was in a really bad position, unconscious, and we put him in a lateral way. He started to breathe, but he was so unconscious. The ambulance maybe just take like 2 minutes to arrive, so it was 2 long minutes for us, trying to speak with him and see if he was reacting. And then when we leave it there, he was still unconscious, so we were a little bit worried, but I mean, I think it's a human reaction, you know. You need to stop and help the mate.
Yeah, and the timing screen has frozen. You are correct. It's not on our side, otherwise we wouldn't be streaming, because if it was on our side, the stream would be laggy as hell in terms of my voice and camera. So Dorna's timing screen has crashed. It crashed at the start of the day as well. It delayed us being on air around about 8 minutes or so it's just gone off at the moment, which I'm not surprised about, because Dorna Dorna just being Dorna, everybody knows it. So it's been off now for 2 minutes. 2 minutes. I always go and double check on my phone if the live timing is working there, because if it's working there, that means there's a problem here. And just to confirm to you, 9:03 if it's going to focus in. So look, 9:03. So it's actually stopped on the timing tower. Nothing to do with us. So yeah, that's really annoying. But I suppose it just gives us a little bit of time just to run through. I suppose if I click it, the combined times. Well, no, let's just stay on the current, because I don't want to press it and then it all goes away when it comes back. So let's go through the current times then, with about 6.5 minutes to go. Pekka Bagnaia fastest at 1:56.682. What a lap time! 4 riders breaking through to that 1:56 is the fastest ever laps around the Sepang circuit in any form, be it test or race. Martin in second, separated by 10th and a half. Then we get Enea Bastianini in third, Alex Marquez in fourth. So it's the two factory Ducatis, 1 and 3, Prima Pramac in 2, Gresini goes in fourth. That's a fantastic run around. Further down, we get Aleix Espargaro in fifth, great for Aprilia on a good run around. Marc Marquez up to his 6th position. He's used his test well, getting right to speed. Remember, we started day one saying, I don't like the way it is. I wasn't up to speed. I wasn't pushing it. So now he really is, I think, on form. Then we get Fabio Di Giannantonio 7th. Pedro Acosta, I think my star of this test, up in 8th position for KTM in what is his first run on a proper 24 bike after Valencia was on a 23. So well done to him. Mia 9th. Brad Binder rounds out the top 10. As we come into it, my phone goes off telling me that the timing screen's not working from people trackside. Then we get Quartararo 11th, Maverick Vinales in 12th, Nakagami's 13th, Miller's 14th, 15th for Rins, 16th for Zarco, 17th Pizzecchi, 18th Oliveira, 19th is Marini. Crutchlow goes 20th, and then Augusto Fernandez 21st. Lorenzo Salvadori, who stepped in on day 2 to take over from Raul Fernandez, done incredibly well. The test rider for Trackhouse Racing, 158.814, but beats Michele Pirro, who's on a 158.865 as well on the times. And that timer did just tick down to 9:02, and it was on 9:03. So I think hopefully in a second or so, the timing tower might come back, because it has changed from 1 second to the other. So we might have it operational shortly. Yeah, they're trying to okay, I've just got the text message. It's got the timings have gone down in the pit lane area as well. So everyone's having the issues with the servers, which I'm not really surprised about. Vinales had a technical problem and was angry, says Drixie. Thank you very much for telling us that. Is it red? No, it's green. It's just that the Dorna's timing systems are frozen at the end of the day, because they've been on all the time and now they've packed up. And it's not just our computer, it's on the phones as well at 9:02 at the time. The actual thing has gone. See you later, legend. Coming in, so we're just waiting around for them to kick in. Any rain? No rain. The rain has managed to skip over all this at the moment. 19th until the 20th of Feb. Yep, that's when the Losail test is. February 19th and 20th. We'll be back here doing all of the action as well for the Losail test. Same way we've been covering Sepang. It's only 2 days though, so 16 hours instead of 24 that everybody gets. But yeah, MotoGP have actually lost their timings, which it's not funny, because it's really annoying, because it's like, this is the last bit. We want to see it. We want to know what's happened. And it's like, oh, you can't actually see it. Refresh. I have tried refreshing. I'm double checking it now on the map book, and it still says, yeah, 9:02. And it said Pizzecchi is still off at turn 5. So it's not actually us. It's the thing. Yeah. No, everyone's fine. Everyone's fine. It's just the timings have stopped because they've crashed. He interviewed, apparently was mad, so I presume that was on after the flag. Brilliant. So we've got 3 minutes to go of this test. The computer's been stuck for 6. Yeah, mine's stuck at 9:02. Yeah. Oh, good. That. I was worried it was my Wi-Fi. Pedro Acosta is very fast in Sepang. He was always fast in Sepang as well, even in his Moto3 and Moto2 days. I remember, I think he took a victory here, didn't he, in Moto3, and that took him down to the finale in Portimao to win the Moto3 title in 2020, or was it 21? 2020, because in 21 and 22 he was in Moto2, won that, and 23, yeah. Oh, hang on a minute, could be 21. Can't quite remember where we were in Portimao at that point. And it all blurs into one. Dorna laughing as evil, yeah. I know, it's not nice, is it? I'm really annoyed, because it's like we've been here for 24 hours. We've covered the entire of the test, and then the timing screens are frozen right at the end. It's like, are you going to work? Are you going to be happy? But either way, we've managed to get through everything, haven't we? I don't think there's any more interviews that we can play out that we haven't already played through. Is that 30 seconds?
Jorge.
Martin.
10 laps on a dirty track. Everyone was complaining about grip, and you, after a winter off a MotoGP bike, put in a 58.1 shortly after into the 57s. Obviously, you're feeling good on the bike straight away.
Yeah, for sure. It was a strange feeling for everybody coming back after 2 months, and I didn't expect to do that lap time, but straight away I felt good. For sure, we started as we left it, so I'm happy with that. And yeah, this winter I tried to improve a little bit the weak points. I tried to be a better rider, and it seems like we did a great job in terms of physical condition. I feel really good, so I'm happy overall about the day. Sorry.
Okay, this morning I spoke to Davide Tardozzi, and he explained Ducati riders were focusing on the new engine, getting up to speed on the old one, focusing on the new one. How did you feel with it?
Yeah, I was focused in the morning into trying the new engine. I felt good. I did the lap time with the new bike, so this was a good reference. Anyway, we had to make the back-to-back. We tried a lot of times going back one to another bike, and it seems like the new bike is a bit better. We have good potential. I saw already another brands on the track. I saw the Honda, the Yamaha, Aprilia, and for sure they improved quite a lot on the straight. I don't know in terms of turning or chassis, but on the speed for sure they improved. So we have to be ready for more bikes, I think, this season.
Thank you, Jorge. Best of luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, the checker flag has come out, and if everyone's been asking what's happening with the times, Dorna's systems have actually crashed. Nothing to do with us, because everyone's saying it's stuck at 9:02. So the timings went down in the last 10 minutes. That was just the way you need to end the Sepang test as well. Somebody asked me, am I in the UK or in Asia? I'm in the UK. It's 10 a.m. I've been up so many nights coming through. Everyone thanking me for the coverage. Thank you for joining us throughout this Sepang test as well. It's been a pleasure to do this test. We always were going to do it as well. Someone also put in about Pedro Acosta. Thank you. It was the 2020 Red Bull MotoGP Rookies World Champion, 21 Moto3 World Champion, Moto2 Champion in 2023, and now could he be a MotoGP World Champion in the future as well? Everyone's saying thank you for that one. What's your predictions on the Moto3, Moto2 and MotoGP World Champions? I think MotoGP it's going to be one of the Ducatis. Probably Bagnaia. Martin had a shot. Moto2, too early to tell. Moto3, the same. It's all up in the air with that category when they get to testing in a few days' time. So, checkered flag is out. I'm hoping that the timing screen might burst back into life, which sometimes does happen. Yeah, the flag is out. The session is over. And from what I understand, no one's improved on times anyway from being trackside. So it is Pecco Bagnaia who ends this test fastest. The world champion kicking off in 2024 as he means to go on with a 1:56.682. He is the fastest rider in this test. So 3 days, all to come down to absolutely nothing at the end because Dorna's timing systems go down. Look at that. It doesn't even load properly on a phone. There we go. 8:53. I've got them. Oh, look, it has come down to 8:53. So second, so that's good though. It's only taken 10 minutes to get there. 11. Come on, Dorna, fix your systems. Someone give it a kick. Anyway, well, it is getting down. So there we are. We have completed all of the test. My prediction is MotoGP Pedro Acosta in Moto2, Justin Vietti Moto3, Agel Perquez as well could be in. Binder in 7th. No, Binder is 7th. So Binder's jumped up from 10th to 7th. So they have changed the time. It's great. Well done in the Do you know, Dorna can never get anything right, even when they've been, advertising, oh, we've upgraded the timing systems, we've done all this and done all that. We used to have a rider tracker. That went, and yet it's still advertised as being available to the general public on the timing pass, and it slowly looks like it's coming alive. Is it? Because I swear that second time just went yellow from Marini, so we'll keep an eye on it. But yeah, it's slowly coming in. Marini 2024 Crash King as well. He's 19th at the moment on the board, unless that's different. But the checker flag is out, the session is over, so they'll do their practice starts now, which hopefully might give the system a bit of a reset to come through. Which bike have good aerodynamic? I would say the Aprilia has one of the best aero packages on the board. We saw what their aero rate looked like earlier on in the day and yesterday in the lunchtime session as well. So there's still a few bits to play up and look forward to. So running through it is very good for Pecco Bagnaia, 156.682, the fastest man ever around this circuit on a motorcycle. I think that's absolutely fantastic. Can't wait to see what happens next when we go testing at the Losail International Circuit in Qatar, and we will be live for that on the 19th and 20th of February, and then on the 21st, 22nd and 23rd of February we will be live for the Formula One pre-season testing as well. And already now throughout the rest of the week we're going to have some more F1 launches, and also we've got NASCAR, the Daytona 500 coming up as well. So much content to do in 2024. We've been on here now exactly 8 hours. That's absolutely brilliant to take you through it as well. The timings have crashed, but that is all done for day 3 and the Sepang test. Pecco Bagnaia is the fastest rider in MotoGP here from the 3 days at Sepang. 24 hours have been completed. A lot of valuable information learned. What will we get when we go to Losail? Join us in 2 weeks' time to find out. Thank you to everybody. 53,784 people watched today alone. 35,000 watched on day 2. 31,000 on day 1. We've been growing massively. By my rough calculation, that should be over 100,000 viewers across this test, combined with the Twitch views as well. My thanks to everybody who's watched us on YouTube and Twitch and listened to us in the radio updates as well. My thanks to you all. We'll see you in 2 weeks' time when MotoGP returns with the Losail test, the final 2 days before the 2024 season starts. Thanks for your company. Pecco Bagnaia ends this test fastest. We'll see you at Losail. Bye-bye.